We're recording. Good morning and welcome back to day 2 of the meeting of the Land Conservation and Development Commission. It's Friday, January 24th. My name is Anyele Halova and I'm the chair of the commission. We are in Salem today and we will be moving on to agenda item number 6, which is the director's report. So the commission will receive an update by the director on recent matters concerning the department, including new hires and an introductory presentation by the new Housing Accountability and Production Office called HAPO. Director Bateman.
Fantastic. Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Brenda Bateman, Director of the Department of Land Conservation and Development. Good morning, everyone. We're starting with the director's report this morning. I'll take relatively little time, mostly to introduce some of our new employees, and then we have a special presentation for you from one of our brand new divisions here at the department. And so I just wanted to let you know you've got a list of folks at the beginning, page 1 of your director's report. And since we've published that, we've hired 4 more people. So I have more names than you have written in front of you. It's a very exciting time here at the department. We're busy looking for chairs and places to sit. So I'm just kind of scanning the crowd and also looking to see who we have online. I think some of the folks who may not be in the room yet today will be floating in and helping us with presentations throughout the rest of the meeting. But just kind of wanted to go down through the list and let you know our legislative and policy group is growing. We've been joined recently by Alyssa Bonini, who's going to be helping us in the Capitol, while Aurora will continue to take care of the housing related issues inside of UGBs. Alyssa will take care of everything else. So that's how we've split the portfolio. I don't see her in the room yet this morning, but I think she'll be presenting legislative work a little bit later. Let's see. Also, we have oh, she's on the screen. There you are. You want to say a few words about where you're coming from and what you'll be doing?
Sure, happy to. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lazo, Commissioners, and Director Bateman. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce myself. And I'm sorry I can't be there in person. I picked up a bit of a cold and I thought I'd keep my germs to myself before the weekend. As Director Bateman mentioned, my name is Alyssa Bonini. I'm a legislative and policy analyst focusing on rural lands, natural resources, and ocean and coastal policy. So everything else aside from housing and urban development policy, which remains Aurora's wheelhouse. I have a law degree from U of O and have been working for the past several years in the field of environmental dispute resolution, both for the federal government and the private sector, working on more localized projects here in the state with my most recent work concerning the Portland Harbor Superfund site. So lots of fun experiences there. But I am a 6th generation Oregonian, born and raised here, and I'm really excited to join this team at DLCD in service of our state and our land use program. So hopefully I'll be able to chat with you all one-on-one next time we're all in person. But in the meantime, it's nice to meet you all virtually.
Fantastic. Thank you, Alyssa. Happy to take questions too as we go. The next person that we wanted to draw to your attention is Emily Dovchik, and she has been promoted from within. That name might be familiar to you. She's been part of our accountants team, and we've now named her as our grants accountant, which we were sorely needing. So we're very excited to have her in that role. I think she's excited to be there. And she's also on the line. Emily, you want to tell us just a little bit about your background and what you'll be doing?
Sure, thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Emily Dovchik. I've been in governmental accounting for about 12 years. I started up at Port of Seattle in Washington, and then in 2016, I moved to Oregon, and I worked at Oregon Parks and Recreation for several years, and I was doing asset accounting there. And then last year, well, in 2023, I came here to DLCD, and I've been in the accountant 1 role, processing accounts payable, and I was serving as the primary travel coordinator and spots coordinator. And I'm super excited to be in this new grants accountant role, particularly to be learning lots of new things and to be using Microsoft Excel in the reconciliation processes and data analysis for the grants. To sum up, I'm just really grateful to be here and super happy. And thank you for your time. Bye.
Thank you, Emily. Congrats. Then we have in Matt's group in natural hazards mitigation, 2 new arrivals. One I believe is online and one in the room with us today. Jesse, do you want to come forward and introduce yourself, where you've come from and what you'll be doing? And then we have Anna on the screen as well. One of 2 Annas. Anna Murphy's on the screen. Come. Okay. Take the microphone. Go ahead and take a seat.
Hazard mitigation planner, just started at the beginning of the month. Moved back to Oregon from Northern Vermont. Spent 2 years there starting this career as a regional planner for one of their regional planning commissions. So a lot of community organizing, grassroots planning, working with a lot of small communities. And so I bring that experience along with the community and regional planning degree from master's degree from University of Oregon, and also just really happy to be a part of this team.
Awesome. Welcome home, Jesse. Thanks for coming back. And Anna Murphy's on the screen as well.
Hi, everybody. My name is Anna Murphy. I'm coming from Haley and Aldrich, which is a consulting firm in Portland doing resilience planning. I started the first 6 years of my career, I worked as a civil engineer, and that was back where I'm from in Massachusetts. And I moved out to Oregon to get a master's in planning, and at University of Oregon. I'll be in the natural hazards group as well as a natural hazard mitigation planner. I'm very excited to start working with the LCD. I feel like coming from University of Oregon, we really, learn to look up to the work you all do here. So I'm very excited to be a part of it now. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. And we have another Anna on the line with us today too. Anna Roller is in Lisa's coastal group. Good morning.
Good morning. Hi. So I'm Anna Roller. I'm going to be doing the federal consistency reviews for the Coastal Zone Management Act. I have a natural resource policy degree from OSU and 10 years experience managing natural resource programs, mainly focused on water quality. And I grew up in North Dakota. I went to college out here and I moved back in 2018. So I'm very excited to be back in Oregon, and I'm really excited to be working with the LCD.
Fantastic. Thank you, Anna. So Anna's our new federal consistency coordinator. You may recall Jeff Burright was in that position, and he's now moved to our offshore wind role and taking that on. So thank you. Also in the room with us today, I think we have Aaron Priest, who's our new IT business analyst. We might not know what that is. You might need to tell us, Aaron.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, Director Bateman, Commissioners. As Director Bateman said, my name is Aaron Priest. I am the new business analyst. I'm going to be helping the agency kind of modernize business processes and kind of bring our systems as forward as we can. My history is I was born and raised in our beautiful state. For the last just over 11 years prior to taking this role, I was working for the Department of Human Services right across the street. And for the last 9.5 years, little over, I've been a business analyst for the Department of Human Services. So I'm excited to get the ball rolling and jump in.
Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you.
In recent years, in particular in the state, if you are modernizing your IT and making significant investments and doing work in that area, you need to build your business case and you need to document what you're doing. So the business analyst has become of utmost importance to us in agency land. And I think that this is the first time DLCD has had such a position. So we're getting there. And then that takes us to the end of the written bullets, but we have 4 more folks that we wanted to tell you about. 3 of them are in our HAPO division, our Housing Accountability and Production Office. And so we'll ask Kieran Turnbull to come forward. You might recognize Kieran, who's been with the department before, and we're so excited to have him back again in this role as navigator for HAPO. So tell us where you've come from and what you'll be doing.
Thank you, Chair Lova and Commission. My name is Kieran Turnbull, and I'll be under the position title of Housing Navigator with the Housing Accountability and Production Office. I will be working closely with Lauren Dressen, who you'll be talking to later, and we'll be working to coordinate resources between state agencies and provide technical assistance to developers and local governments. I spent some time with DLCD after I graduated from the University of Oregon in 2023, and I was the coordinator on the Mass Timber Project. And you might have remembered a presentation I gave to you all last spring. So very grateful to be back and excited for this new opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you, Kieran. And then we have two more new members of the HAPO team, but they have been stolen from Matt's Planning Services Division, and they are Rachel Six and Ryan Marquardt. And I don't think they're in the room with us today. Hopefully they'll have a chance to address you. Are they online? No. Okay. Okay. Right, exactly. So they've moved over, and we're very excited to have them rounding out our HAPO team, which is almost completely filled now, except for one administrative services position, administrative specialist. And then the last person we wanted to bring to your attention is in the housing division. Ethan has recently hired a name that may be familiar to many of you. Samuel Goldberg has joined the department and will be coming on board later this month. I don't think he's actually arrived yet. So we're very excited to be rounding out the team. As you can see, we continue to find stellar folks, and we're building out. So that's all we have for new hires. Just wanted to make sure that you remain familiar with some names and faces. And as always, we've got a org chart in the back here that you can continue to refer to and see how we're filling in and where we plan to fill in still more in the future. It's probably 5 minutes out of date, but we're trying to stay on top of the org chart as best we can. The other two things that I wanted to just bring to your attention as part of the director's report today are attachments that are in the back there. We have two substantive attachments that I would love for you to take a moment to read if you get a chance. The first is the final report on childcare siting facility siting that was legislatively assigned to us, and that we spent the better part of a year working on. A lot of learning there, a lot of discussion, and a lot of barriers and challenges that we were able to identify when it comes to childcare siting. So this is a fantastic report that's already gone back over to the legislature for them to use as they see fit. But it's well researched, and we had a whole team working on that here internally. And the other report that's attached there in the back is the government to government annually required tribal report, what we've been up to with regard to our tribal relations, led by our Deputy Director, Kirsten Green. And we just wanted to note in there, it talks about 16 consultations that we initiated during 2024 to make sure that our tribal partners were well aware of all the rulemaking and all the efforts that were underway here at the department, and inviting their participation however they were able to or interested in participating. So we had 16 there, and I would say of note were the interactions we had with our partners on Goal 5, Cultural Resources, which was a rulemaking you completed in the last meeting, and also offshore wind, which is an ongoing conversation, of course. We have our coastal tribes that are very active and participating at that table. And then there are also 2 land purchases that we were able to help with that we're really proud of and are all described here in this report. So please let us know if you have any questions, but wanted to make sure you knew that was there.
I was wondering, I don't know if this makes sense. Can we get a short presentation on the childcare findings?
Yep.
That'd be great.
We have a presentation. We've seen it, and it's fantastic. So we'll note that for a future meeting.
It's the interactions with affordable housing, and I think there's just a lot of things we could learn from talking about it.
Absolutely.
I mean, we've
Commissioner Bennett.
Sorry, Chair. Yes, I think it's an exciting area, and it's such a crucial area, whether you're in rural Oregon or whether you're in Metro Oregon. Just affordable childcare. It just really impacts the workforce, and probably even more so on rural Oregon, where we're limited with resources and limited with opportunities and limited with resource pool. And it's really a crucial, and I think it's really great. And Angie's work and her work group should be commended on that.
Yeah. I think it's just
Good. Yes, we will get that lined up for a future meeting. Thank you for the suggestion. And so with that, I wanted to turn the bulk of the time over to our HAPO team, introduce themselves. They've been working hard to not only recruit and build out the team itself, but also to come up to speed for a July 1 official opening of the office. So we'll let Joel Mattson and his team take the microphone.
While they're getting set up, I wanted to say that Vice Chair Lazo and Commissioner Porter and Commissioner Thompson are online.
Chair, while they're getting set up,
Yes, Commissioner Bennett.
just an observation. On my trips here, I just wanted to extend to the director and the staff just how warm and welcoming all of the staff are. I mean, they, as I've wandered in being the new guy, people have gone out of their way just to say hi and can I help you? Let me in the door when I've been standing outside. And it's just from the top, every staff member have just, welcomed me and gone out of their way to take extra time. And I think it reflects well on the agency and the leadership. So I just, as an aside, while they're getting organized, I just think that it's important.
Chair Holova, Director Bateman, Co-Chair Lazo, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to be here and present from the Housing Accountability and Production Office. And I'm Joel Mattson, the manager of the HAPO office that we refer to it here. I'm excited to be here with teammates from HAPO and from the department that will exemplify the different components of our office and what we're referring to as wings of our office, the housing navigation wing and coordination wing, our housing planning effort and wing, and also the interagency coordination. So you'll hear from each of us in those respective components of our work at HAPO. And this starts on page 8 of the director's report, if you're following along in your packet. We've been off and running as an office. So I came on board the first part of November, and a core focus of my work has been to help staff up the dedicated staff within the HAPO division. And as Director Bateman mentioned this earlier, we're very close to being fully staffed with one position left to recruit. And really excited to get going on some of the work. So I also wanted to highlight this morning, again, that structure of the HAPO office. We'll be diving into sharing a little bit more about our purpose and intent of the office. We'll focus on our interagency coordination, and then we'll dive into some specifics of Senate Bill 1537 that are in play as of January 1. And we'll end our presentation before we open it up for questions from you all with focus on the mandatory adjustments to housing development standards, component of Senate Bill 1537, and the dashboard that our team has been working on. Which reminds me just the importance of, while we're here today as the representatives of the core HAPO team, the importance of the central services that have been invested, again, as Director Bateman had mentioned earlier, as we're building out the infrastructure of the department, it's really helpful for all of our program areas, and we've certainly seen that within HAPO. We'll be highlighting that in the focus on the dashboard that has been created. Well, let's dive in and see if I can navigate this. Oh, there we go. So the purpose of HAPO is to boost housing production and via support to both developers and cities. And our approach, first and foremost, is collaboration. And while There is the ability to seek enforcement. We really want to emphasize in our engagement opportunities and in every interaction that we're having is it's all about collaboration. How can we work together toward this common purpose of boosting housing production around the state? And in that outreach and engagement, and as we're establishing our office, we're taking note that we need to provide opportunities for local governments, tribal nations, developers, property owners, community partners, and other interested parties to really share input into how our office meets its statutory responsibilities. Again, with the common purpose of increasing housing production alongside the correct implementation of housing production laws. So we're that venue for ensuring local land use codes and local decisions meet state laws. We're a venue for technical assistance funds to local governments. We're a venue that produces studies, research, guidance, best practices to reduce barriers to housing production. And that includes model codes and ready-build plans. We're an avenue for resolving disputes to a more formal commission or appeal process. And we're really seeking out these opportunities for voluntary compliance and lifting up those mechanisms. But as I mentioned earlier, if needed, there is the opportunity to pursue mandatory compliance, but that's at very last for a reason. It's not what we're setting out to accomplish. We're setting out to accomplish housing production. Our work is leading up to the official operative date of July 1. That's where we need to be open for business, so to speak, where we have established our policies and practices for how we're intaking complaints of potential violations of housing laws, how we're going to be administering our technical assistance program, and other elements of our office. So that's the date we're seeking to make sure we're fully operable, hence the importance of having a full team that we can be diving into this work as soon as possible. I mentioned, well, I didn't mention, and I'm going to hand it over to Palmer to really talk about another purpose of our office, which is that interagency coordination across the state enterprise. Palmer, please.
Thank you, Joel, and good morning, Chair Halova and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Palmer Mason. I'm the newly minted interagency coordinator tied to the Housing Accountability and Production Office. So as Joel said, one of the key purposes for HAPO is to promote interagency coordination. If you think about the housing crisis that faces Oregon, it is a complex problem that touches many agencies and many aspects of state government. And so part of the rationale for HAPO was to try to move through the enterprise, remove the barriers, deal with silos, and kind of work across the enterprise and work across agencies, again, for a problem as complex as housing. How that happens for HAPO specifically is the legislation calls for an interagency agreement between DLCD and the Building Codes Division of the Department of Consumer and Business Services. And we have worked over a number of months to negotiate with our partner agency, the Building Codes Division, to put together a interagency agreement that we're waiting for the governor's office to weigh in. We hope that this is the final agreement, and then we can actually execute and start really working on agency coordination. And why does agency coordination matter? Again, beyond the fact that the problem is complex, building codes and DLCD are kind of uniquely situated to deal with the issues that come up around the development cycle. If you think about the building code, or so maybe start with DLCD, our role is, of course, is the land ready? What are we going to build, and how are we going to build for all the things outside the walls of the building? And the Building Codes Division is what is it within the four walls that ensures the structure is sound and safe, and those type of things. That's the development cycle. And so the rationale under the legislation was bring those two agencies together to really remove those barriers, break down those silos to work across that development cycle. It also is very convenient for developers and local governments if they can go to one entity to deal with their questions and their requests rather than try to work through each agency separately. So HAPO becomes the common place where you can bring your questions as a local government official or staff or as a developer. And you'll hear a lot more about that work. And the last comment I'll make before I move the presentation over to Sean Edging is the initial focus for our interagency coordination is going to be on the 4 agencies whose logos you see here on the screen. And those are, of course, our agency, DLCD, but also Oregon Housing and Community Services, the Building Codes Division, as I mentioned, as a part of the Department of Business Consumer Services, and Business Oregon. That's the initial focus. We want to start there and work agency coordination, move it forward. And I think, as you all can appreciate, really at the end of the day, agency coordination is about changing culture and organizational practices. It isn't so much, a directive from the legislature or that type of thing. It's really working to build trust and collaboration across agencies and across organizations. So we'll start with those 4 agencies, and I think over time expand our work with other agencies like the Department of Environmental Quality, the Division of State Lands, Oregon Department of Transportation, and many others. So that concludes my remarks. I appreciate your time and attention. I'll turn it over to Sean Edging.
Can I ask a quick question? Can you tell me more about the role of Business Oregon in that 4?
Sure. Great question, Chair Holova. I think the thinking for the legislature in Senate Bill 1537 is that we wanted to bring not only the agencies that like building codes and DLCD that touch sort of the regulatory and planning aspects of housing, but also the infrastructure providers. And Business Oregon, of course, is not the only entity that provides infrastructure that supports housing, but is one of the main players in that way.
If I may, Madam Chair, Business Oregon is the home of the Infrastructure Finance Authority for the state. So they're the financing arm that's specifically focused on all kinds of infrastructure.
Commissioner Bennett.
Thank you. I think that this is an excellent model because so often, and the chair and I have actually discussed this, where it's so frustrating. Oregon land use in itself is frustrating, especially us border counties where they can go over to Idaho because things are a lot easier. And so I think this will be a good model that can be transmitted to the local governments as a coordination piece to move things along. And I believe, I really want to compliment this here because it's so frustrating. A developer will come, they have great ideas, they have money, they're ready to go, and then they have to deal with planning. Then they move to building codes. Then they move to try to coordinate with the rest of the pieces, and they'll go. I mean, I've had them in Baker County come finally just go, this is a beautiful place, but you guys, it's going to take us 6 months, 12 months just to figure out if we can do the project. And they've got their money lined up and they want to be moving and they can look across the Snake River and do it. So I just really want to commend. This is, I think, a forward step. And it's a nice model that can be transmitted to local government, and you can help them. You can help them develop it because you have sometimes real political lines to cross at that level. Building codes is one empire and planning could be another empire. So thanks, Palmer, and for that leadership, and Joe.
Thank you, Chair Bennett. I mean, all of those agencies have a specific purpose and job to do. And, it's not criticize one agency or another, and not to say that, providing safe roads is more or less important than protecting wetlands or whatever it might be. But yeah, when you sit from the perspective of a developer or even a local government for that matter, and you try to, knit all these pieces together, it really gets complicated quickly. So the more that we can make it easier for the private sector and even our partners in the public sector to, build the houses or at least lay the table for building more houses, it's critical work.
I saw Vice Chair Lazo. Oh, did you, Commissioner Bennett?
Just quickly, I mean, I can think of also like traffic studies. Are they required? Who's going to do them? Is there anybody? Can ODOT do it? Can the local road district department do it? So, those are limiting factors that come in, delaying factors. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Vice Chair Lazo.
Thanks, Chair. Hello. Yeah, good morning, all. very excited about this team. Palmer, I'm curious, you might have mentioned it in that bullet list of items that you are involved with in other agencies, but is one of the areas of focus in working with these other agencies around coordinating funding priorities and how those pieces might come together? So I just want to make sure that that was on your plate also, and I didn't know if you'd mentioned that.
So, Chair Holova and Vice Chair Lazo, the quick answer is yes, that is on my to-do list. I don't want to take too much time here because I know Sean and others have parts of their presentation, but I'll quickly say that what I am providing, the work that I'm doing, that'll come to Joel, it'll come to Director Bateman, and ultimately the governor's office, is a way to think about around financial resources and technical assistance resources. How can we maximize the opportunities? We don't have enough funding to do all the things that we want, or enough technical assistance to support local governments in every way we want to. So the question is, how can we maximize what we have? So we will definitely be working with that. And to your point, maybe specifically, DLCD doesn't really have a lot of those financing options. And those are really the provenance of other agencies. So we will have to coordinate with them about how to maximize and leverage those opportunities.
Thank you.
We're all excited. Commissioner Boyer.
Good morning. So you mentioned an interagency agreement with Building Codes Division. Will there be any agreement with the other two entities on the screen?
It is a great question, Chair, Commissioner Boyer, sorry. Yes, again, I'm putting together sort of a framework for how the office, how HAPO can guide interagency coordination. I don't know exactly what structure it will take. So one of the options could be, personally, it's an option I think has a lot of appeal, is we could set up a broader interagency agreement among the 4 agencies you see here. That seems to me to be a good way to move forward. But I think we have a lot of conversation with agency leadership and the governor's office about the exact form. But we are talking about those kind of ideas. Yes.
We were saying our agenda item ends at 8:45, but we actually have more time because our next agenda item is not that full. So we have time, like 15 minutes more if we need. Yeah, we can use 15 more minutes if we want.
Chair Holova, Vice Chair Lazo, and commissioners, also to the point of like, what are we doing with other agencies? I just want to acknowledge that the statutory requirement of our office on the onset is this coordination with building codes. It also is more broadly the state agency coordination, but that's why we're focusing first on that interagency agreement with building codes, as it is that joint management approach that came through the statute as well.
Commissioner Thompson had your hand raised. I don't know if you want.
I did, Chair. Just a quick question, not to be curlish and add to administrative burden, but the interim reporting of results, will we have on an ongoing basis some indication of the actual impact among the coordination? And more important, will we address pinch points that are impeding progress? Is that too ambitious? Is that too demanding a goal?
Chair Holova, Commissioner Thompson, my short response is no, it's not too ambitious a goal. I think it's pretty critical. And if you look specifically at Senate Bill 1537, I think it, when it comes to interagency coordination, gives HAPO 2 tasks. And this is at my level. There's, Lauren's role, she's helping specific projects, be they local government related or private sector related, move through the bureaucracy. My role is a little different. It's looking at that state level and asking the question, are there state level barriers to housing production? And I want to be really careful here. When we say barriers, it's again, we have to acknowledge that state agencies are charged with important public policy goals, public safety, environmental protection, public access, all these other things. But we have to, I think, balance those against housing production. And it may not be that we're lowering standards, it might be just making procedures quicker to get things done. So that's one charge for HAPO. Another charge is, and this was the question that Vice Chair Lazo was asking a bit, is like, how do we take our limited resources, financial, technical assistance, other resources, or the financing tools that the state can provide to local governments, and best leverage those. And I think your question about, well, can we measure outcomes? Can we look at those changes and measure how well we're doing is a critical aspect of this, because the accountability in the office isn't just accountability for local governments. I think it's also accountability for the state, making sure the state's sort of living up to its part of helping to create more houses.
Excellent answer. Thank you.
It's like the more you talk, the more questions. This made me think of something related to what Vice Chair said, that, when we were doing the housing production strategies, like the long list of them, some that got inserted dealt with a potential for the state to step in a financial role with regard to lending, low interest construction loans or guarantees of loans, which is not something that the state does now. Is that on the table? Who would be the agency that would do something like that?
So great question, Chair Halova. It's not, I think you're kind of pointing out, it's not really DLCD's role. We don't have those sort of financing tools. And if the state were to look at tools and options like that, it would be with another agency. I think initially, and again, this is subject to more conversations with Director Bateman and others in agency leadership in the governor's office. I think initially for agency coordination, so this is how I'm going to respond to the question, there's a little bit of, we got to go slow to make it successful in the long term. Because again, I think interagency coordination is about trust, organizational behavior, organizational practices. In other agencies, again, they have charges and expectations and statutory mandates and stuff. So we've got to find a way where we can work in a more collaborative way. It's not going to be an edict from HAPO that you have to do this or you have to do that. We have to sort of get there by working together. And I think if you take that a little further, we're probably going to have to look at the barriers that are in place and the financing tools that we have now, and how do we, either streamline those barriers, or if it's appropriate, remove them, or take the financing tools that we have now and try to better leverage those. I think somewhere in the conversation, there'll be, well, what else can we do? What are the tools that we're not using that we should be using? And I don't think we, ignore that conversation. I just think initially we focus on what we're doing now and how do we do it better or faster or more efficiently.
Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Chair. First off, I think that this is pretty exciting, and I'm intrigued with this agency coordination effort, and I think it's needed amongst numerous agencies, outside of what the DLCD does, because it seems like oftentimes agencies are working in a silo, and it's hard for people that have to try to manage that to make all the stars align. So this is pretty exciting. And with, you're going to have your hands very, very full, and without asking for more work, I would love to get, just some snippet updates, without asking you to put together presentations on a regular basis, but just some snippet updates, would be, pretty neat, because this is, this has been needed. It's needed across the state. So, I'm fascinated to see how it works out. So thank you.
Proceed.
Chair Halova, commissioners, I also want to bring us back again to kind of that, as Palmer was mentioning, kind of go slow to go fast. Again, part of the statutory responsibility of our office is to navigate studies and reports. And one of those we refer internally as the Section 5 reporting. But I look forward to that report that could help drive some of our interagency coordination and drive some of our focus. So again, when we're looking more near term, particularly this report is identifying how standards procedures used in the land use planning, entitlement processes, public works approval could be improved to reduce costs, minimize delays, and generally spur increased housing production. So in that context of that's a statutory charge of our office jointly with building codes, that's going to enlighten us about where our focus points can be, really inform maybe where some of those barriers are front and center that we can focus on, and may drive, again, some of this interagency coordination prioritization of our office.
Commissioner Bennett.
Thank you. Palmer, I think one of the areas that's particularly frustrating is that land use has a 150-day decision timeline. That is only, and Commissioner Porter alluded to this too, is that isn't shared by any other agency. And so, you know, you can run out the 150 days in the planning department, and then building code starts on theirs, and then even maybe a transportation requirement after that. And somehow or another, the other agencies need to have some constraints. You know, that's been a constant frustration with some of the natural resource agencies, and I'll be gracious here at this point, but they're not required to meet those deadlines. And so here you are, the developer keeps coming back, and you're going, well, I'm waiting for. And so in order to keep this moving, unfortunately, I guess being somewhat protective of planning, they get the brunt. It's at their counter that this is happening, but they have absolutely no control over ODF&W, or DEQ, or XYZ for that matter. And so I think that's a frustration. And hopefully through the recommendations of your team, that maybe some legislative relief could be brought in, or at least some intergovernmental agreements that the agencies will, you know, put it as a higher priority on their timeline if there's mitigation requirements, some of these things, so that so the project can move forward. Or in fairness, tell the people, you're not gonna be able to do it, and then they can look at a new site.
I would just say, Commissioner Bennett, yes, I think that's a very good point about how local governments operate with deadlines, and state agencies may not always have a concurrent deadline, and how do we, work through that. So I hear you loud and clear. That is something that we'll be talking about. And I also see that Sean Edging had a hand up. He may want to comment on that as well.
Yep. And I knew
yes.
he had some presentation to make too, right?
I was going to sneak that in. Thank you, Chair Halava and Commissioner Bennett. Just so you know, part of the Section 5 reports is a full accounting of the full development process and timelines. Obviously, we know there's a 120-day or 150-day for counties timeline for land use, but there are other timelines for, say, building permits. There are no timelines for public works, right? There's a lot of areas outside of that window that can be subject to significant delay, and of course, obviously, state agency processes as well. So part of that report is going to be doing a full accounting. And I do want to note, from a timing perspective, we cited 15 minutes for the presentation 15 minutes ago. So I'm not sure if we should continue or
9. Yeah, we have
until
9.
9. Okay,
Yeah.
great.
Thank you, Chair Halava. I was just going to also try to encourage us to move forward. I know there's a lot of excitement about the broader scope and work of the HAPO. And we're also excited today to kind of really dive into some of those specifics of Senate Bill 1537 that are in play now, that our office is tuned into, and also share, highlight some of the core work that our team has been doing to help really work with both developers and local jurisdictions to part of that implementation of key provisions of Senate Bill 1537 aimed at boosting housing production in the state. So if I may help us encourage us to—
You just said intergovernmental, and all of us were like—
Exactly. That's an exciting role. So Sean, please, we'll transition to you.
Excellent. Thank you, Joel. And Chair Halava, Vice Chair Lazo, and members of the commission, good morning. For the record, my name is Sean Edging. I'm a housing planner at the Housing Accountability and Production Office. I apologize. I wanted to be there in person, but I also happened to contract a minor cold, so I figured I would not bring it to you all to share, and instead am remoting in for this particular presentation. Just with an eye to time. So we are kind of already in the midst. We've kind of had a very brief honeymoon period that has swiftly ended, and we have already begun a lot of the work related to the office, especially around the implementation of Senate Bill 1537. So my colleague Lauren and I are going to be kind of providing a brief update about some of the work that we've been doing just in the last couple of weeks to month or two to kind of work on the implementation of different components of the bill. Just as a reminder, Senate Bill 1537, the governor's bill that was passed in 2024 that implemented the Housing Accountability and Production Office, actually implemented a number of provisions that were intended to kind of facilitate the production of housing kind of in the nearer term. If you think of the ONA policy as kind of like long-term systemic changes to facilitate housing production over time, you could think of a lot of the provisions in this bill as like near term or minor tweaks to policies that are really intended to kind of juice production in the short term. And there are a lot of provisions of that bill. For the sake of time, I'm actually not going to cover most of them, but I am going to hone into one. It's the third bullet on this slide related to mandatory adjustments. Now, we've provided an overview of this bill before, but just as a reminder, one component of Senate Bill 1537 is a policy that applies temporarily, pretty much between now and January 2nd of 2032, that enables housing developers to have a little bit of flexibility on a specified number of land use regulations that exist and that are applied by cities around the state. The basic idea is that a housing development be meeting some kind of basic qualifying criteria are eligible to kind of adjust or deviate from a set list of housing development standards that are articulated in the bill. They have to kind of make some basic demonstrations that are pretty straightforward to meet, and the local government is required to grant those if those statutory criteria are met. The policy, again, it's designed to be pretty straightforward and pretty broadly applicable to all different housing types, but is intended to kind of recognize that with the near-term kind of housing shortage, we need to kind of have this provision in place to provide some temporary relief to certain land use regulations, with the expectation that it'll sunset over time. Part of that bill includes an ability for local governments to request the HAPO to grant an exemption to the statute. The basic idea is if the local government can demonstrate that they already have a process that they use to grant adjustments, they already grant adjustments for all the development standards that are listed in the bill, and they can demonstrate that they either grant adjustments, they demonstrate that they can grant they have granted 90% of adjustments over the past 5 years, or they can submit developer testimonial kind of indicating folks have used the process and they can essentially confirm that it's flexible and accommodating to project needs. It essentially enables our office to grant an exemption to the statutory requirement, essentially with the expectation that the local government's already doing this. They already have a process in place to grant these adjustments for housing developers. So this is a process that's kind of in place. With the policy coming into effect at the beginning of this year, we had to kind of develop a process to enable local governments to submit exemption requests to the HAPO, and that involved developing forms, developing protocols and guidance to local governments to enable them to submit applications to us. And I remember when we were developing this, I was thinking, all right, how are people going to be informed of which cities are requesting exemptions? How are we going to provide materials for public comment? And I remember thinking at the time, wow, just a table on the website is going to be good enough. But since our colleagues have kind of joined on and put some thought into this, we've actually developed much better tools that really kind of help provide information for both local governments, for developers and interested parties to kind of track the implementation status for mandatory adjustments. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to my colleague, Lauren, to discuss this a little bit more.
Great. Thank you, Sean. Good morning. For the record, Chair Holova, Vice Chair Lazo, and members of the commission. I'm Lauren Drelson. I am the one-stop coordinator with HAPO. And so I'm gonna try to speed run this for you because there may still be more questions. To Sean's point, we and I'm really glad that Commissioner Thompson was kind of asking about reporting and like what we're sharing, because we felt it was really important to provide a tool so that not only kind of our typical audience in working with local jurisdictions, but also a new audience for us in working with developers, that there was a kind of a one-stop shop for them to go and see where these mandatory adjustments are in play, where applications have been submitted. And so I just want to highlight, and I want to make sure I get the name of the office right here, but our data management and production services team, we've been collaborating very closely with them in creating this tool, and hope that it is a testament to that collaboration, that we'll continue to work with them over time as we develop additional tools and additional kind of transparency into the work that we're doing. So maybe we can go, next slide. So I'll quickly run through the tool here, and this went live on January 15th, so it's out there. So essentially, we've got some resources up in the left corner, the various statuses for sort of submitted applications, public comment being open, public comment being closed, and then a final determination. And so folks can jump in here and sort of see where those are in play, and everywhere where it's gray on that map means that those exemptions or those mandatory adjustments are fully in play. There is no application submitted, and so developers can start utilizing those flexibilities right now. So, and maybe we'll go to the next slide here. So some of the resources that we have provided, we kind of have a general overview that links directly to the HAPO page so people know what we're working on and who we are. A quick summary of what those mandatory adjustments are, as well as a link directly to the bill. And then also a really nice thing that we've built in here is the ability for people to submit general feedback about the work that we're doing right from this tool. So again, sort of taking that approach of one place to do all of the things related to this particular work. And so one of the really nice things is you can actually kind of zoom in and click on a particular jurisdiction. And a pop-up will come up that looks something like this, that sort of tells you key dates, key information. So in the event that they have submitted an application for an exemption, you can actually see which exemptions they requested, and sort of see when that public comment is going to be open, and actually submit public comment through this tool directly. And so we are really trying to point our audience, which is local jurisdictions and developers and anybody else that might be interested, to go here, look at what has been requested, and give us feedback on that, about whether that jurisdiction has been providing flexibilities. And so we're really excited about this tool and really excited about the information that it can provide to the folks who may be interacting with this process.
And I had some question for clarity that probably other commissioners are thinking. When you say adjustment requested, who's requesting it and who are they requesting it to?
Yeah, I'm looking to Sean if Sean wants to jump in there.
Yes, the exemption is being requested by the city, and they're requesting an exemption to state law. Does that make sense? So it's not an applicant or an application. The city is requesting that they don't have to grant adjustments under the statute.
Commissioner, Vice Chair Lazo.
Thanks, Chair Holova. And I know that we're running behind, but the question on this dashboard, the intention, I think, around identifying where those adjustments are in place is for developers to understand where those pathways have been made more open. Is that our intention with the dashboard?
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair Lazo. Thanks for the clarifying question. Yeah, absolutely. So we see this as an ability for developers to kind of jump in here, see, hey, these flexibilities are available to me now, so I can start requesting those as I'm working with a local jurisdiction and trying to move a housing project forward.
Chair Holova and commissioners, this really exemplifies one of the things that we've been noticing among our team and really want to lean into. And part of that culture change that Palmer was mentioning also, our office is really diving into that opportunity to work more closely, directly with housing producers around the state. So whereas, yes, we're obligated to navigate these exemption requests and applications for exemptions to these mandatory adjustments from local jurisdictions, the parallel is how are we informing the development community of these opportunities that are out here? And that takes us to a realm that maybe the agency hasn't been in before. And it's really exciting to us. And I just also want to connect that dot back to, the structure of the HAPO office is that housing navigation, right? Housing coordination, working with housing producers, and the other wing of our office really around the planning efforts dedicated to our work. So, this was one of the tools that we took that lens to right off the bat. Not only, again, how can we track our obligation as a department working with those local jurisdictions, but what can we do to be a resource to the developers, the producers of housing across the state?
I don't know if Vice Chair, your hand was still up from before or, yeah. Okay. Director?
And very quickly, just my excitement over the teamwork with particularly our new GIS staff. This is precisely why they're here, to help us think through how we communicate and how we visualize the work that we're doing. And it goes to the conversation that the commission had very early yesterday morning about communication. When a decision's made or an opportunity's presented itself, we should tell people. So this is part of that.
I didn't know how much, I wanted to see if they could continue on their presentation and then we can ask questions at the end. I don't know how much longer they have. Oh, there we go. Questions. Commissioner Bennett.
Yes, on the mandatory adjustments, do all cities offer the same? I mean, I tried to quickly glance through here in order to get to be gray. I mean, if city X says, no, I don't want to do one of them, do they still get to be gray? Or so they have to meet them all, and that's okay.
Commissioner Bennett, Chair Hollova, the gray is the application of the statutory obligation for all jurisdictions in the state to navigate the mandatory adjustments that were applied through statute. And in the application process from local jurisdictions, they can select which exemptions they'd like to, which adjustments they could have an exemption to. And that's outlined in their application material, and then it's also outlined in that dashboard. So a jurisdiction may not request an exemption for all of those mandatory adjustments. Some of them may not be applicable to the jurisdiction or desired for that exemption to the adjustment.
I think for me, I think you probably are doing this, but I wanted to highlight previewing this to developers, because that's why I was sort of asking requested by whom for whom, because like you're coming in with the planner eye and I'm coming in with the developer eye, and I'm wondering as a developer if I would understand what was happening. And I don't know, you seem to understand, I seem not to understand. So I think that's really important to be like, what am I viewing and who am I and what am I viewing and what's my role in this thing I'm viewing? Yeah.
Chair Hollova, commissioners, exactly. And we've been trying to shop this since we released it. Part of our kind of, I guess, rush to get it out there was the obligation of our office to allow for public comment on the first application for exemption that came in. So that was the city of Salem. We have an obligation to get to a decision point within 120 days as a department on whether or not that application is warranted for an approval or not. And part of that is our statutory requirement to offer that public comment in enough time to be able to be informed of our decision. So there was a little rush to get the dashboard out. It's why we want to receive feedback from the development community and from our local jurisdictions to see how effective this is. And we're all excited for making the changes we need to make that can make it more user friendly. And on top of that, again, it's how are we communicating out with our target audiences, developers and local jurisdictions, just what's going on with Senate Bill 1537. This went into play January 1, and I continue to mention with our teammates, like, this seems quiet. Like, aren't people really excited? Like, what's going on? Is it that we're not getting the information out, or there's just a lot of questions still about it? So it's an exciting place to be for our office to really have this out and look forward to making improvements as needed.
Yeah, and it makes me wonder about the communication strategy specifically with developers and how to get that and what is told, like the exact messaging that's told in press related to that, to say like, now's your chance to make what is that pitch that's being made to the people that are asking to come? It looked like Commissioner Boyer.
To that point, that was one of my questions, is the messaging is definitely going to be important in getting it out there. But my other question is, so this is live now, the dashboard's live now, but I'm a little confused that the office isn't going to be open until July 1st. So it confuses me a little bit. Can you speak to that?
Chair Hollova, Commissioner Boyer, members of the commission. In Senate Bill 1537, it provides the opportunity for DLCD to navigate this particular issue in advance of HAPO being fully operational. So it's explicit language that was included in the bill, and with that awareness, again, like very strategic elements of 1537. It's another example where it authorizes DLCD to navigate this work prior to the operational date of HAPO, official operational date of HAPO.
I have more, but go ahead if you want to speak to that.
Yes, I did want to just add a point to that. So July 1st is really when we'll be up and running and able to take calls from folks who are asking for help. And so we're not quite set up for that yet, but phone lines will be open July 1st. And then as to the communications, we've had very good offers from our partners to help with their members. For instance, League of Oregon Cities saying, we know the roster of planning directors and planning departments changes over quite frequently. We can help you figure out who's currently in the chair and get the right contact information in place. So our partners are aware and offering help as well.
So, and these flexibilities are available now. Okay. And if you do get an onslaught, are you ready?
Chair Hulava, Commissioner Boyer, to your first question, these mandatory adjustments are effective January 1st. The application or requirement of cities to navigate and developers allowed to navigate those mandatory adjustments pauses at the time a jurisdiction submits an application. And until such time that a decision is made. So in those 7 communities that we've received applications for exemptions to, the mandatory adjustment requirements of Senate Bill 1537 are paused. Otherwise, they're in play as of January 1. And to your question of are we ready? So I feel that we are ready as it relates to navigating these applications for exemptions to mandatory adjustments. But there's a that wasn't necessarily your specific question. If you're asking if we're ready to be operational and able to receive complaints and navigate whether or not the validity of that is in violation of the housing law, that's a lot of work to come for that July 1st date. So again, we're kind of looking at the near-term obligations of our office, which this is certainly one of those, while we're also trying to advance that longer term, knowing that the date of July 1 is going to come quick. And navigate those internal management directives that are going to drive some of the rest of the work of our office. For now, we're feeling pretty good about our capacity to navigate these applications from local jurisdictions to those mandatory adjustments, exemptions to those mandatory adjustments.
Commissioner Boyer.
One last question. The complaints you mentioned, are they going to be anonymous?
Chair Hulava, Commissioner Boyer, we have not navigated the full process for establishing what our intake and review process is going to be for complaints of potential housing law violations. And again, in Senate Bill 1537, it creates really the 2 target audience that can submit complaints to our office. We'll know more as we navigate the internal management directives and working with our stakeholders to really stand those up as far as what that really is going to look like. I would imagine that the question of anonymity is going to come up in there. And to be determined on how that could actually play out in the process that we're working to stand up for July 1.
Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just preface all my comments I'm going to make by saying that this is like so much of the work that's being done in housing right now, such an exciting moment in the work that we've all been involved in for so many years. One thing I'll say about the dashboard is, as Chair Hulava is getting at, messaging is super important, and it's words and visuals matter because we move through things very quickly. And I'm looking at the dashboard live right now, and I'm wondering, I'm assuming that the gray means those are jurisdictions that have all the adjustments in place and it's go, right? And I'm just wondering if that color actually should be green rather than gray. It's a small point, but it's like when you look at the map, it's like, wait a minute, those are grayed out. That tends to mean that something is not available to me rather than it's go time. So those kinds of things, I think we can start to think through. Similarly, I think when we see the word mandatory adjustment, it doesn't make sense that also means that something is easier. It sounds like something is harder. And I know that comes from the bill language, but again, we can choose the words that we use and how we convey it to our partners. So just some thoughts and available to you. The other thing I'll say is Sean, as you said, this has been momentous work around ONA and other pieces. And this is a parallel piece of that is also vitally important in the role that DLCD plays in housing production. So it's just incredible that we are, as an agency, are working on both ends of the spectrum to move housing production forward. And I'm just so excited that this is part of the work that we do in the agency that's fairly new to us as an agency. So just I cannot convey how excited I am about where we are as an agency. Joel, I think one thing I will say is it just came to me as you were talking, as a former leader of an organization whose title had the word fair housing in it. We need to make sure we talk about how we communicate what complaints we receive, because we don't receive all complaints about housing laws, right? That can actually get folks to call you on a lot of things that we don't that aren't our jurisdiction, which I can tell you was the case in our organization too, just given its name. So something to also think about. Thank you all so much for your work.
Commissioner Bennett.
Just a process. This is such an exciting and cutting edge program. I would like to see that we have, it's standalone, not part of the director's report, but maybe a quarterly, whatever our meetings are, just an update and a time, because obviously this has generated a lot of interest and excitement amongst the commission. And so not to make a larger burden and even formal presentations, but just to give us an opportunity, windshield type update, and let us ask questions. I think because also we're part of the messaging. We have our respective communities that we reach out to, Director, and we would like to be carriers of the message. On this violation thing, it struck me, if someone is unhappy with the decision, do they appeal it to the director, who then do they appeal it to us? And we sit there as the arbiter. I mean, that was just kind of and you don't even need to answer it right now, but it just struck me as, what's the due process of a violation? Do they go to LUBA or court or whatever?
It looked like the director. You want to say something?
I just wanted to quickly touch on both of those. Thank you, Commissioner, for mentioning the frequent or the cadence of the updates. This is a technique that many agencies and commissions use specifically to message, this is important to us. This is one of our priorities. We are paying attention. We're going to have a steady cadence of updates. So that's perfect. And as to the other, we'll try to keep you out of the administration of this program and keep you at the policy level.
Great.
I don't know, Sean wanted to respond. And I'm watching the time in case anybody's nervous.
No,
Sean.
thank you. Thank you, Chair Halava and Commissioner Bennett. Just to speak technically to the question on appeals and due process, the bill is actually clear. The HAPO is not an appellate body. We do not change the jurisdiction of the Land Use Board of Appeals. Appeals that are related to land use decisions still go to LUBA. And in fact, there's provisions in the bill that actually limit how HAPO can be involved in those types of decisions. Say if a developer appeals a decision and submits a complaint to HAPO, we're actually pretty limited in our ability to interface with that. And so there are provisions in the bill that make clear the HAPO is not an appellate body. We are a resource for local governments and developers in interpreting and applying a specific set of housing laws as they relate to residential development. And so that's really the structure. But just to speak to that technical piece, because the legislature did talk a lot about that and think a lot about that in the policy design.
That kind of leads into the thing I was going to say, which is, can we get away from this language that we live in, mandatory exemptions in our outward facing situation? Like, obviously people have to know it's connected to bills or whatever they need to know that we need by law. But can we use, can it be, it's going to also what Vice Chair said, green for this and, just lay person, coming in and anyone can understand it. Yeah, because that's a problem we have in our world. And so I just wanted to say that. And the second one is I see a whole area for data, but I don't know if it's, I don't want to say a conflict of interest, but every time somebody submits an application to the city, there's a developer name and a contact, and I don't know what rights we have to get that data and then, or make the city send out, you know, if the city wants to, is the city required to, all the people that submitted a building permit, you know, application is going to get this notice to be able to go on this dashboard and see, you know, because it's like, we don't magically know who all the developers are, but the cities in which this is happening, they have that information. So.
Chair Hollova, Vice Chair Lazo, members of the commission, I may ask Sean to respond to this. And what I'm thinking about in response to your question is really there's two paths in for a jurisdiction to request an exemption to the mandatory adjustments to housing development standards. And I'm gonna figure out a way to say
No,
that
it's okay for us.
you
I was just saying, not on the dashboard.
and so part of where I'm thinking about this is like there's a requirement for jurisdictions to submit evidence of their decision points as part of the 2 doors in option, and Sean could speak better to this, which is going to, you know, require information about applications from housing developers that have come into the city that have been seeking those adjustments. So, Sean, if you have any additional points you'd like to make there.
Yeah, no, thank you, Joel, and Chair Hollova, members of the commission. Just from a technical perspective, there are 3 criteria that a local government has to demonstrate in order to be granted an adjustment. And they have to provide essentially evidence demonstrating that these 3 criteria are met, and we, provide form and guidance to help them do that. The first one is that they have a process to grant adjustments already, right, in their local development code, and they can articulate what that is, or maybe it's multiple pathways, right? The second one is that for all the standards that are included in the bill, and there's a number of development and design standards, things like setbacks, parking, X, Y, and Z, they can essentially grant those through whatever process they already employ at the local level. And then the third one, that's where we get 2 options. One option is very clear and kind of objective, right? It's all right. In the last 5 years of all the adjustment requests that you've received, you've granted 90% of them. And the kind of more discretionary option is they can say, okay, well, we can't meet that 90% threshold, but we have testimonials from developers who've used our process, and they can vouch for us. They can tell us that the process is flexible and accommodating to project needs. So it kind of provides 2 options for cities to be granted an exemption.
Thank you. I think we're going to wrap up this item, but I'm going to leave you with one of my own developer pain points, which would fall maybe through the cracks of this. In a development I was trying to do in Portland, you couldn't go for, if you were doing a density bonus, you couldn't go for any adjustments. You couldn't even apply for an adjustment. You would never see those because they don't exist. So I think that's the good reason to talk to developers, because there's data that's not seen. And with that, I think we're going to move on to commission business, item number 7.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're all very
Yeah,
excited, very exciting times. Yeah, there's a lot of pressure for an office that got its staff yesterday. So, but it shows that we're excited and committed. So commission business, item number 7, I was going to ask the commissioners to talk about things that are happening in the area. Was there anything else, Director, that you had on that commission business?
Thank you, Chair. Actually, the only other piece of this report was I just wanted to draw your attention to the upcoming meeting calendar. That's really the meat of the matter today. And note that we are planning to do at least a partial day, if not a whole day, of a retreat in March. We have yet to figure out the logistics and the actual day of the 2 days that are there, but that's the plan. If you have ideas for content or things you'd like for us to cover during that retreat, please send them to me. I'm going to be working with council to figure out what we can and cannot do as part of that retreat. We can't deliberate, we can't make decisions. So probably it's a lot of training and presentation and then discussion based off of that we'll design. But if you have something specific that you want to hear about or talk about, please go ahead and send me those ideas. And the other piece I wanted to just draw to your attention was the December meeting. Those dates have changed. We had a commission request to move that earlier in the month. and because of end of month financials and other things in terms of wrapping up a calendar year. So we've moved that earlier. That will be another ONA rulemaking. So it'll feel and look very much like the fall that we had this past year with a 1-day prep meeting in October and then decision on housing early December. So please make note of those date changes, and we'll try to get the website and other materials updated to reflect that as well. That was based on a poll of commissioners, so hopefully that date is still good for everybody. And so with that, we just wanted to open up for conversation from the commissioners, both updates from your region as well as any reflections you might have about yesterday's field trip.
Okay, and there was nothing that you needed on the LCDC and liaison matrix. Okay. Thank you. So yeah, I thought we'd go around and talk about, sorry, I just lost my place here. Land use and other related things. I would say housing is also in there. Things that have happened in your area, and then any reflections from the tour that we had yesterday with the church at the park. So I was going to start with the folks online. So maybe Vice Chair Lazo.
Thank you, Chair. I won't have much updates from the region. The one thing I'll say is that folks have been keeping track. The City of Portland's housing production strategy report that was submitted was approved by the department, and so it's a big, thick document, but it's worth looking at to see the kinds of strategies that a city like Portland, the big metropolitan areas, are employing in trying to address their housing needs moving forward. As far as the tour yesterday, just really appreciated being with the Church at the Park folks. I hadn't known much about that organization, and those tours are so impactful everywhere we go. I think one of the things that's really specific about the tour yesterday to me is how poignant organizations that serve folks from a perspective of the people with lived experience is, and the kinds of programs that get created and moved forward and are really successful based on really meeting the needs of folks that have expressed those needs. And that's one of the things that really impressed me about the organization, both in the way that they housed people in transition through the shelters that we saw, folks who said that we don't want to be in congregate shelters. We want to have our own spaces, to having the safe parking programs, to having a program that really met folks where they were rather than prescribing the pathway forward for them. Again, I think it's so critical, these organizations that really are based on listening to folks with lived experience and meeting those needs rather than trying to prescribe that pathway forward for folks. So just really appreciate the opportunity to get out with those folks. And I know we missed one of their last sites. And I think it's also, from the work we do around land use, really interesting to think about, how can we, work to clear a pathway for folks doing this kind of work. They, just like every other applicant and developer, encountered lots of barriers to trying to site their facilities. So, it's something we've talked about in places in Portland, and some of the work I've done, are there carve-outs that we can do for folks who are mission-based, trying to do certain types of work. And I think it's worth considering, especially in the times of crisis in so many different ways that we are experiencing right now as a state and as different communities. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Thompson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't get to go on that particular tour. I'd like to do a catch-up tour if that becomes available. What I've seen in the time that I've been looking at this for the past 8 or 9 years echoes a lot of what the Vice Chair just said. And in Seaside particularly, it took such a long time to meet the actual requirements and get the project on the ground. I'd point out that one of the ways that that the coast has been linking to the rest of the state has been the commissioner exchanges with Wasco and Deschutes County commissioners. I'd recommend that as a way to tie in what's happening on the ground with particular individuals along the dimensions of the programs that we're implementing. I don't know how that fits together. I'm still contemplating that. What we're seeing with the habitat conservation plans impacts on our projected revenues is a great deal of consternation in the coastal counties who have large segments of the economy related to timber, both economic and cultural impacts. The FEMA BIOP is an ongoing consideration as well. And then there is the national political shift in a particular direction, and then the state, I would say, concentration of power that goes in a different direction. There is individual and I think organizational concerns about how those stresses will play out in policy directives and funding when we're looking at, will there be, for example, mass deportations? That'll have a big impact on our area. So I think there is concern. I think there is a sense of waiting to see an apprehension and hope on both sides, or all sides is, I think, more accurate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Porter.
Thank you very much, Chair. I want to initially echo something Leanne just said. I would like to have a catch-up tour or makeup tour as well. It's, that's been an ongoing hurdles that we've seen in Southern Oregon as well, trying to get, opportunities developed. But reflecting a little bit on yesterday, it was pretty stark realization to me as we're going through the agenda for this meeting, and it appears, and tell me if I'm wrong, but it appears as though that the geographical areas that the commissioners are assigned to, I think, are based on population, and some folks have a very large responsibility with a big geographical area and are probably spread really thin. So hats off to you, Commissioner Bennett, because you've got a full plate. So as for my region, I've been trying to talk to some folks in the local planning departments, and have come away with probably a unanimous, they appreciate the support from DLCD. They believe DLCD does a good job supporting them, providing them resources. They also do appreciate the grants. Sounds like several of them are a bit overwhelmed right now with two of the programs. One is the CFAC and the other one is the housing. I know that they've got a lot of work to do, the folks that implement it on the ground, and so anyway, they're trying to navigate that one. I've got one jurisdiction that's feeling particularly squeezed in the housing, and I know I can't go into any details about it. But they're looking for a path forward, and they've been trying to absorb some additional property for many years, and would really appreciate some help trying to navigate that forward. And I know staff is trying to, but they're getting kind of nervous, especially with the accountability and enforcement portion of the new housing laws. And so anyway, we'll talk more on that later. I don't want to step in something that I'm not supposed to. And then interestingly enough, I've been getting some feedback from folks within the manufacturing committee or community, and it sounds like a recent approach that some appellants are taking to various permits is to appeal the lux that they have to get as part of the DEQ process for getting air permits, water permits, stormwater permits, just a lot of the regular permits that they need for manufacturing. They have to get land use compatibility statements, and it sounds like folks are kind of using those LUCs as a way to appeal the more substantive permit. And a lot of folks are getting kind of hung up for, very long periods of time. And so it's just something I wanted to put on the radar. I'm not quite sure what can be done about it, if anything, but kind of just wanted to get it out there. So thank you for those few minutes. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Commissioner Bennett?
Thank you, Chair. I guess I kind of renamed my region as East of the Cascades because I have both the Central and Eastern Oregon, so I thought it'd be more reflective. I think that the region, the area, the segment of the state could best be described as kind of in a state of uncertainty with the changes in administration and a lot of the initial policies that have been deployed since a large portion of the eastern part of the state is federal lands. The largest employer is the federal government. Right now is the hiring time historically for fire crews, for everything else. People are like tilting, wondering what are we doing, coming from my recent stint or extended stint, I guess, at the wildfire side of the state part, that's a big thing. There's trying to, within the land management agencies, folks are trying to transition to positions that are going to be still there because they really don't know. So, and this includes the tribal communities who has a large reliance on Department of Interior appropriations. So it's just a time that's really stressful in that area. Added to the stress is that in my part of the state is the largest migrant communities, which the farming industry, the ag industry of the state really relies on. And the uncertainty in Malheur County, Umatilla County, Morrow County, the populations there is really stressful. It's stressful not only to the migrant community, but to the ag community themselves, because they can't exist without this resource. So I think that I hate to describe it as really an uncertain time, but it is. Coupled with that, the last lumber mill in Grant County closed. And so once again, that adds another pressure because we talk about fuels treatment in the forest and mass timber production and everything else. And if we don't have any mills, we don't have it. And then we see, it's a real challenge. And it wasn't for the shortage of timber because there had been stewardship agreements in place, but it was just one of the primary reasons outlined for the closure of the mill in John Day was the fact that they couldn't get housing for workforce housing. So that, we keep circling back to the housing discussion as, I wouldn't characterize it as okay, well, if we'd had more housing, but it's just one more challenge that's put there. So it's kind of a reflective time east of the Cascades and waiting and seeing hopefully a lot of these more publicized actions will not come to pass, and that we can get some stability because there's a lot of challenges here at this point. And I think for the folks in our state, and that there is a tendency to have maybe a greater concern in the metropolitan areas, but probably a greater impact in the rural areas because, and I'm speaking to the migrant community, because of the fact that there's limited voices in that area for them, where there's more organizations in the metropolitan area that is picking it up, and you hear ag picking it up, but it's kind of a it's looked at then from a selfish standpoint, quite honestly. And so I think that we're going to have sometimes, hopefully, when we have the March meeting, I can say, well, things are kind of sorting out. I don't know. I'm not trying to be Debbie Downer, but I'm totally excited about everything that's happening. But reality says we have some other issues that are kind of being there. Housing, it depends on which community you're in. Some of them have a 30% increase in value, and some of them are Grant County has a minus 17% in value just because of the mills. And the communities are experiencing it. Most all of the cities there are having budgetary problems going in. Measure 5 and 50 is really hitting home at this point. So it's kind of a serious time, I guess I would say. I don't want to be Debbie Downer onto it, but it's really a serious time, and it needs to be thought of in that respect.
Thank you. Commissioner Boyer.
Thank you. My last commission report, I think I reported about I'm involved in kind of the development part of a piece of property that the Conservation District owns, and I reflected on the pre-development stage, and now we're in the permitting stage. So my eyes are being wide open, and I hear from everybody it's land, but I think it's a three-legged stool why there's not a lot of housing. And the developer gave us a breakdown of what it's going to cost before even there's a shovel in the ground. And they're paying for the property over $1 million, and it's going to cost them $1 million just to get permits and the whole process. That's crazy to me. So it's been really eye-opening for me to be part of this process. And then sitting here, having this lens also at the same time. So it's been really eye-opening for me. And what else did I want to talk about? I wanted to reflect on yesterday. Locally, my community has tried some of these processes that we toured yesterday, and it failed. So it was really awesome for me to see it actually be successful. And we, the empathy, I just admire their commitment who gave us the tours yesterday. And I don't know if you guys all saw, but we were in the room eating, and we actually saw that empathy in work with one of the clients that came in. So that really touched me. And then one of the residents opened up his pod for us, and I had a really emotional connection with him. And he sits in this pod with his 78-year-old mother. And he shared with me a grant that he wrote for housing. And you guys are all left. So I was there alone with him. And it was really, really special. And he shared his frustration about housing. And then I encouraged him to go to city council and to read this grant to the city council. And he felt really empowered. He was like, that's a great idea. So I just wanted to share that. Thanks. Oh gosh, I can't. Was it?
My understanding was he was seeking a grant to get help for himself.
Yes, housing for him and his mother.
Get permanent housing.
Yes, sorry. Okay. I couldn't speak to exactly what grant it was. So, but yeah, thanks.
I let you all go before me so that I can think about what's going on in my region. I could be a real Debbie Downer if I wanted to be, given the what's happening at the federal government level and how that's going to shake out. And so I'm going to touch a little bit on that in the sense that I think from the development perspective, and there's so many things that factor into doing development and the ability to do development. And I know in the last time that the president was in power, the tariffs really impacted development. And like directly, like if it was announced a tariff was this week, next week at your meeting, we'd be having a discussion about it. And so just for a little perspective, all the contractors since that time have written into their contract that they're not responsible. Like when you have a guaranteed maximum price of a project, they've written in their tariffs are not included in that. So they're all protected. So what ends up happening now is that just becomes a pass through to the project, and could become a pass through like midway. So you've planned your budget, you've gotten your financing, and now suddenly, whoop, what's this new amount of money you have to put in there? So I think the volatility of that situation plays in a kind of a real time when it comes to development, and may start to have people like embed costs that they think may come, it's like this, how do I buffer myself? How do I risk? So I just wanted to say that because I know there's a lot of discussion when it comes to development, like, oh, why is it raising so high? Why is it so expensive? Like what's happening? That plays into that, the volatility aspect. So especially when thinking about development, you're really planning for something 3 years from now. And so how do you factor in instability into your plans? And when you get, projects that may be planned 3 years ago are suddenly now here at this moment trying to sort brand new shifts in the market, I guess is the best way to say it. I think that plays into it where you're talking about the migrant workers and just having workers in general. The lack of construction workers has been an issue maybe since I've lived in Oregon for many years. And if there are reductions in people to make construction, that will play into the production of housing. There was a really good article in the Oregonian that was on something, it was like a couple days ago, really specific, but every developer is like, yes, probably I read this article. And it was specifically about the lack of electrical switchgear. It is like one of the most limiting factors in development right now, in the sense that it might take you 12 months to get this switchgear to do in your project. And after I read the article, I thought, oh, with the LA fires, like all those switchgears that were burnt, it's actually a major problem in our industry. And so they were, contractors in the article were talking about like, we ordered this switchgear 6 months in advance before the project even starts. And then I start to be like, how do you as a developer, how do you have the money to put down 6 months in advance because your project has a financial closing? How are you gonna have the money to do that? So they were talking about companies ramping up and all sorts of things. And it just makes me wonder, I'm glad there was this article to bring this awareness. And it's just something very small, but it's huge actually for us. So I think the other thing is we have a new government in the city of Portland. I haven't yet caught up to figure out how it's shifting. I think we're just learning that. So I would say that's very good. And then we were talking about this yesterday kind of just casually, but I feel like in the last 6 months, I've known this for a while, there's a lot of large pieces of land within the urban growth boundary that need activation. And I guess more recently, I came across some more large pieces of land that I didn't know about. And I'm always thinking like, there's the land. How do we activate this? I think the density's there, the land's there, and really what are the things that are going to trigger that to happen financing wise, investor wise, governmental wise. So I just wanted to say that. On our tour yesterday, it was really awesome. After I went to it, I was telling my mom, I was like, every human being should go on a tour like this, because it's an immediate connection to the issues and to the people affected by houselessness. I think what I appreciated most from the organization was their foundation that they sat on, rather than just jumping into beds and, housing and all these things. They were really saying, this is a breakdown in relationship and relational networks and community. And so really their main process was creating community, because they say like, you don't become homeless just when you run out of money. It's when you also run out of money and relationships that you can't turn to. And I think specifically when they were talking about the number of LGBTQ youth in their shelter, I think that speaks to the relationships that have kind of caused that to happen. And so it's just really nice because they were like, we don't focus on independence, we focus on interdependence. And I was just like, everything they said was just so spot on, because if we have to understand that we are not independent human beings that are self-sufficient and pull ourselves with our bootstraps that we're actually a part of a community and that's why we're here. And so with that base, that was awesome to see. Then what do you do now that you're building these relationships? And those relationships can cause housing to happen. They can cause shelters to happen. And I think the core that they got to was really about the NIMBYism, and I feel like if we had some way through our intergovernmental agencies, whatever we do to kind of eliminate that NIMBYism, I think everything else after that, I think would be a lot easier. I mean, their energy could be put toward other things. They talked a lot about land use, which I was honestly surprised. But it was almost land use meets environmental contamination meets NIMBYism. So yeah, and then we already had like, have you tried this or this resource? And they didn't know about some of those. And so how do we make sure that communities that are on the organizations that are on the front line are knowing about these resources that they could tap into? So I feel like there was so much to learn. And it was really great to ask questions about when you try to place folks in housing, what are the barriers? Like, what would you need more of? Is it vouchers? Is it, does the housing that's available actually meet the price point of the folks that you're serving, or the needs, the structure of the buildings or whatever? So that was quite interesting to discuss with them. I didn't know if Commissioner Bennett, you wanted to say anything about the tour.
I think there was a great learning point, and Chair, you just reminded me of it. I naively thought everyone knew about brownfields funding, and here we have a facility that sat on, and granted, this is rather just from quick observation, that it sounded like it would have been a brownfield funding opportunity there, either Superfund or through DEQ. And yet no one from any agency had even, according to when I quizzed them, had mentioned it, that this is an opportunity, and they weren't able to fully utilize their facility, and yet there's state and or federal monies available to do this project. And I think it really is a reminder as we do the housing and other projects and communication, as we started off yesterday talking about, of getting it out so it isn't like a little held secret amongst us. And it was just a good reminder to me, is that, well, maybe not everybody knows about Brownsfield or something else. And but yes, thank you. And in my report, I was just being the country cowboy guy. I was just really awed by what they were doing there. And as you said, not in my backyard, having experienced that as a commissioner, where it was, the community finally said, yeah, as long as you put them way out in the sagebrush, we'll all support it. And everybody said we needed it, but nobody wanted it. It's going to lower our property values. We're going to all be murdered, the full gamut. And so if we can get by that, and, I don't know that we can regulate it as a LCDC, but we could at least encourage to take on projects such as what we saw, because it was, and Commissioner Boyer, I agree, it was just really it was a poignant, heart-touching time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Director Bateman.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to throw in my comments as well, if that's okay, if I could have a privilege there. First, well, it just seems so small now, but I wanted to thank everybody who participated in the 360-degree review evaluation of director's performance that took place last November. I know it's a huge investment of time, and we're all so busy and our email boxes are so full. So the fact that anybody clicked in there and provided some productive feedback to me personally I'm very grateful for it. That survey went to our entire staff, it went to our entire commission, it went to many of our external partners, and we had a really good participation rate of folks that got in there and provided really honest, productive feedback that I've seen, that I've internalized, and that we're already working with. We're making some adjustments now. So I'm just so grateful for that time and investment from folks. I did want to let people know, and we'll be talking about this later this afternoon, our budget is up early February. I think we may be one of the first agencies to go in front of Ways and Means So we'll be in front of Ways and Means Natural Resources Subcommittee on February 3 and 4, and we'll be letting many of our partners know via email, but I could take the opportunity now while I've got the microphone to let folks know there's an opportunity for testimony on day 2 of those hearings, but also written testimony. If there are folks who want to put letters in noting where DLCD has provided much needed support or where they could use more in the future, they're welcome to do that and let legislators know sort of where values added and where they specifically need additional funding and technical support from the agency. We would love to have that feedback and have that go to the legislators and Ways and Means Committee. And then just finally, sort of on the relationships, yesterday's tour was very emotional for me, and something that just caught my attention as you're talking about relationships and building those very foundational pieces was the mention of game playing. That they have folks who come in, particularly with young adults once a week, to play games. And the point is to practice taking turns and sharing. That those are fundamental skills that many folks need to develop. And those are some of the tiny building blocks that go towards eventually owning a home and being able to operate. But you have to start small, and they're working on all of those skills, and they're taking the time to do that. So I thought that was pretty amazing and just caught my attention. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, I think we're at time. Thank you, commissioners, for sharing all your insights into your region and also reflections on the tour yesterday. I think we always say this, but I'm going to say it again. The tours are really important with regard to seeing what's going on in our region and to getting a connection to what's happening on the ground. So we're very grateful for those. We're going to take a 15-minute break now. And when we return, we're going to hear from Brandy Nichols on the governor's recommended budget, item number 8. And see you at 10.
Batteries.
Better.
Yeah, the one with the black powder coat.
I don't know why. I am also known for Sadie's.
Reserve.
Well, whenever it happens. So. I'm not doing it. Yeah, perfect. Sadie, roll it back.
Right, that big ball.
Yeah. I told you to do that.
I have not fallen off yet, so.
You pulled it up for me, thank you. So when you, so it's all ready. So when you're up here, just go to share. Yeah. Like this, I was like, so anyway, make sure that you choose,
The PowerPoint.
this one.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'm
We're
good.
struggling with that.
I know, no, I got it. But no, thank you. I'm sorry. I should have
But
let
I
you say
already
your
had
thing.
it.
I didn't mean
I
to
already
interrupt
had
you.
it pulled up for you, so it's all ready to go.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks.
You're welcome. I seen you come in this morning. You're an early arriver too. You were right in front of me walking in.
I had to finish my talking notes, and I was like super focused in the zone, so I didn't notice you. So
I was
okay.
behind you.
Remind me, what do I need to do with this? Is it?
It's
Some of the
Is that
mics
right?
are still
Okay,
on,
okay.
FYI.
Okay.
Is it? Oh, here, let me pull those out. We're still.
But then you'll come put it back.
Yes, I'll do.
So welcome back to the January 2025 meeting of the Land Conservation and Development Commission. We are coming back to agenda item number 8, which is the governor's recommended budget. The commission will receive an overview of the department's proposed budget for the 2025-2027 biennium as included in the governor's recommended budget. The presentation highlights DLCD's current service level budget, as well as the policy options packages, which are called POPs, move forward from the agency request budget. A summary handout of the governor's recommended budget for DLCD is available on the department's website. We'll have with us Brandy Nichols, our Chief Financial Officer, presenting. Please, you can feel free to introduce your team.
Hi, good morning, Chair Hulova, Vice Chair Lazo, Commissioners. Again, for the record, Brandy Nichols, Chief Financial Officer here for DLCD. And with me at the table is Aurora Jettle. I'm one of our legislative and policy analysts. So I'll get started and then hand it over to Aurora partway through. And as Chair Hulova mentioned, we are here today to give an overview of the 2025-27 Governor's recommended budget for DLCD. So, of course.
Bring it closer.
Bring it closer. Sorry. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. I will start with a recap of our budget build timeline. So budget development began in early 2024. In March and April, DLCD conducted public outreach to highlight its budget needs and to gather feedback on priorities from various interested parties. During the spring and summer, the department also worked with guidance from the governor's office in order to build its budget request package. As you probably remember, DLCD submitted its 2025-27 agency request budget to the governor's office back in August. Then during the months of August and December, the governor's office takes all state agencies' budget request packages and reviews those alongside the state general fund revenue forecast. And the purpose of that is to analyze statewide needs from across the different departments, priorities for the state, along with expected available funding. The governor's budget was released early December on December 2nd. So overall, this budget addresses priority areas for Oregon while at the same time maintaining a balanced budget statewide. That's a requirement of our state budgeting, that our budgets are always balanced. So that recap brings us to where we are today. We have headed into legislative session where DLCD's 2025-27 budget will be further developed and finalized. As a first step in that legislative budget build process, as Director Bateman mentioned just a few minutes ago, DLCD's budget hearing before the Ways and Means Subcommittee on Natural Resources is scheduled. I believe we are the first agency up. We're scheduled on February 3rd and 4th to give our budget presentation, and there will be that opportunity for partners and stakeholders to share public comment. The December state revenue forecast projects stable funding, which makes way for the governor's budget to fund agency programs at their current service level, and also to continue and expand a handful of new programs in Oregon's top priority areas, which include housing and homelessness. The governor's budget for DLCD reflects the department's recent growth with, great news, no proposed reductions to existing positions or programs. So if you draw your attention to the chart on the left, that chart really illustrates this growth for us, our recent growth over time. So the boxes on the top with the lines, kind of the green shaded lines, those represent our grant funding available to support local governments. This includes planning technical assistance, housing planning assistance, and the new community green infrastructure funding, which just began during 2023-25, the current biennium. The boxes on the bottom represent the department's operational funding, and you can see our staff growth reflected both there and in the people icons at the top. So take a minute and look there and note there. We've gone from 68 positions back in 2021-23, two or so years ago, to 108 positions in the current biennium, and that's a result of investments the state legislature gave the department both in the 2023 and the 2024 legislative sessions. So shifting to the table on the right, as I mentioned, our staff growth is continued with the 2025-27 budget. That current service level row, you're probably noticing, it notes 103 positions as opposed to the 108 back from the current biennium in the chart on the left. So that that count of 103 positions, that is the count of permanent positions that are part of the department's base budget now that do and will carry over into the new biennium. In the current biennium, the department has 5 limited duration positions, which end or phase out come June at the end of the current biennium. So that's the difference in numbers from 108 to 103. As you will hear about more in upcoming slides, you'll also notice that the policy option packages included in the governor's budget would add 9 additional positions to DLCD's staff count. So if the budget were implemented as it stands right now, the staff count for 2025-27 would be 112. So big changes, lots of growth from 2021-23. It's exciting to see, and it's exciting for me to kind of newly be a part of. So for the rest of the presentation, I will now turn it over to Aurora, who will highlight the policy packages for DLCD that are actually included in the governor's budget.
Can I ask a quick question?
Oh, absolutely.
So if we were to create a bar for the 2025-2027, we would show more people. I know I've asked this before. I'm just refreshing. 112, but the bar would be smaller. The budget, right? This is 71.3 million versus 79.4.
Yes, the bar would be a little bit smaller. And there were some one-time investments that are part of the 23-25 budget that did not carry over into the 2025-27 budget. So that would explain the difference in the bar sizes. But you're right, the people would be up a little higher at 112.
Okay. Chair Halava, Vice Chair Lazo, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Aurora Jettle. I'm a legislative and policy analyst here at the department, and thanks so much for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'll jump right into the policy option packages. As Brandy explained, these are what we ask for on top of our current service level budget to sort of add to existing programs or to create additional programs within the department to continue our work. And so I'm going to start with a little overview of just where these came from. You might remember back from our agency request budget conversations that all agencies across the enterprise had been given guidance to keep their policy option package requests within 1% above their current service level due to the budget forecasts. So we have a couple of policy option packages that we had identified need within the department to fit within that guidance. And then additionally, agencies were allowed to move forward with some that are part of the governor's priority initiative areas. That includes housing, education, behavioral health. So for us, that's housing here. We had 3 policy option packages that originated within the department and in collective with our partners, identified need. And then we have an additional 3 that came from the governor's office as part of her housing production framework. So if we look at this slide, this gives an overview of the 8 policy option packages that have been moved forward in the governor's recommended budget for this next biennium. And I just want to really highlight the grant funds here that we have. We're requesting $7 million, which is about twice as much as we're requesting for the personnel. And just really demonstrates sort of our department's commitment to supporting our local partners with their work on the grounds. And I would also just direct you to look at the positions as well. So as I'll explain in these coming slides, only 3 of those positions are actually new. So those other 6 positions that you'll see are actually positions that we have working at the department right now. And I'll elaborate a little bit more on that. So the first policy option package, POP 100, is we're calling it DLCD budget adjustments, and this is funding support for 5 existing positions. That's our climate resilience coordinator. That's a person who works across the state enterprise to bring folks together around climate resilience and coordinating efforts. Our natural hazards mitigation planner and floodplain planner, who also receive FEMA dollars, so they receive 80% funding for their positions from the federal government. Our natural resource specialist, and then additionally one of the legislative coordinator positions. And just to note sort of the difference between the position numbers that you'll see under this one and the amount of positions you see listed here, that's because the two planner positions, that natural hazards mitigation and floodplain planner, are the ones that you'll see we're asking for the actual position authority in the request, but the other folks we have here on board already in the position authority and everything. I don't know if there's anything, hopefully I'm explaining that correctly, but that's sort of where those discrepancy in numbers come from.
If I could, I'll pop in for just one moment. So the numbers that Aurora was referring to are the 2 and then the 2.41 FTE. So she's correct. The 2 planner positions she mentioned, those are currently short-term, even shorter-term, kind of limited duration positions that aren't officially on our books. So the request would put that position authority on the books. And then the remaining positions that Aurora just described, they are not currently funded in the agency's budget. So we've been using other budgets from other line item categories in order to fund those positions at full time. And so this package request brings in the general fund and then that officially budgeted FTE to make those positions whole. So that's the difference.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bennett.
Thank you for your presentation. In the event that the federal government changes the position of the FEMA flow-through money on those 80%, are we prepared? Do we have a contingency plan as to how that will be dealt with? Because at least the media has portrayed some massive changes to FEMA, which would affect local government, OEM, and any of these floodplain type folks.
That's a excellent question. Thank you. We would look internally as an agency if that were to happen. We would look internally and make some decisions, based on our priorities, shuffle funding around, see what we could do. I know DLCD is committed to our staff, and our staff is our greatest resource and our biggest resource. We are committed to, keeping our staff whole and looking to see what we could do to make that happen. So if we're faced with that decision, we would approach it in a thoughtful, analytical way and look to make the best decision we could.
Director.
Chair, Commissioner, just to add on to that, of course, if we were to see a change like that, that wouldn't be the only change that would be going on. So there will be an enterprise discussion as well, and with a nod to decision makers in the legislature and the governor's office, this would become a broader discussion where there would be additional voices helping us adjust where our priorities are and what we need to do moving forward.
All right, I'll move on to the next one now. This is for our Community Green Infrastructure Fund. This was established by the legislature by HB 3409 in the 2023 legislative session. We received $6.5 million to allocate to different community-based organizations, schools, nurseries, and other types to be able to create green infrastructure in their communities. With that, we received 4 limited duration positions. Throughout this past biennium, we've been working really hard to get that grant system set up, put together an advisory committee. Would just know also this is the department's first time giving out grant dollars actually for the development of the infrastructure as opposed to sort of planning grants. And so really did that carefully. And there are still grant dollars left to be allocated in the next biennium. However, as I said, those positions authority will run out at the end of this biennium. And so this policy option package requests to move some funding around from the grants to the personnel side to ensure that we're able to keep those folks on in the next biennium and be able to continue allocating the grant dollars that we have left. because of interest that's accumulated over this past biennium, it would still leave approximately $6 million left in the grant funding from what was originally allocated to us.
And can you remind me if this is a ongoing program or how long this, sorry, I got confused for a second.
Yeah, definitely.
This is something that we've been doing and
So-
then now it's a pop. So
Yeah, so it started in this 2023 to 25 biennium, and it was given to us in a fund. And so that way the dollars just roll over into the next biennium, but they're not recapitalized. So we start with that 6.5 million, and then however much we spend out of that, it just spends down sort of over time until the legislature decides to recapitalize it. There's not a request for that in this policy option package, just because of the way that sort of the budget process went and everything. So yeah, this starts our housing related policy option packages here. So I believe you all heard a presentation this morning from our Housing Accountability and Production Office folks. So that's a new office established here in DLCD, a joint office with the folks over at Building Codes Division, and is really focused on providing support to local governments for code updates and that sort of thing related to housing. And so we are asking to recapitalize. That is another fund that sort of spends down and carries over into following biennia. And so we're asking for that fund to be recapitalized with an additional $3.5 million in this next biennium. And also for the reclassification of one of the positions that we got in that bill. All right, POP 503 is related to the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis work that you all are very familiar with. So while the HAPO grant dollars is focused more on code updates and things like that, this is focused more on like long range planning efforts, so like housing capacity analyses and housing production strategies that cities will be responsible for under the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis. We're requesting $1.5 million to be added to the grant funds that we have available for this work. We get $3.5 million on sort of a rolling basis every biennium. So this is not a fund. We just get it once at the beginning of the biennium. And so that would put us at a total $5 million going into the next biennium to have available to allocate to our local partners for this work. And then also, as you know, the ONA rulemaking is going to wrap up at the end of this year. And so there's 6 months of the biennium during which we do not have funding for the rulemaking efforts, for the facilitation costs and everything. And so there's additionally $200,000 included in this policy option package request to cover those rulemaking efforts that need to be ongoing from July to December of this year before we adopt. POP 504 is technical assistance for wetlands planning and specifically for local wetlands inventories. There's a lot of jurisdictions throughout the state that either don't have local wetlands inventories or they're really outdated. And this is something that can really stall development efforts. And so we're looking at providing technical assistance to local governments for that. And then also DSL has a pop-in on their side to add extra staffing. They're the ones who review local wetland inventories. And so they're really looking at trying to expedite the process on their side as well to sort of complement the support that we'll be providing to local governments. POP 505 is around middle housing, and I would just flag that this correlates with a legislative concept, now a bill, that I'll speak in a little more detail about actually in the later presentation, so maybe this is a little backwards, but that's HB 2138, and that's the governor's bill on middle housing. It covers a wide range of middle housing policy, but it'll require code updates on the local level as well as rulemaking by the department, specifically in Division 46, our middle housing rules. And so we have a sort of fiscal request to go alongside that bill, and we have that in the form of this POP here. So that includes adding 3 additional positions to our Housing Services Division, reclassifying one of those planners up, $1.5 million for consultants, so that's facilitation costs and other things associated with rulemaking, and then also $1.5 million for grants to local governments for code updates that they would have to do based on the statutory requirements that would be coming down in this biennium. And then any sort of rulemaking efforts that we were to do out of this bill as it's currently drafted would not go into effect until next biennium for folks.
I wanted to ask Director a question. So those 3 planners are not in this org chart no, and that would go under Housing Service Division. Okay. I was just curious. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. And these are the folks that I flagged. These are like the new positions. So they would be added under Ethan's division. 506
Can I ask another
is.
question?
Oh,
Sorry.
yeah, of course.
And you said you have another presentation, so maybe it's for the other presentation, and you can save it for there. I was just trying to. They seem to be very specific to this issue, so I just wanted to hear more about that. But you said you're going to talk about it later.
Chair Halavar, are you talking about like what's in the bill?
What those positions are doing in relation, to the bill, I guess.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. So I guess I could talk a little bit more about the bill. There's a pretty extensive rulemaking section in it. Part of that is going to be looking at siting and design standards for manufactured middle housing. Part of that is going to be looking at sort of the existing siting design standards that we have in Division 46, seeing if anything needs to be updated or amended since those rules have been adopted as we sort of learn things on the ground. Also looking at siting design standards for accessory dwelling units and single room occupancies. There's a couple of things around defining stuff for cottage clusters. So there's going to be some statutory changes to cottage clusters that then would come down to us, as well as developing a model system development charge code. So that would be completely voluntary for cities to adopt, but that is part of it as well. And so the planners there would really be responsible for a lot of that research, facilitating those rulemaking advisory committees, doing outreach, and then additionally helping local governments with implementing the code updates that would be coming down from that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Oh, wait. I haven't done this one yet, right? Okay. So this is a program so as part of the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis, as you all know, the Oregon Housing and Community Services has a dashboard where they track housing production in different regions across the state. And so this is sort of a complementary project that we would be trying to basically track how housing production is tied to state investments as well as state policies. So that can be anything from like OHCS's LIFT funding and where that is funding housing development across the state, but as well as like recent changes in housing. So we'd be trying to demonstrate, how like the middle housing laws have affected housing development and so forth. And so the funds that we are requesting here is really for consultants to support that analytical work and help us get that set up. And then the final component of this is also tied to ONA, and this was direction that we received in HB 4063 from this past legislative session, 2024. We were directed in that bill to request funding for the metro counties that will now have requirements under the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis, specifically for the unincorporated urban lands that are within their jurisdiction. And so to do those sorts of long-range planning efforts. And so that's $300,000 that would be for grant funding specifically for those 3 counties. And that concludes all of the policy option packages. Are there any other questions?
Commissioners, any questions? I hear yes. Commissioner Boyer.
Yes. On Pop 503, I'm reading in the report to complete the ongoing housing urbanization and capacity rulemaking during 25-27. So when it was originally requested, right? And do you remember what that figure was for the original request?
Chair Halova, Commissioner Boyer, the original request in the ARB or, sorry,
Well, no, from the last biennium. How much was allocated for this process in the last biennium?
oh,
or
for
this
the
biennium?
making process?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I don't know that off the top of
Okay.
my head, but I could get back to you on that unless Ethan knows. 1 million.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And so this $200,000, would it be completed in the upcoming biennium? Would that
Yes,
complete
so
it?
the rulemaking is intended to be completed at the end of this year. Yes, our statutory deadline is January 1st of 2026.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Any other commissioner questions? I was kind of excited by the track housing production by program one. Yeah. Yeah, I'll call on both of you. Yeah, I was kind of excited by the track housing production by program because that's the feedback loop that we need, or not just us actually. All the programs are going to be analyzed to be like what's working, what's could use more assistance, et cetera. Commissioner Thompson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This isn't about this particular presentation. I'm wondering about the relationship between DLCD and transportation, because as we're looking for housing development, the transportation system and its lack of funding seems to be an ongoing issue. I don't know where or how to ask the question. Do we have any particular relationship since we're doing that interagency coordination with transportation?
Director Bateman?
I can speak to that, and Deputy can probably add additional detail as well. But we are, yes, we're in close coordination with Department of Transportation. And in fact, there's the Every Mile Counts partnership that we have amongst those two agencies, plus also DEQ and Department of Energy. The agency directors meet on a monthly basis, and our technical staff do as well. We're working on several projects together specifically through that lens, but I know our technical divisions are in close contact and work together every day. Deputy, I don't know if you have additional you want to add.
Thank you.
Commissioner Porter?
Thank you. We're looking at the table there that you put up earlier in your presentation. It's a very ambitious approach again, but you guys seem to be up for the task. So that's a big step forward. I don't know if you can answer this question or not, but do you have any idea how much of DLCD's budget is dependent either directly or indirectly on any money that would come in from the federal government?
A great question.
I am so sorry. I'm going to call on my Nunes card. I don't actually have that statistic right at the top of my mind. I know we are predominantly general funded, but I can definitely look into that and get back to the commission.
I don't know if it's necessary. I'm just curious with all the moving parts that are going on right now. So be just kind of curious what a scramble it might be if some of that funding didn't come through if it was dependent. So no urgency on that at all. So thank you.
Deputy Director Green is going to answer.
Thank you. Thank you. I am also do not have the actual number in hand, but it's federal funds are really important to the agency. Of course, almost the entirety of the coastal program is funded with federal funds through NOAA, and also almost the entirety of our hazards work is funded through the Federal Emergency Management Act as a pass-through from OEM, as well as some other federal funds for the transportation and growth management and transportation programs. So those two divisions are almost entirely reliant on federal funds, but Brandy is of course correct. The bulk of our agency funds are general fund. Thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up on that?
Yes.
How does the timing with the money that comes in from the federal government for some of those specific programs, what is the timing in relation to Oregon's budget planning process?
Deputy Director Green. Oh,
go ahead, Brandy.
Brandy.
Or I can take that. So with our the federal funding we receive, there is some degree of a time lag. So we do the work, we charge the staff time, we incur the cost, and then prepare our reimbursement requests and submit that to the federal agencies and wait for that to come back. Different federal partners also reimburse on different schedules. With NOAA, we are allowed to submit monthly and request and receive reimbursements monthly. The schedule with our FEMA funding is more on a quarterly basis. So it's all different. It's all timed a little differently, and that becomes kind of a cash flow analysis and challenge that we work on here on a monthly basis as we operate the agency. We have to spend from our own funding and then, wait until that reimbursement comes in. I hope that answered your question.
It did, actually. That's very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think in the category of risk factors, this is one. And so it would be great to somehow get a sense of that. I hate to say, like, if the thing that comes monthly comes 2 months late, or those kind of considerations, what do we do type stuff. Yeah, it doesn't come at all. I think falls into the larger issue bucket.
That was my early on question.
Yeah.
I was just kind of concerned.
Chair Bennett.
Sorry, Chair. My concern was the not coming at all and having a contingency plan so we're not just totally disrupting lives and work, but lives, I think, even more so.
I think if that did happen, it falls into the probably emergency bucket for all states, and mine is more thinking if positions aren't filled at the federal government level, right, and checks aren't cut, like in the program, in theory it's still there, but it's delayed. What does one do in that case? Director Bateman?
I can speak to that a little bit, Chair. Certainly, we're tracking that very closely, and the governor's office and legislature are tracking that too, to make sure they understand what programs are reliant on federal funds and what some of the options might be. So there's a active discussion, of course, underway right now to monitor. The other thing I wanted to note was just reaching back to a couple points ago, the additional $200,000 requested to finish out housing relating rulemaking in 2025. As we moved through 2024 and did a lot of that work, of course, more issues cropped up. There was an interest in a deeper dive on some points. And so part of that is understanding that we're going to need to conduct a little bit more analysis on some points of interest that RAC members expressed an interest in, additional outreach, and more time meetings and facilitation as a result. So there were actually more work, more good work added on to make this conversation more robust, and those are dollars to reflect that.
And I think over dinner was able to talk with some of the staff about the IT and infrastructure for all these different grant programs that we might not have had in the past, like the green infrastructure one, for example, and others that we've been talking about this internally, streamline process, make it super easy, one portal, these concepts, and thinking about what technology is needed to make that possible, and essentially going forward to have the best systems of any department at the state would be the goal, to just that we never have a complaint of it's onerous or it's too hard or the passwords don't work or whatever it is, and so and part of that also is to get community aware. When I say community, I mean like actual community, like the green infrastructure came to actual community, which is different, and then the jurisdictions aware of like, this is the place to come. These are the things available, especially because some of these things come and go, or we don't know if they're going to stay. And I have a concern about, mobilizing community. It's great if there's money, right? Mobilize the community to go, and then nothing after that, or maybe a year later, a new program comes, and just having that connection to community to keep, this is the time to look for opportunities and so on and so forth. So I'm super excited by the back end and operation stuff that go into making this as user-friendly as possible. I don't know if we have any other questions. We might be done for questions. Any last minute questions? Otherwise, I'm going to thank Brandy and Aurora for your presentation. Thank you. There was an opportunity for public comment to be accepted. I don't think I've heard that there's anybody going to give public comment. So with that, we are going to move on to agenda item number 9. And I just wanted to make sure that it was okay to flow into the next one. We're 20 minutes early, so as long as that's okay. So next we're going to hear from Gordon Howard on item number 9, which is the response to the Court of Appeals reversal and remand for the Stafford petition for enforcement. The staff will provide a summary of the remanded Marks versus Land Conservation and Development Commission 327 OR APP 708 from 2023 case for commission consideration and action. And with that, we have with us Gordon Howard, who's the Community Service Division Manager.
Thank you, Chair Halova, Commission. Gordon Howard, Community Services Division Manager with the LCD. This item is an item that is coming back to you after several years' absence. It is an enforcement petition for the Stafford area which is in the southern portion of the metro urban growth boundary. And I'll get into more detail about what we're dealing with here as we go forward. The issue before you is based on what I'll be describing coming up. Should the commission issue an enforcement order against Lake Oswego, Tualatin, West Linn, Metro, and Clackamas County regarding 2 intergovernmental agreements they adopted back about six years ago now, regarding potential urbanization of what's called the Stafford area, or sometimes the Stafford Triangle portion of the metro, adjacent to the metro urban growth boundary. The parties in the case, the petitioner who filed the petition, and the petition was filed back in January of 2020, and the petition was filed against 5 entities, 3 cities, the cities of Lake Oswego, Tualatin, and West Linn, all of which are adjacent to the area under dispute, Metro, and Clackamas County. Of note, there are 2 intergovernmental agreements. I'll maybe referring to them as IGAs going forward, but that's what that acronym stands for. Metro and Clackamas County were only parties to one of the 2 intergovernmental agreements, the so-called 5-party agreement with all 5 of these parties. Subsequent to that, the 3 cities entered a 3-party intergovernmental agreement absent Metro and Clackamas County. The petitioner is a property owner in the area and is objecting to what's occurred and filed the petition. A little background, Metro, which is the regional government for the Portland metropolitan area, has a single urban growth boundary, which is shown on this map in beige. And over the years, Metro has seen fit, usually in a very litigious manner when going forward, to expand its urban growth boundary. And after many, a couple decades of problems, Metro finally adopted urban reserves. And urban reserves, as we know, are areas where a 20-year urban growth boundary, which is designed for 20 years of future growth, areas up to 50 years into the future that will be needed for projected growth, can be designated by local governments or Metro as an urban reserve. And those areas are shown in blue on this map for the Metro area. Just for information, the areas in green are something that's unique to Metro called rural reserves. Those are areas that Metro cannot expand its urban growth boundary into for the next 50 years. Looking at close-up area, the area we're talking about here on that map, the Stafford area, is this area in blue. This area is one of the Metro urban reserves, and the specific area of controversy is the northern part of this area, the areas that are labeled Stafford Borland, and Rosemont. And as you can see, it's roughly a triangular shape, and that's why the area is sometimes called the Stafford Triangle. And it is adjacent to the three cities involved: the city of West Lynn, which is to the east of this area, the city of Lake Oswego, which is to the north of this area, and the city of Tualatin, which is to the west of this area. This area has been an area of controversy regarding urbanization for many decades now, not just years. I started work for the city of West Lynn in 1997, and people had already been arguing about it for at least 10 or 15 years before that, and they have continued to argue about it. And so the area is characterized by some topography. There are some public services issues that have been identified over the years. The cities adjacent have expressed over the years varying degrees of hostility to urbanization. The property owners and residents in the area have very differing viewpoints about the area's future, and this has all led to a lot of problems and issues over the years. The past history has been characterized by, at least in the last 3 decades, city opposition to expansion of the urban growth boundary in this area. Metro, a couple of times, tried to actually in the 1990s, add this area to the urban growth boundary, and those were both reversed by the Court of Appeals, or LUBA, in judicial decisions. Metro has 3 times tried to add it to the Metro Urban Reserve. The first 2 on this list were also reversed or remanded in court decisions, but the 2019 decision finally did add this area to the Metro Urban Reserve. There's also been efforts by Clackamas County to do planning in the area, characterized as called the Stafford Hamlet. Our deputy director, in one of her past roles, was very involved in working with community members in that area as part of a larger effort in Clackamas County. And then the intergovernmental agreements that we're talking about were subsequent actions that led to this enforcement petition being filed in 2020. Those two agreements, first of all, the 5-party IGA, which is all the parties that were named in the enforcement petition, made an agreement. Metro has a current policy that, as a practical matter, they will not consider additions to its urban growth this Metro urban growth boundary until a local government is willing and able to complete what's called a concept plan, which indicates that local government is willing and able to serve, annex the area eventually and serve it with public facilities and urbanize, oversee urbanization of that area. And so the 3 parties, Metro and Clackamas County, came to an agreement that, we won't do anything here until one of the 3 cities or all the cities complete a concept plan for the area. Then the 3 cities entered into a separate agreement, which without Metro and Clackamas County, and they agreed in that IGA that they would not do, this was in 2019, they would not do concept plans for a 10-year period from 2019 or until Interstate 205, which is in the southern portion of this area, is widened, whichever is later. So the cities really said, we want to delay working on this into the farther future. At that point, Mr. Marks filed his enforcement petition. The proceedings so far, Mr. Marks filed his petition arguing that those intergovernmental agreements essentially violated Metro's regional framework plan for considering urbanization going forward. In May of 2020, the Commission did the first step of a petition for enforcement, and this is a process that's set forth in the Oregon Revised Statutes that the Commission has very circumscribed, in a sense, limited ability to pursue enforcement orders, to issue enforcement orders against local governments. The first step is that the Commission needs to find good cause to proceed. In other words, it's kind of a threshold decision whether, there may be some merit here, but we need to investigate further. Sometimes a petition comes in that clearly has little or no merit, and the Commission will filter that out at that point. You saw that maybe a year or two ago with a petition against the city of Eugene that you heard, for example, those of you who were on the commission at that point. However, the commission did find that there was good cause to proceed with, potentially proceed with an enforcement order. The commission directed that the department engage the services of a hearings officer to hold a contested case hearing and make a recommendation back to the commission. The hearings officer did conduct that proceeding over the spring and summer of 2020 and returned to the commission with a recommendation, a draft disposition of the case, an order that the commission not issue an enforcement order on the grounds that the two intergovernmental agreements did not violate the Metro Regional Framework Plan. The commission heard that in September of 2020 and did issue an order denying the petition for enforcement, but for a different reason than the hearings officer. The commission found in the fall of 2020 that the two intergovernmental agreements were not land use decisions. One of the requirements of the enforcement order statutes is that the commission has the authority to issue an enforcement order against when a county or city or local government has engaged in a pattern or practice of issuing land use decisions that violate the local county plan, or in this case, violate the Metro Regional Framework Plan. The commission found in its order that they couldn't even come to the issue of whether this violated the regional framework plan because these aren't land use decisions, and the commission didn't have any authority to pursue this matter any further anyway. Mr. Marks, not being happy with that outcome, appealed the commission's decision and order to the Oregon Court of Appeals. And Oregon Court of Appeals took almost 3 years to decide the case, but in 2023, the Court of Appeals reversed the commission's determination that these were not land use decisions. And not to get into a lot of great detail, but they called them significant effects land use decisions, which is another whole matter that we won't get into. The key point here is that the Court of Appeals said they're land use decisions. So the commission is required, and then sent this back to you, the commission, to reconsider based upon the Court of Appeals finding that these were land use decisions. The Court of Appeals did not look into any of the additional issues, whether this was a pattern or practice of decision making, whether the role of Metro and Clackamas County, and finally, whether this violated the Metro Regional Framework Plan. So, and those are the 4 questions that we now need, that your commission gave to the hearings officer back in the spring of 2020 and said, come back to us with answers to these questions. The first of them was, are these land use decisions? As I said before, the hearings officer had said, yes, they were. The commission said no. The Court of Appeals has now said yes. And the Court of Appeals is the final word. No one appealed this to the Supreme Court. So that's decided. So, but there are 3 additional questions before the commission can issue a enforcement order or decide not to issue an enforcement order. The first of all, are the intergovernmental agreements a pattern or practice of land use decision making? The third question, do the intergovernmental agreements violate the Metro Regional Framework Plan? And finally, because Clackamas County and Metro are parties only to one of the 2 agreements, should they be part and party of the enforcement order or subject to the enforcement order? Question now is how to proceed with this item. And after some discussion with Mr. Shipsey in the Department of Justice, we have come forward with a department recommendation. And the first is that the commission already developed a full record of what the issues were back in 2020. The hearings officer held a contested case hearing. The parties submitted voluminous amounts of written testimony and spoke at, I don't know, great length, but significant length on the issues, both to the hearings officer and the commission, and those are in the record. We provided that record to you for your review. So therefore, we recommend that you not reopen this for new arguments, because really the point of the belief of the department is there aren't any new arguments here. These are the same arguments as in 2020. The second point is that we have prepared an analysis and draft order, which is attached to your staff report as attachment A. And the basic thrust of that that recommendation and that draft order is to go back to the original hearings officer recommendation that there was no violation of the Metro functional plan here, and therefore there is no reason to issue an enforcement order in this case. Before we get into the specific recommendation, there is one matter. It is because 4 years have passed. Only two of the commissioners that were on the commission at that time are still on the commission. And one of those, Commissioner Warren, is not here today. The chair was on the commission at the time. So that's why, I mean, we understand that those of you who are new on the commission not being here in 2020 might have some reluctance to go forward. And that's something that you should consider. However, that's why we provided you the full record to consider going forward, and that's why we're recommending that. Your alternatives really are to reopen the case, and we do have two alternative motions if you want to do that. One would be for the commission to just hear more argument directly at a subsequent hearing and then make a decision, and the other would be for the commission to engage a hearings officer again to hold another contested case hearing, hear from the parties, return with a recommendation to the commission. Commission would then hold a hearing, hear again from the parties, and then go forward. One other factor with this that you should know is that Metro has submitted last month a new decision to expand its urban growth boundary, and we have received 9 objections to that. That's not unusual when we're dealing with Metro to get a lot of objections to whatever they do. And one of those objections is from Mr. Marks, who is raising the issues again that I think looking at his arguments there are very similar to the arguments he made in 2020. So regardless of the decision you make here, you're going to be in, and the other supposition is that after a director makes a decision, someone's going to appeal that director's decision to the commission, and you'll be hearing it. And I can't give you a 100% chance that that'll happen, but I can give you about a 99.999% chance that will happen. So there's a highly likely that you will be considering Mr. Marks's arguments along with a lot of other arguments when you later this year when you hear an appeal of the Metro urban growth boundary decision. So that really is what's before you today, is whether you're comfortable with the draft order that's been prepared primarily by the Department of Justice to deny enforcement based upon the record and the recommendation of the hearings officer back in 2020, or whether you would like to reopen the situation now and hear again from the parties yourselves in the context of an enforcement order proceeding. So with that, I'll conclude my presentation and take any questions you might have.
Commissioner Bennett.
Thank you, Gordon, for trying to make what is a giant thing somewhat clear. Since the record's closed, before us, we have 2 pieces of testimony. I guess it's
future.
Oh,
Those are,
okay. I saw the names. I connected the wrong thing. I do apologize for that.
yep, those are coming.
Oh, coming events.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. When I saw the names, I got the matter mixed up. Thank you for that. Then I guess the second was, since it appears, if I'm understanding it correctly, that there may be a nexus between the upcoming action of Metro and this. Could this be tabled while that's sorting out and then included all together? And maybe I'm making it even more complicated.
I think I would defer to the Mr. Shipsey in the Department of Justice on that question.
Chief Shipsey.
Yeah, I believe we could table it. We are under no statutory deadline to address the remand. However, the remand is almost a year, close to a year old now. I think we would need to keep them separate though, because they have different records and so that's
would the outcome of the next have any bearing? And once again, it's for me just trying to read it and understand it because I'm the newest guy to the.
They're related. It wouldn't. You would still need to make a decision on this. It wouldn't make this moot necessarily. But there's certainly the same involve arguments about the same area. This is specific to the Stafford Triangle. The other one's the Metro UGB writ large. So they're related, but I think it would be probably cleaner to handle them separately because of the potential crossover of what's in what record.
Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Chair. Two questions. The first one, and I think this question is outside of the questions that are the answers that we'll need to get. But just based on your knowledge, how does this square up with the push for housing? Do these areas not need this area anytime in the near future for additional housing? I mean, does it align with the current policy about pushing more housing out there? Or go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner Porter, Chair Holova. That gets into questions about the overall questions about the metro urban growth boundary. The way Metro does its work right now is that it does determine on a regular basis, as required by law, by statutes, whether there is sufficient land within the existing metro urban growth boundary, compiling all the information from all the I don't know, remember how many cities, but and the unincorporated counties, and comes up with a determination not just for land for housing, but also economic development and other public facilities, perhaps. What if there's a deficiency and how much land is needed to be added to the overall metro urban growth boundary? And then Metro is bound by statutes and statewide planning goal 14, urbanization, on the process by which it adds land to the urban growth boundary. The way Metro currently does that work, and it's a way that makes a lot of sense on a practical matter, is that Metro will, as a practical matter, consider expanding an urban growth boundary when there is a need, when they have a city that has come forward with a concept plan for how they would urbanize that area and provide the necessary public facilities. And to date, since Metro has adopted this policy, every time they have found that there was a need for land to be added to the urban growth boundary, there have been at least one, sometimes several cities that have come forward with concept plans to add land to the urban growth boundary. And most of those have been for housing, because that's the main need for additional land that Metro has found. And then Metro works with those cities. If there's more cities that have applied, then there's a need for, Metro will choose among the concept plans submitted when in making their decision to the urban growth boundary. Now, there's always been some question about whether Metro's system of doing that technically complies with the requirements of statewide planning goal 14 in terms of the alternatives analysis for how you select land. But I think it's safe to, and people have challenged it on that grounds to us at times. And we've also, as an agency, worked with Metro to, and sometimes, critiqued their methods and made to ensure that they are complying with Goal 14. However, we've never, where the system would, what the system would occur if at some point Metro had a need for land to be added to the urban growth boundary and no city stepped forward, is a hypothetical that would call into question the way Metro does work by relying on concept plans. But to date, that has not happened. So that's where we are at this point. And the current action that Metro just took, they did get a concept plan from the city of Sherwood in Washington County and proposing an urban growth boundary expansion adjacent to the city of Sherwood. So that's where we are at this point. That's kind of how this whole system works. And Metro has always, for decades been criticized by some about that they're either not expanding the urban growth boundary enough or they're expanding it too much, and that's part of the political, legal, and policy battles over land use in the Portland metro area that we have seen and will continue to see into the future.
Appreciate that. And the second question, the appellant here appears to be fairly tenacious, with his argument, and this was actually a tough part of the packet to get through. So I think I had to read it a couple times to try to get my head around it, and then I still didn't have a full understanding. So thank you so much for doing such a great job presenting, because you really did help to fill in some of those gaps. But the second question I have is
one second, Commissioner Porter. I think Steve Shipsey wanted to add.
I was just going to supplement what Gordon discussed with saying that this land is designated as urban reserve, as is a number of areas around. And so you asked if this is necessary to meet their immediate need. This land is identified as meeting a need 20 to 30 years beyond their current urban growth boundary, which should meet their needs for the next 20 years, if that helps you kind of put this into context with regard to immediate needs.
Thank you. That does that helps clarify that. Okay, then the second question is if the commission chooses not to reopen this and to deny an enforcement order, what I know you said that we'll probably hear about this again when the UGB issue comes back up. What would be Mr. Marks's next potential steps to getting a remedy that an outcome that he wants? Could he then take this decision back to the Court of Appeals? Or is that what he'd probably do? Or
yeah, well, Commissioner Porter of Mr. Shipsey wants to answer that one.
Yeah, thank you.
This would be an order of the commission that would be subject to judicial review by the Court of Appeals if Mr. Marks, or for some odd reason, Metro or any of the cities chose to appeal a decision. So yes, there is judicial review possibility of any order of the commission.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Lazo.
Thank you, Chair. I think Commissioner Thompson may have been before me. If you prefer I go,
Oh,
then
sorry
that's
about
fine.
that, Commissioner Thompson. It's weird. You know what's weird? When I look at it on my screen, the order is different than when I look at what's projected on there. Yeah. So when I look at my screen, I see Thompson, and when I look at the screen up there, it flips. Isn't that bizarre? Anyway, I just noticed that. Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you, Chair and Vice Chair. So I'm going to use a kitchen metaphor. I'm a fan of cleaning up as we go. I'd like to act today and not table it. I can see the logic of combining it. I'd like to partialize it, complete this part. Whatever happens after we do our part, I'm okay with that, but I'd like to proceed. But I appreciate Commissioner Bennett's point. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Vice Chair Lazo.
Thank you, Chair Holova. Gordon, I just wanted to confirm, and maybe it's Gordon and Steve in combination. I want to confirm that I'm thinking about this right. So process-wise, that first question there were 4 questions there. That first question about whether or not we had jurisdiction was sent to the hearings officer, was sent to the Court of Appeals, came back, said the answer is yes. So now we are considering the other 3 questions there. And it looks like the answer from the hearings officer or the recommendation from the hearings officer is that question 2 is also yes. And so it seems to me that the pertinent question here is question 3, which is whether or not either the 3-party or the 5-party IGAs violates the Metro Regional Framework Plan. Is that a correct assumption?
Question 4.
Question 3.
Yeah, Chair Holova, Vice Chair Lazo.
Oh, sorry, in our packet, it's question 4.
Okay, question 4 or 3. The ultimate question really is whether the intergovernmental agreements violate the Metro Regional Framework Plan, and that's the finding in your draft order, which is based upon the finding that the hearings officer recommended back in 2020 that they do not violate the Metro Regional Framework Plan, and that you would have to make that finding to issue an enforcement order in this situation.
And if I could, if I could characterize what's contention here, it's a timing issue, correct? Mr. Marks would prefer that the property that he is party to in the Stafford Triangle would be come into the urban growth boundary sooner, or was the planning was done sooner, rather than what the IGAs are agreeing to, the timelines around the expansion of I-205, the concept plans, all those pieces. Is that the nature of the contention? Is kind of a timing issue?
Yeah, Commissioner or Vice Chair Lazo, Chair Holova, that is clearly the concern of Mr. Marks, that that this area be added to the urban growth boundary of Metro when Metro determines that the existing 20-year need is no longer being met, which they would need to do, and which, for instance, they did in their recent decision, and then decided what areas of urban reserve they would add, this area, or they would, I guess the enforcement order would require the cities and Metro and Clackamas County to remove the impediments that have been placed to considering this area sooner rather than later for addition to the urban growth boundary, if and when Metro determines there is a need for land to meet the 20-year supply required by state law.
And those impediments, one was the issue around I-205, and the other are they area plans? Is that what I'm reading out? What the requirements of the IGAs would be? Kind of planning?
Vice Chair Lazo, Chair Holova, yes. I think that to characterize it, the petition, the enforcement order, if it were to find that there was a reason to enforce, would say that the IGAs violated the Metro Regional Framework Plan because they put an impediment. I don't know, illegal is the right word, but an impediment that was contrary to the Metro Regional Framework Plan to expanding an urban growth boundary if it was appropriate to expand the Metro urban growth boundary into this area.
And so then so the hearings officer's finding and the department's agrees with the recommendation that those kinds of potential impediments are not a violation of the regional framework plan, that that those kinds of things proceed through the regional framework plan as needed.
Vice Chair Lazo, that's correct. Yes, that Metro has, as a practical matter, Metro has successfully expanded its urban growth boundary to meet 20-year land needs to date and into the future for now, without being required to look at, to add the Stafford area as to meet those needs.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions? If not, either comments, motions?
I guess I'm prepared to make a motion. Coming from local government forever, I kind of feel somewhat presumptuous in telling cities who developed the plan and Metro who developed their plan that sitting here, we have some great insight when it does not appear that any laws, rules, or regulations were broken. I also see plenty of avenues for the people to elect different people in the city councils or elect people. I mean, you know, that's the process. So, I'm sorry.
We're seeing the recommend motions on screen.
Yes, I was looking for it. And I would move the commission decline to issue an enforcement order against any of the 5 local government parties for the reasons explained in attachment A, and direct the department to prepare an order of decision with findings of fact and conclusions of law.
Would someone like to second that motion?
Thompson would second.
Thompson seconds. Any further discussion? Vice Chair Lazo.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I tend to agree with Commissioner Bennett on his assessment of how we assess this. But I'm also troubled, like I am very often, just kind of about the tension between, I guess for lack of a better way to put it, between process and need. This might fit the process that Metro has laid out, in the regional framework. Does that process serve the need, as other commissioners have said, around this critical need around housing and development? That's hard for me to fathom or accept right now. But I'm not sure this is the place for that change to be made, frankly. And so I think that's a different discussion and potentially one that's coming up in the next iteration of this. But I'm inclined to agree with what we have in front of us from the hearings officer and from the department at this point. But it's teetering on reality for me right now.
I had a question, Gordon. Metro's had an urban growth expansion. I'm just verifying my memory while I've been on the commission, and it was do you know what I'm talking about?
Chair Harlova, if in past expansions since you've been on the commission, in 2019, expansions into Hillsborough, King City, Beaverton, and Wilsonville, and then 2022 into Tigard.
Okay.
And now this proposal they've submitted is into Sherwood. Yeah.
Okay. The reason I wanted you to make sure my memory was accurate is I remember the excitement by the cities presenting, and people were like, this is our plan. It was a thing, and it was super exciting. So I'm not surprised, based on my limited experience, that there are cities willing and ready and have their piece of land together with their plan to expand. And I guess you've demonstrated that there hasn't been one in which nobody had an idea for that, versus if there's just like crickets and nobody was doing it. I think that's very different. So I think I'm just responding to Vice Chair, what I've seen in that one or 2 hearings that showed the level of excitement that a city kind of needs to promote new development and housing. So it feels like there's a lot of components, but part of that city's eagerness. Whole other question about how to make cities that are not eager to be eager. That's a different question. But I guess if no one was eager, we would have a serious problem. So yeah, I just wanted to say that. I know Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you. I joined Vice Chair Lazo, teetering on the edge here, dealing with reality. I'm going to use another metaphor. I think that there is an issue here, and I think we're the wrong venue for it. So right horse, wrong barn. And I'm not willing to take on telling Metro what to do in this regard in this case. Thank you.
I didn't know if Vice Chair, you rose your hand again, or
I did. I just thought, as I listened to myself, that I want to make sure that if there are any folks out there trying to read tea leaves in my statement, that it's not a more general comment about UGB and UGB expansions and how we develop housing. It's kind of specific to this conversation, this area, and all these factors. Just wanted to be clear that if folks are out there watching and wondering about my stance on UGB, that wasn't necessarily a general statement about that. So thank you.
I can't remember. I can't see if Commissioner Thompson, you raised your hand again, or was that from before? Okay. Any other discussion, or would you like to have roll call? Sounds like no more discussion. So with this, Denise, please call the roll.
Commissioner Bennett,
Aye.
Commissioner Boyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Porter,
Aye.
Commissioner Thompson,
Aye.
Commissioner Warren has been excused. Vice Chair Lazo,
Aye.
Chair Halova.
Aye. And with that, the motion passes. Thank you. So next, we're going to break for lunch and return at 1:30 p.m. to do agenda item number 10, which is compliance hearing appeal of Metro Major Progress. Thank you. Okay, welcome back to the January meeting of the Land Conservation and Development Commission. We are now moving on to agenda item number 10, which is compliance hearing appeal of Metro Major Progress Report. The commission will hold a compliance hearing on an appeal of the director's order approving Metro's major progress report. The commission may find that the progress report submitted by the regional government for the Portland metropolitan area, known as Metro, either meets or does not meet the applicable requirements of Oregon Administrative Rule, Chapter 660, Division 12. And I just had a question early on because I saw it said 10 and 11. I didn't know, are we putting them together, or are they totally separate?
Yes and no.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Chair Halova and Vice Chair Lazo, members of the commission. I am Matt Kroll, the Planning Services Division Manager here at the Oregon Department of Land Conservation Development. And the Planning Service Division is an eclectic mix of different programs, but today we're here to talk about the intersection of transportation planning and land use planning. Which of course we do a lot with the Oregon Department of Transportation when we're working with that. But today I've got here the Climate Friendly Equitable Communities team. And so before I go any further, I'd like to have them all have a chance to introduce themselves so we know who's here.
Good morning, Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lazo, members of the commission. Evan Manvell, Climate Mitigation Planner, he, him pronouns, with a particular focus on implementing Climate Friendly Equitable Communities program, parking reform, equitable engagement, and communications.
Morning, Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lazo, members of the commission. Bill Holmstrom, Land Use and Transportation Planning Coordinator for the agency. I'm the lead transportation planner for transportation-related issues, including climate-friendly and equitable communities, transportation growth management, and other Goal 12-related activities.
Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lazo, commissioners, good morning. Cody Meyer, Land Use and Transportation Planner with the department, he, him pronouns. Also, full-time on implementing the Climate Friendly Equitable Communities program. The agency's subject matter lead on Division 44, Metropolitan Greenhouse Gas Reduction Targets, and the associated scenario planning.
So before we get deep into the presentation, I want to frame up a couple things, and this is where Chair Halova will address your question of, we've got two items here. Intertwined, I think, is maybe the best description of these two items. They are distinct, but they clearly have a lot of connections back and forth. Easy to confuse them, so we'll try to be really clear as we're going through this. Some of the introductory material, though, will apply to both, so that way we can save some time on the second one. Don't hesitate to ask questions or stop us if it gets confusing, because we have to do that among ourselves a lot of times when we're talking about trying to keep track of which one is which. This can be very confusing, and it's easy to make some mistakes in some of this. There is a third sort of intertwined issue that we are not addressing today, and that is the regional transportation plan itself, and that is subject to some litigation. I think so. We're not talking about that today. Today we're talking about the progress report. Two different ways of looking at the progress report. So that's one thing I wanted to frame up. And the other thing I want to frame up just a little bit is our role today as staff, because it is a little bit unusual in this case. We analyzed the progress report. That was our job as a department, and we came to a conclusion on it, and you have that in your packet there, the order. At this point, we are in an appeal process. And so, in a sense, I kind of think of it as like if we were the trial court, now you are the appellate court. And when that happens, the judge from the trial court does not come up to the appellate court to make the case and try to argue why we were right. And so you'll hear today from the two parties who will make primarily the arguments on this case. We're here, of course, we are still here because we're your staff. And so it's our job to try to help explain this and to answer questions and clarify things for you as best we can. But we're not a party to this case and not going to be making arguments in it for this. So I just wanted to frame those two things up so we understood where we are, and we're going ahead with this. And now, if we can go to the slide with our outline. So what we're going to talk about today is we're going to start with some update on the Climate Friendly Equitable Communities program overall. I think we look back and about half of the commissioners were on this commission when we adopted those back in 2022 and then revised in 2023. So we thought we need to cover a little bit of the background and then what we've been doing since then. As somebody mentioned, it's been a while since we've all been up here, and we've been very busy and I think accomplished a lot. So we want to share that with you. Then we'll talk specifically about this progress report that we're looking at today, our topic today, the Metro Progress Reports on Progress. And then once we've got that, then we will move into the specifics of item 10, the compliance hearing. And then when that decision has been made, we can move into item 11, the monitoring report and the hearing for that. So does that make sense on the outline? We're okay. I think then it is my job to pass the microphone over to Evan, who's going to give you some of that background.
Thank you, Matt. So the Climate Friendly Equitable Communities Program, CFEC is what we often call it, has a set of rules, and we're working to implement those rules. Like most of the department's work, we're trying to accomplish a lot of different things at the same time. There are a lot of co-benefits to acting smartly on this planning. So they're listed here, some of the benefits. First, we're trying to meet the legislatively set policy and goals on reducing greenhouse gas emissions. We're working to increase housing options, another core interest of the state. Foster vibrant downtowns and small businesses and centers, improve transportation choices that Oregonians have, and promote more equitable outcomes out of our land use and transportation decisions. Next slide. Now, the CFEC program only applies in 8 metropolitan regions, the places where there are more than 50,000 people in Oregon. It doesn't apply in Eastern Oregon or on the coast or places like Roseburg, but about 2/3 of Oregonians work in these places, and it's sort of where we've said, let's focus where we can get the biggest bang for our buck. So those regions are on the slide. Next slide. Now the program works on both transportation and land use. On the land use side, we've said, hey, outside the Portland metro regions where they have regional and town centers, other cities should make sure that they've designated places that are optimized for walkability. And we call those climate-friendly areas. So we're working with 15 communities to get designated climate-friendly areas. We have dramatically reduced parking mandates in these metro regions. Parking mandates are often a barrier to walkability and affordability and housing and small businesses. So we drastically reduced those. We asked developers to provide more EV charging, be ready for the EV future, just the conduit, not actually charging stations, but build it into the buildings when it's cheap. And we directed cities and counties to look at their land use codes and make sure that the design standards, things like block length and connectivity and other things, help people get around on foot. Next slide.
Can I interrupt for a moment? I don't know if it's just me. I'm not seeing slides on my Zoom side. Is it just me?
I know sometimes there's like a toggle thing at the top where, I don't know if, where it's like
Commissioner Porter, Commissioner Thompson.
I can
see it.
Oh, okay. That might be me.
It might be this has happened to me before where there's two like almost like tabs at the top of Zoom, and if you click on one of them.
Oh, you're right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you, Chair.
I've been there.
Appreciate that. Next slide. On the transportation side, we are directing communities to do what our rules have long directed them, but kind of turn up the volume, as Bill sometimes says, and just do a better job of planning for walking, biking, rolling, transit. Make sure that we're making more progress to having connected, safe, and complete networks. And also think about different ways of measuring success instead of just how fast can we move traffic through a community, things like safety and connectivity and other things like that. Next slide. Beyond the land use and transportation sides, there's a third piece called scenario planning. That's something that the Portland metro region has been directed to do, I think, starting 2010. They adopted a plan to do that. This is where the communities in a region come together and they say, what's the mix of things that we can do to reduce our climate pollution in our area with local actions? So it's kind of working with modelers. They say, hey, let's do more on transit. Let's do more on walkability. Let's do some education, things like that. And together they work to say, hey, okay, this set of actions is going to reduce our local pollution by 20%. So it's kind of a collective thing. So our rules now require Salem and Kaiser and Eugene Springfield to join the metro areas doing that. So the 3 largest metro areas are doing that. Next slide. So our rules required a lot. And we asked.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
Remind me, I knew at some point, why only these 3 metro areas?
We looked at a variety of options. We said that's where the biggest population centers are, and the lift for scenario planning felt like a good investment for now. We're considering the other 5 metro areas for this in the future if resources allow. And we're doing some things on performance measures and other things, working with those folks to set targets. But it was sort of, yeah, it was a resource decision, more or less.
Thank
you. So we required a lot, and our local government said, "Whoa!" And so we asked the legislature for some resources to help them, because our local government's capacity is strained, and the legislature stepped up, and that was great. They gave us $3 million to help implement this program in 23-25, this biennium, and we are helping 26 different jurisdictions with 46 projects, everything as small as Coburg, 1,300 people, to as large as Portland. So we've really put our money where our mouth is and really been helping jurisdictions to implement this. Next slide. The sorts of work that we've been doing with them: first, zoning these climate-friendly areas. We're helping 8 different communities zone their climate-friendly areas, figure out where they should be and how to get them zoned up. Next slide. The code audits and draft amendments on these things like walkability and parking reform and town centers, helping, I think, 19 different communities with that sort of work. We've hired consultants to kind of go line by line through their codes and say, hey, let's tweak this, or what do you think about this idea, and work with them. Next slide. We are investing in equitable community engagement with 6 different communities. The highest amount of equitable engagement is required during transportation system plan updates, and really trying to center the voices that have been excluded traditionally from our land use and transportation decisions, and make sure their needs and concerns are heard and centered. So we've been funding work on that, and it's good work. Next slide. We also want to make sure this isn't just a paper exercise, but it results in development where we're trying to make it happen. And so we've engaged with some firms to do market studies and say, hey, what pencils where? We funded 9 of these. And you can kind of see on this chart those types of development that are above that black line can afford to spend money on land and actually develop it. So you can see in this example from Salem that 4- and 5-story mixed use and apartments could be profitably built in these areas that they were looking at, and some 6- and 7-story stuff would need incentives, additional financial support to make it pencil. So we're really trying to make sure that people are locating their climate-friendly areas where development can then happen, where we can actually create housing and walkability and mixed use. So, and we're going to synthesize these 9 reports so you all and Oregonians can understand what the challenges are and where these might work. So we're funding that work as well. Next slide. We did a lot of publications and guides, really trying to help folks get where they're going with equitable engagement, walkable design, climate-friendly areas, parking management, because when you repeal all the mandates, you want to manage the existing parking. Housing productions, how housing production can be more climate friendly, and additional guidance, just a lot of publications, really trying to provide some resources for both CFAC communities and non-CFAC communities that can use. Next slide. ODOT has been a great partner in this work. Obviously, they're from drafting the rules to implementing the program. They're providing a lot of resources. The $18.5 million, really doing some of the technical modeling stuff, making sure that it integrates well with the existing transportation system, impact studies, and really trying to fund the transportation plan updates that are going to implement a lot of this work. Next slide. So results thus far, this is a long range planning exercise. So, but there are some results that are far. The first thing we prioritized or scheduled in the rules was parking reform, and most of that has happened. Over 2.5 million Oregonians now live in places where they get to decide how much parking to build with new developments. So most Oregonians are there. 23 different communities have repealed them citywide, or have taken a different option. We gave folks options, so not everyone had to do repealing citywide. And this has received national attention. We've gotten calls from Connecticut and Minnesota and Colorado and Washington State. They really want to replicate what we're doing here. It's really nation-leading stuff. So thank you to the commission for taking that step. That was a big reform. Next slide. And that's resulted in development and things happening that wouldn't have happened before. You've got 3 examples here: Troutdale Affordable Housing Complex with over 90 affordable housing units that couldn't be built if under previous regulations. On the right is a video game arcade in Tualatin that was able to start serving beer without building a bunch of more parking spaces. So saving them tens of thousands of dollars, helping small businesses. And the middle center, an adult care facility for people at the end of their lives. Previously, they had to have parking for all those people who couldn't drive, so they could only fill 5 of their 12 units. So thanks to our reforms, they can now fill all those units. We're also seeing other stories trickle in. Wilsonville Town Center, big development coming in that couldn't have happened before. Quadplexes going in instead of duplexes, other things. So housing has happened, and the stories keep trickling in. Next slide.
And I was curious about how we're collecting those stories. Would be good, so that they're written down in some way.
Thank you, Chair Halova.
Bennett?
And this may be the wrong group, but it just struck me that affordability for development becomes more apparent when you're building less parking spaces, because you can utilize the land for either green space or more building. And do you have any real feel as to the difference in a cost or yet? And maybe that'll be some later date.
Thank you, Commissioner Bennett. So to your question, Chair Halova, and to yours, Commissioner Bennett, the stories, some of these stories are from Sightline Institute, and we appreciate that they have the resources to collect the stories. Some we're just hearing in meetings with planning staff, and we try to take notes of them. And we worked with a student to develop the Wilsonville Town Center into a case study. So we're working to diagnose those stories and collect them as our resources allow. To your question, Commissioner Bennett, it really is site specific. It can be as low as a few $1,000s in each parking space that you don't have to build to 6 figures for a structured parking space. So hundreds of thousands of dollars in parking that people are saving. So it's very site specific. But yeah, as much as we can document those stories, we will aim to and continue to share those out. Challenges and responses, as mentioned previously, our local governments are being asked to do a lot, both by the legislature and by us, and they have limited capacity. So we've been trying to really help them with money, guidance, publications, one-on-one assistance, showing up at their hearings, answering questions, that sort of thing. Certainly, some people don't like that the state has any role in this, and I'm sure you all have heard that. And we have heard that too, and we've tried to work and be flexible with folks. We've provided a lot of alternative dates, is what we call extensions, 34 of those, and exempted some of the smallest communities. Communities under 10,000 are allowed to ask for exemptions to some of these requirements. So we've really tried to work in partnership with our local governments. As you know, we adjusted the rule. You all adjusted the rules in 2023 to address some of their concerns, and we're continuing to collect ideas on future adjustments down the road. So finally, I would say we've integrated this into our housing work to try to make it most efficient for local governments. Look for real opportunities so people, when they're opening up their codes, they can do it all at once. Next slide. So what's next? These scenario plans, both Eugene Springfield and Salem Kaiser are going to adopt their scenario plans and then take local actions to follow up on those. The climate-friendly areas are going to be being adopted, most of them by the end of this year, 2025. So that's going to be exciting. We're going to finalize the parking reforms for the rest of the communities that haven't done it yet. Folks, now that we have model code for walkability, we funded consultants to move that forward and get those codes updated. Finally, we got the transportation system plans. ODOT is funding 12 of them in the next 4 or 5 years. The earliest ones are Albany, Kaiser, Salem, and Ashland. So those are going to be coming through. Some communities are funding their own as well. So that's great. And the last thing on this is later on this year, we'll be coming back to you with Division 44, which is the target rules reviews, which is the percentage by which each of those 8 metro areas should be reducing their climate pollution from local actions. So you'll be hearing that later this year. So that's a super brief overview of the program, but it's really exciting what we've been able to accomplish in partnership with our local partners, with the legislative funding, and with the department's work, and all our consultants that we've hired as well. Next slide. Yep, I will pass it on to Bill to, as much as we could talk about this for a while. I'd encourage us to take other questions probably offline on that, given the agenda.
Thank you, Evan. Again, my name is Bill Holmstrom, Land Use and Transportation Planning Coordinator. I'm going to talk a little bit just to kind of give the overview of our next, what's going on here with these 2 agenda items and why are they kind of connected. Metro is required to report regularly on their progress towards meeting climate targets. So Metro submitted one report which meets 2 separate requirements, which are these 2 separate agenda items here. The first one, agenda item 10, has to do with the major report, which is required by OAR chapter 660 division 12. And you can see the rule there. We're going to highlight division 12, rule 900. These are reports that are required of jurisdictions across the state in those 8 metropolitan areas that we just talked about. Metro reports on the behalf of the region, including all of the cities and counties in the region. So there's parts of this report that kind of bubble up from those local governments, as well as just kind of a regional look. So there's both elements of those things in that major report which are required. Also, individually, jurisdictions in the other 7 metropolitan areas, the cities and counties, will be required to do these major reports every 4 or 5 years. On years between those 4 or 5 years, they'll do what's called a minor report, which is a much lower level of effort. So we'll start seeing those come in as well. The other requirement that they're meeting with the same report is a monitoring report requirement, which is what you'll hear about in item 11, which is required in Division 44. This is a report that is required just of Metro. It's not required in other parts of the state. The Division 12 requirement, that first column there, that's new. That's not something that's happened before. This is the first year that folks were required to make those reports. That was part of the rulemaking that you just adopted in 2022 and 23. The Division 44 requirement is an existing requirement which has been on the books for probably about a decade or so. I don't know exactly when, but the commission adopted that a while ago, and this is not the first time that Metro has made this report. So just a few little pieces about the review processes and why we're doing 2 separate agenda items here. There are 2 different requirements in 2 different divisions. The Division 12 requirements, there's a process where it's reviewed, first of all, by the director, and there was an order that was made. It's attachment C of your staff report is the order that the director made. It has been appealed to the commission, and there's a hearing on that appeal. That is what you're going to be hearing right after we're done up here, is the appellants and then the respondents for that appeal process. So that's set out in Rule 920 of Division 12 about how that process works. So that's why that's kind of a separate thing than what you're going to be hearing in item 11, which is a bit more loose in how it's set up. It's just says the commission will review the report. There's no initial department process or anything like that. It's just the commission will review it. It doesn't have the same kind of process. That's not an appeal. It's just we're bringing it to you because commission. That's what the rule says to do. So, just wanted to clarify those differences for you. And then I think unless there's any questions about the process and why we're doing this separately, I'm going to hand it over to Cody to talk a little bit about the meat of it before we get into it.
Commissioner Bennett.
How does the work you're doing interface with the Oregon Climate Action Commission? Because they're charged by the legislature to monitor greenhouse gas, et cetera. It seems like there's maybe an overlap here that I don't understand.
Chair Harlova, Commissioner Bennett, I will try to give you a broad, high level answer. And if you need more, then Cody to my left here may be better equipped to handle that. But the Climate Action Commission is taking the broad look, right? They're looking at the whole, everything the state does, everything across the state. They're looking at, I believe, not just mitigation, but they're looking at adaptation, how we're going to adapt and change and respond to the fact that the climate is changing, as well as sequestering carbon in the ground or in our estuaries. We're looking at everything. Our piece right now is relatively narrow and is 90-something% focused on mitigating the emissions from the transportation system having to do with the interaction between the transportation system and land use. So we talk about electric cars a little bit, but that's mostly ODOT and DEQ handling that, or Department of Energy. And then there's, we don't want to have coal power plants anymore. I mean, that's totally not even transportation anymore, right? So there's all these sectors and pieces and decarbonization that needs to happen in order to meet the state's goals overall. But and the Climate Action Commission is looking at all of that, and we're just a slice of a slice. So that's what we're focused on. Does that answer your question? So I think I'll go ahead and, unless there's any other questions, I'll hand it over to Cody Meyer.
Thank you, Bill. So yeah, just looking at some of the substance here of what is a major report in Division 12, we have reporting requirements for the cities and counties and metro that are in the metropolitan areas, right? So we have what we call a minor report, which is every year it's due. It's a narrative of what's going on, how you've been, implementing the program. Give us just kind of a status check. And the department's been just sending out a survey instrument to cities, counties, making it easy as possible to collect that information. Every 4 or 5 years, depending on when a region adopts a federally required transportation plan, the regional transportation plan, we have a requirement that says submit to the department a major report. The reason we did that was because we knew that a lot of this information was coming from those plans, and we didn't want to have a redundancy of planning efforts going on. So we kind of said, let's try to streamline this and say, when you adopt that regional plan, either 4 or 5 years, depending on the air conformity of the region, that's when you'll submit this major progress report. So the elements are, first is just kind of collate those minor reports and give us an overall summary of what actions the region has, or the city or county has taken over the reporting period. So just kind of like a narrative of information. Submit the baseline and targets. So where did you start from when you set targets? We're working with all the cities and counties in our metropolitan areas to develop these performance measures and targets, and then assessing progress towards those targets. So for 3 metropolitan areas, we're going to have scenario plans, and the rules say if you have a scenario plan that's been approved, then you shall report on those targets and the progress towards those targets. So for the smaller 5, we have a Rule 905, which gives default performance measures for the cities and counties to use. And so that's kind of like the default scenario plan for those smaller regions. So they'll be submitting reports looking at those targets. We're working with ODOT right now to roll that out across those smaller regions. And I will note that while we were writing these rules and adopting them in 2022, Metro was in process on completing this 2023 RTP. So they were kind of making progress as we were writing and adopting the rules. So they are the first to go through this process. their performance measures and targets were adopted back in 2014 by Metro, approved by LCDC in 2015. So those are the targets that they're required to report on from the climate smart communities. So with the assessment of progress to the targets, identifying gaps, if there's targets that are not met, it's, we're not going to be punitive here. We just are asking folks to address any kind of corrective actions that would be necessary to close that gap over the next reporting period or the future. So as Bill said, Metro's reporting on behalf of the cities and counties in that region for this Division 12 requirement, and they submit that after the adoption of the Regional Transportation Plan. So Metro adopted this climate smart strategy. That's their preferred land use and transportation scenario that's required originally by the legislature. Then LCDC adopted those rules back in 2011 and 12. Metro completed this work in 2014. It was approved in 2015 by LCDC. There are about 26 different performance measures across 10 strategy areas. And it would be implemented and monitored through the Regional Transportation Plan. So that is included in Appendix J of their plan to us, which we'll talk a little bit more about this in item 11. But really, we're looking at the greenhouse gas reduction targets, and then what are the actions necessary to meet those? And we're looking at what's the performance of those performance measures, those actions that the region needs to take to meet that overall greenhouse gas reduction target for the transportation sector. I'll pause before I turn it back to Bill. Any questions there?
No more. I know we're at our 2 o'clock, so I didn't know. I thought you can continue.
Thank you, Chair Harlova. Again, Bill Holmstrom. Real quick, I'm going to go over kind of a summary of what how this hearing process is going to work and what the commission needs to consider as part of the process. Before I get too far in, I do want to mention the staff report we've discovered is erroneous in a few places. That we made a few mistakes, specific mistakes in how we talk about our responses to some of the appellant's alleged deficiencies. If you look at the staff report pages 4 and 5, alleged deficiency number 2 and number 5, in each of those, the staff report asserts that Metro needn't report on either greenhouse gas emissions or vehicle miles traveled as targets. That's incorrect. And Metro did report on those. It is part of their report. So they did what they were supposed to do. And our order, which is attachment C of after your staff report, also does reflect that correctly. So the staff report is not exactly correct. And I do apologize for that and take responsibility for that oversight. But you should understand that the order that the director made in response to the report is correct about that and does respond to those. So I'm going to talk a little bit, unless there's any questions about that, I'm going to go ahead and talk real briefly about the hearing process, and then you'll be able to move into the hearing from the folks. So this is, as I described earlier, our appeal of the director's decision.
I had a question.
Certainly.
Okay.
Chair Harlova.
So you said, the thing you said was in both 5 and 2. And is the 1 in 5 vehicle miles traveled per capita and greenhouse emissions are not adopted performance measure? It's supposed to say they are adopted performance measure. Is that what you're referring to?
That's my understanding is correct, that they are.
And then the 1 and 2, the set of performance measure does not include, it should say does include.
Yes.
And maybe the difference between is it required to include versus does it include? Because I think these sentences are more about.
So my understanding of the way it works is that those were, and Cody can nudge me under the table if I'm in speaking incorrectly, is that those were adopted as part of Climate Smart as part of the Metro's adopted measures and targets. And the report does reflect a reporting of those as well.
Sorry, and it says they were adopted and the reporting reflects it, but what about is required?
It's required to be reported because was part of their adopted. They need to report on all of their adopted measures. And so since they adopted them, they need to report on them, and they did.
Thank you.
Is it both VMT and greenhouse gas?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, if I may.
Deputy Director Green.
Thank you. Staff's analysis did include the analysis of those items thoroughly. And while Bill's taking responsibility, I'm sorry for the editorial process, but the analysis is complete and the order is accurate. Thank you.
And that is attachment C.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay. You can move forward.
Thank you. So I'm going to just, you're going to be hearing from the parties an appeal of the director's decision to approve the major report. Again, that's attachment C is that order. You must find that either the major report either does or does not meet the requirements of the rules. The key questions that the director had in our review, and this is as laid out by the rule, is did Metro meet the performance targets? And if not, did Metro propose adequate corrective actions to meet those targets in the future? In our analysis, did Metro meet the performance targets? We found that the director determined that not all targets were met, and it's pretty clear in the report that they met some targets, they did not meet all targets. So we need to talk about the corrective actions. Metro proposed corrective actions, 10 of them, and the director determined that the proposed corrective actions were adequate. There's a kind of a summary of that in the staff report. The order does go into that in quite a bit more detail of analysis of those corrective actions. The order also, for a handful of key actions, does recommend some specific elements that Metro should strongly consider as part of their corrective actions. And that's integrated into the order. So I just want to be real clear about that. So the commission today, you'll hear verbal testimony from the parties, and the appellants are No More Freeways and Joe Courtwright. And then you'll also hear from Metro. For this agenda item, no other public testimony is permitted. That's just how it's laid out in Rule 920. Item 11, you'll hear a little bit differently, is open to the public. And then after hearing that testimony, you may deliberate and certainly bring us back up if you need to ask us questions. So as part of your deliberations, you may consider both the written testimony that you've received from the parties, the staff report, our report that we've given you here, and then the testimony that you're about to hear from the parties. And then you must make a finding that the major report either meets or does not meet the requirements of the rules. Staff's recommendation is that the commission finds that the major report meets the requirements of the rules consistent with the director's order. Any questions before we move on?
No questions now. I was just looking at we're going to hear from the appellant. 2 people are testifying, and then Metro, it shows 3, but I don't know. That might be 1 person. And then I think then we'll come back in here for extra discussions and deliberations, and I presume ask you questions if we have.
You may, if you wish, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So next we're going to hear from the appellant. And the 2 people on the list here are Joe Courtwright from No More Freeways, who's given written comment and is also here, I think. And then Chris Smith from No More Freeways.
Should you guys set up with your slides? Sure.
Madam Chair, we also have our attorney, Tyler McDonald, who I believe is available virtually to join us.
Should be an attendee.
Nice. So
You
we
can
have
promote him to a panelist. Great.
Ty. I think we're checking. we're looking, so we'll tell you. Deputy Director.
Thank you. So just, I know everyone's familiar with the time allotments here. Because the presenters are sharing, we can't show the clock. So would you like us to just give a 1 minute note when we're down to one minute
Yeah.
remaining?
Yeah, so it's
thank you.
15 minutes total, and she will say the 1 minute. And do we have Tyler?
Chair Halova?
Yeah.
Could I raise just an issue on that?
Yes.
In light of the staff report, which you just received, which acknowledged errors in the staff report and presented arguments in favor of the staff report. So essentially, the proponents of the staff report were given additional time to make arguments in behalf of the staff report. And so if we could be allotted additional time to respond to that, that would be much appreciated.
Sorry, I'm just trying to say, is there an issue of fairness in the sense of if we give more time to one, do we have to give more time to the other? Okay, I feel like the folks are telling me we should stick to the 15 each. I think we'll have
We're given additional time to argue on their behalf, the staff was.
Hello, if I
not to
may.
us.
Just quickly, as council's directed, staff are not limited to their time in their presentation. And it's up to the chair how you just structure the time. So we recommend times. Thank you.
Yeah, for me, sitting here right now in our commission, we did not get, are you saying this, our staff talked to us with extra time? Is that what you're saying?
No, the staff they acknowledged there were errors in their report.
Yeah.
They made additional assertions about the reporting that Metro did that bolsters the respondents' case. It was an argument in behalf of the respondents. So that was time that was taken to make an argument on behalf of the respondents.
I didn't hear that. I'm sorry. I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that. And maybe that's, yeah. So we'll start off with the 15 minutes and we'll go. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioners. I'm Chris Smith, representing the No More Freeways campaign. No More Freeways is a climate advocacy organization. Our core tenet is that every freeway expansion is a double loss, an increase in roadway capacity that will induce more vehicle miles traveled and greenhouse gas emissions, and an opportunity lost to invest hundreds of millions of scarce dollars in more sustainable transportation options. Our state has adopted admirable GHG reduction goals. This agency has created, and this commission has adopted, the rules that implement these goals in the transportation sector, which comprises some 40% of emissions in the Portland metro area. As part of this strategy, your rule explicitly requires Metro to plan for a world in which each Portland resident drives about 1/3 fewer miles each day by 2050, While we are making progress in other sectors, transportation has been stubbornly resistant, with aggregate GHG emissions continuing to rise. The question we're examining today is whether your rule can actually deliver the intended progress our children and grandchildren depend on. The Vision Eval model that underlies Metro's climate report imagines a world where we all drive fuel-efficient sedans, and ODOT has implemented the aggressive roadway pricing that their climate plan envisions. Unfortunately, in the world that we woke up in this morning, most of us are driving SUVs, and after years of advocacy committees and 2 NEPA processes, Governor Kotek put freeway pricing on hold. The planet passed the crucial 1.5 degrees Celsius threshold of warming last year. And Metro adopted a regional transportation plan that clearly confesses it will fail its transit goals while incorporating a project list that includes multiple freeway expansions. Mr. Courtwright and Mr. McDonald will present our understanding of what the rule requires and how Metro's climate report fails to achieve that. But the question I would ask you to consider as you listen to the parties is whether the intent of your rule simply requires a performative effort to imagine a sustainable transportation future that could happen, or forces us to grapple with the difficult choices that will actually make our transportation system sustainable and climate conscious. We've been at this for more than a decade now. The major progress report requires that we look in the mirror and ask whether we've actually reduced driving and greenhouse gases. Metro's report fails to do that, simply repeating promises of future improvements rather than candidly and honestly reporting actual changes. Thank you.
Chair Lova and members of the commission, for the record, Joe Courtwright with No More Freeways and representing myself as well. Your challenge today is, in looking at the major progress report, is to ask whether our actual performance measures up to our stated plans. To do that, you have to look past models, and you'll hear a lot about vision eval as a model of what we could achieve. But that's just a prediction. It's a dream. It's a hope. You now have to face the reality of, are we making the progress that we said we would make? And that is the purpose of this report. And the second report that you will hear later is to ask whether we're actually making progress. And as Chris noted, your rule requires Metro to plan for 1/3 less driving by each of us over the next couple of decades. Getting forward here and not getting anything, maybe somebody technically can help me.
We will add any time to your time that
It's not advancing your slides. Okay, thank you. That's your climate friendlies rule and requires the 30% reduction. The reality is, when you look at the data on greenhouse gases, vehicle miles traveled, and grams per mile in the Portland region, we are not making that progress. Our plan is to reduce greenhouse gases by almost 6% per year from transportation. It's less than 0.4%. VMT is supposed to go down by more than 1% per year. It's gone down by less than 0.6% per year. And grams per mile emissions have gone down even less. Those facts in our testimony are uncontroverted. Neither your staff nor Metro has disputed the accuracy of that data. This data ought to be in the Metro report. It is showing that we are abjectly failing to achieve our stated objectives on VMT and greenhouse gases. Now, as your staff and every independent source of greenhouse gas data, federal, state, and local, all agrees that greenhouse gases from transportation are still rising. Again, those facts are uncontroverted in the record. Now, your staff, which is now, since we pointed it out, acknowledged that their staff report falsely claims that GHG and VMT are not measures. In fact, they are. We generated the report. This is taken directly from the Climate Smart Strategy that Metro wrote more than a decade ago and that you approved more than a decade ago. Greenhouse gases and VMT are absolutely central measures. How you could make such a fundamental error claiming that these two key things aren't even subject to the report is beyond me. And they're just now discovering it. The other thing that I want to point out here is we need to distinguish between projections and models of what might happen and actual data. This is a page taken directly from the Regional Transportation Plan adopted by Metro. It defines what they mean by performance measures and reporting. It says, and I'll read it, these are measures used to monitor changes based on actual empirical or observed data between updates to the RTP. Now, you just updated the RTP again in 2023. It updated two previous RTPs. What they are obligated to do, according to their own definition of performance measures, is to tell you what happened to greenhouse gases and VMT in the 10 years between of those events. And as I pointed out, it's uncontroverted that it failed to achieve those objectives. Instead, what Metro points to, instead of the actual data, is their models of what they would like to have happen. And in their response, they somewhat airily said, well, we completely missed in our analysis the fact that they did mention greenhouse gases and VMT. They did mention them, but the only thing they presented were their models. And they actually have two different models in the RTP. And your staff relied on these models to claim that they're somehow demonstrating progress. The two models they have are one, the Vision Eval model, which says we'll reduce VMT per capita by 31% over the next several decades. And then they have the Regional Travel Demand model, separate model, which says VMT per capita will not decline at all, down by about less than 2%. Both of these models appear in the RTP. Your staff and Metro cherry-picked
the one model that they claim says that everything will be fine. And they claim that they're allowed to use it because it was authorized for scenario planning. Well, models and the Vision Eval model can be used for the scenario design, but they can't be treated as a report on the performance of what has actually happened. You're required to look at the actual data. The other thing I need to point out is while Metro trumpets the Vision Eval model as showing we will achieve our climate objectives, they're actually using the regional travel demand model for the RTP and for planning every single major project. And the differences are significant. The red is the regional travel demand model. The green is the Vision Eval model. Vision Eval model says, hey, we're going to get in the aggregate about 12% less driving a couple of decades from now than we have right now. But the regional travel demand model says, actually, we're going to get about 25% more driving, which works out to about 10 million more miles of driving per day in the Portland metropolitan area than if we were to achieve our vision of value. So this is not a trivial difference. It's a total difference in direction, vastly more driving, according to Metro's own model in the RTP. And also I'll note, according to the RTP, Metro made it very clear that they are not using the Vision Eval model and the assumptions from this STS to guide them in their analysis. They said these changes, the ones suggested by STS, are not reflected in the RTP because they simply don't expect them to happen and they haven't happened yet. So they're really planning for vastly more driving. And that's true when you look, when you look at every single major project that's advancing in the Portland metropolitan area. The 12% decline is the expected aggregate decline in VMT under the Vision Eval model and achieving what's required under your regulations. But when it comes to the interstate bridge, their models are predicting a 25% increase in regional traffic, the Rose Quarter 19% increase in total traffic, and the I-205 models 22% increase in total traffic. Do not allow them to assert that one model shows that they will comply with their climate objectives and meanwhile build a regional transportation plan and spend billions of dollars that are predicated on an entirely different set of projections that say that they will not come anywhere close to achieving the change in driving that's expected. So with that, we have our attorney, Mr. Tyler McDonald, available online, and I would like to turn the microphone over to him for whatever time remains.
Thank you, Joe. Can the commission hear me? Can you hear me?
Yep. And we have 5 minutes because we don't have a clock up. We wanted to.
All right, thank you. So I'm going to testify specifically regarding to the argument, respondent's argument that section or Oregon Administrative Rule 660.044.110 does not apply to them. In their response to our early deficiency letter, the department argues our claim that Metro has not adequately reported its actual progress on reducing VMT and GHG emissions is inapplicable because it is directed towards Section 110, which, quote, applies to cities and counties within Eugene, Springfield, and Salem-Keizer metropolitan areas, not Metro, end quote. I would like to focus my time on explaining why that is blatantly incorrect. First, OAR section 0910 explicitly states that cities, counties, and Metro must set performance targets for each reporting year for each performance measure as laid out in section 110. The inclusion of Metro is unambiguous. The rule directly names Metro alongside both cities and counties, ensuring that all entities, including Metro, are required to set targets under section 110. Second, moving to Administrative Rule 660-12-0900, subsection 7, outlines the elements that are required in major progress reports. Specifically, subsection C mandates that these reports include an assessment of progress on performance measures as outlined in section 110. Again, Metro is explicitly included as one of the entities required to provide this assessment. These direct references to Metro in both the reporting and compliance frameworks confirm that the rule was intended to apply to Metro and not just particular cities and counties. Third, the legislative history further reinforces this conclusion. The rule summary that accompanies the adoption of OAR Section 110 demonstrates that its purpose was twofold. First, to extend scenario planning requirements beyond the Portland metro area and to establish additional requirements for reporting and monitoring applicable to all regions, including metro. This intent was further clarified by the 2022 LCDC amendments, which integrated Metro's existing climate smart strategy reporting under Division 44 with the updated Division 12 framework. These amendments explicitly tie Metro's compliance with Division 12 to the performance measures and reporting standards set forth in Section 110. Finally, dismissing Section 110's applicability to Metro ignores the plain language of the rule, the legislative intent, and the internet-connected compliance framework between Division 12 requirements and Division 44. The department's argument to exclude Metro from these requirements is both legally and logically unsupportable. Metro was expressly named and is unequivocally subject to the reporting and monitoring standards established under 110. To conclude, I urge the Commission and the Board to affirm that Section 110 applies to Metro. Any other interpretation disregards the clear text of the rules and undermines the critical oversight and tracking envisioned by the climate-friendly and equitable communities rulemaking. Thank you. I reserve the rest of my time.
Did you want to say any? No. Okay.
We reserve any remaining time for rebuttal after Metro response.
Look at procedural, no rebuttal.
So if you look at you've been allocated 15 minutes, you can use it now, but there's no reserving time. So if you want to use it, you can use it now.
Use it now?
Yeah.
Well, again, I think I would just emphasize the purpose of this process, the purpose of the report that you're reviewing is to ground truth whether the plan that Metro promulgated a decade ago is actually achieving the results. And that was assumed. We knew that there was a lot of uncertainty about what would happen over the next decade or more and how difficult this would be and what all of the factors would be. And so the point here is to understand whether it's working, because the RTP and your process implicitly promise that if we find we're not making progress, that we'll step up and do more. And unless you verify this against what's actually happening, you can't follow through on that promise. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're going to hear from Metro. And then I guess my question, Steve, is after we hear from Metro, if commissioners have questions of either Metro or the appellant, then can we ask them questions? Okay.
Okay, well, thank you, Chair Halloran and Hollova, thank you.
Yes.
And members of the commission. My name is Ted Liebold. I'm the Transportation Policy Director for Metro. I'm here with Kim Ellis, who is our Climate Program Manager, and Roger Alford from the Office of Metro Attorney. We are here today and wanted to take this opportunity for these hearings to meet with you and reconfirm our commitment to this important climate work. Our region has worked closely with the cities, counties, and other transportation agencies within our region to develop our regional transportation plan that complies with both state regulations and federal rules. It was a long effort and has resulted in a plan that is in compliance with those. That being said, we see that regional transportation plan as being a baseline platform for how our region should continue to work on climate-friendly transportation system. And in fact, the RTP actually directs us to do further work in the future before our next update to continue this work. We really are looking forward to the partnership with the state
in fulfilling this future work, and will continue to comply with any changes in the rules or direction that is given to us from the state level. And we think this is especially important given the change in the federal landscape. So with that, I do want to turn it over to Roger, who will give some presentation on the issue before us today.
Thanks. Thank you, Ted. Good afternoon, Chair Holova, members of the commission. Roger Alfred with the Metro Attorney's Office. Just by way of a little bit of background, I'm primarily a land use attorney. I've been practicing almost exclusively in land use law for about 25 years. And but as we all know, the land use realm overlaps pretty significantly with the transportation realm. So I have also become more familiar with the nuances of things like greenhouse gas emission modeling than I ever might have expected. And that's why we're here today. But I would like to start just following up a little bit on Ted's comments by saying that Metro has been an active and engaged partner with the commission and the department for the last 15 years in the effort to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the Portland region and statewide. As the largest metropolitan region in the state, Metro recognizes the importance of playing a leadership role in doing everything we can to mitigate the effects of climate change. Our involvement began in 2010 when Metro participated in the LCDC rulemaking that resulted in the first greenhouse gas reduction rules in the state in Division 44. At the time, the rules only applied to Metro and to the other metropolitan planning organizations in the state. Those Division 44 rules led to Metro's adoption of the Regional Climate Smart Strategy in 2014. And that strategy, as your staff described, is the scenario that was required by Division 44 for Metro to figure out how to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 30% by the year 2045. Because Climate Smart is a region-wide strategy that applies to all cities and counties, Metro had to get the buy-in and ultimately the approval of the other jurisdictions within the Metro region in order to get that adopted. And on a somewhat personal note, I would describe that at the time that was happening in 2013 and 2014, I was a brand new attorney at Metro. And I can tell you that process was not pretty, as you are well aware, I'm sure, from your efforts with CFEC. It took a considerable amount of leadership by the Metro Council to bring all of the jurisdictions in our region along on that journey and to keep them on board and to get that finally adopted. So Metro's Climate Smart Strategy was then approved by LCDC in 2015. And that strategy is now 10 years old, but it's a key part of why we're here today, again, as your staff described, because the Climate Smart Strategy is what contains the performance measures that Metro is describing compliance with for purposes of meeting your new rules under CFEC. So moving to the purpose of what we're here for today, the question before the commission is actually pretty simple, and that is, does Metro's major progress report meet the reporting requirements of the CFEC rule? The reporting rule basically requires Metro to describe two things. First, which performance measures are being met, and second, which ones are not being met. And for the ones that are not being met, Metro is required to propose corrective actions that will cause those performance measures to be met by the time of our next report. And as your staff correctly concluded in its review of our report, Metro has met those requirements. We identified the performance measures we're meeting, we identified the ones that we're not meeting, and we adequately described the reasons why and how we will take corrective actions in order to meet the ones that we are not meeting yet. The arguments that are being raised by the appellants today are mostly policy-related arguments that don't have much to do with the rules that actually apply to Metro in this proceeding. As the LCD staff have explained, Metro followed all of the applicable rules, and we've demonstrated compliance with the rules. The reason we're having this hearing today largely is because Mr. Courtright and No More Freeways don't like what the rules say. And that's a completely valid policy debate that I think could be had as part of a future rulemaking. I mean, that's what the rulemaking process is about, but it's not a valid argument for why Metro does not meet the actual requirements of what's in the rule. And our responses to the opponents on those issues are laid out in the letter that's before you, and I can get into a little more detail on that in a minute. But to be clear, Metro does encourage that debate, the policy debate about what can we do to make the process better? What can we do to improve upon the existing rules that we have and on the modeling, for example? So I would note that as part of our corrective actions, Metro included, and this is described, I'll just cite you to the page in case you want to take a look at it. Pages 12 and 13 of the DLCD report identify the corrective actions. Two of the corrective actions that Metro proposes are to recommend that state agencies conduct a detailed comprehensive review of the statewide transportation strategy assumptions that are used to set regional greenhouse gas emission reduction targets. Metro then recommends that ODOT update the statewide transportation strategy if needed, if the review described above reveals that the assumptions are significantly off track, and subsequently update Division 44 using the updated assumptions. So the point being, this gets a little bit into the modeling argument that you've been hearing from the opponents, which is that essentially they don't like the model that we used for purposes of projecting future GHG emissions. Well, the fact is that we used the model that is the model that was used by the state when it set the targets. And the reason we used that model is because that is the only way to achieve consistent results. You cannot create a target that is based on certain assumptions and then have someone else decide if they're going to meet that target by using a completely different set of assumptions and a completely different model. And I will admit that this is not exactly my area of expertise, so I would be happy to let Kim perhaps provide a little more detail, because we heard a lot, particularly from Mr. Courtwright, about the modeling issue, and I suspect that you may have some questions on that. So if it would make sense, I wouldn't mind turning it over to Kim to describe a little bit about what the differences are between the two models and how they're used.
Thank you, Chair Halova, and members of the commission. For the record, my name is Kim Ellis. I am the Regional Climate Program Manager with Metro. I was also the project manager for the Climate Smart strategy when it was developed back in 2014, and have been responsible for its implementation through our regional transportation plan since then. At a very basic level, what we use, the Commission and ODOT used to set our targets back in 2011 was the Green Step model. It's now called Vision Eval, so you saw that reference there. It is a model that was developed by ODOT for purposes following through on the state legislation directing it to be a tool to measure greenhouse gas emissions from transportation, specifically light-duty vehicles, which is the targets that were set for us, emissions reduction targets. It assumes, and when the targets were set, it assumed all of those statewide transportation strategy assumptions in terms of vehicles, technology, statewide, state-led pricing actions, in addition to other actions that we developed as part of our Climate Smart strategy. So the targets were based on a set of assumptions in the statewide transportation strategy that we included in our analysis because that was what was adopted at that time and was the basis for those targets. Our regional travel demand model is something that we have developed and implemented to meet federal requirements for our long-range transportation planning as a metropolitan planning organization. And the information that Mr. Courtwright presented showed that distinction. And so we use that travel demand model. It's a network-based model that accounts for household and employment growth. It also better accounts for the transportation system changes, but it does not fully account for the pricing actions or the fleet and technology actions that are a basis for our target. So we use the Vision Eval model for our climate analysis to meet the state rules and to have an apples-to-apples comparison between the two so that we could show and demonstrate that we are continuing to be on track based on those assumptions, again, based on the underlying assumptions that the rules allow us to use, that ODOT recommended that we use, and that's also part of the progress report that we provided to you in that analysis. And with that, I'll turn it back to you, or if there's more follow-up questions.
Questions on that?
I think we don't ask questions right now.
Yeah.
The only other point that I would like to hit on, maybe a couple actually, we heard from the attorney for No More Freeways about the question of the applicability of one particular rule that relates to an alleged requirement that Metro must report on actual performance progress in reporting VMT. This issue is addressed like very plainly in the letter that we provided. It's section 1 of that letter, and it's also disposed of by department staff. The fact of the matter is that that rule that they're relying on just simply does not apply. And it couldn't be more clear that it doesn't apply. The attorney for No More Freeways cited a number of different rules, but all you need to do is look at the section of Division 44 that's titled applicability. And subsection 1 of that rule describes which rules apply to Metro, and subsections 2 and 3 of that rule describe which rules apply in other parts of the state, specifically to other metropolitan planning organizations. And the cross-reference that is coming from the Division 12 rules only applies to the ones that relate to other planning organizations across the state and not to Metro. So I would leave that, I think, in the capable hands of your attorney to consider that. And if there are any questions about that, I'm sure he can answer it. Do you guys have any other points you'd like to bring up?
I think I would just like to reiterate that we were very clearly and closely following the rules and what the rules allowed us to do within our analysis, and just reinforce what Roger has said is we are committed to this work. This is very important work. And if there are rules that need to be changed to better direct how this work is being done, we are open to that, and we will work with the commission and others to implement that. But we followed the rules and what was allowed and what was directed by us in the analysis that we've done for this RTP.
Sounds like you're complete.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks. So then we have, sorry, I'm just looking at the time. We have some time. I'm trying to see what the time was. We're supposed to end this agenda item at 3, but it might go longer. So now, commissioners, do you have any questions or comments? And then it looks after that, there would be a potential motion or not. Yeah. And we're allowed to ask questions of either. And yeah, so does commissioners, do you have any questions, comments for anybody? Vice Chair Lazo.
Thank you, Chair Holova. I've got a number of questions. I think I've got 4 of them or so. And some of them are for, I think most of them are for staff, actually. And so I don't know if Matt and his team are there.
Yep, they'll come to the front.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody probably has to be quick on their feet depending on who gets what question. So.
All right. I actually became a commissioner at the very end of the CFAC process. My first meeting was to vote and approve the CFAC rules, which gave me a pretty cursory look at the rules. I wasn't involved in the process prior to that. But I know in rulemaking, we make policy decisions or the policy decisions are made, based on the RACs and such, or the rule advisory committees. And so I'm assuming that these reporting requirements that are in place that for Metro were very specific policy decisions that were made. And my understanding of the reporting requirements at this point, just to simplify them, are that Metro has to identify and adopt measures, performance measures. They're required to report on those measures that have been adopted. And if they aren't meeting some of those measures, then they have to identify corrective actions to reach those performance measures. Is that fair enough as a simplified process for what we're asking Metro to do in their reporting?
Chair Holova, Vice Chair Lazo, this is Bill Holmstrom again. Yes, that is correct. That's those the key elements. There are, other pieces as well, but those are the key elements for sure, certainly.
In a very broad brush. Obviously, there's a lot of detail there. Yeah, thank you. So the question then about the applicability of this of Section 110, that other MPOs are required to report on. Again, that seems like a specific policy decision. The appellants are asserting that the legislative intent was that it should apply to Metro, but again, it looks like it's a specific policy decision not to have that apply to Metro. Can you talk about, is that true? Was there a specific decision made that is reflected in the rules for that not to apply to Metro, and what the reasoning might be for that? And I did see in the staff report that it talked about Metro scenario planning was done in 2014 prior to the adoption of this rule, and that would there then future scenario planning be subject to this rule and the reporting therefore?
Thank you, Chair Holova, Vice Chair Lazo. Cody Meyer, Land Use Transportation Planner with the department. To answer your question, when we did the amendments to Division 44, we had a legacy system that had previously been adopted, up and running. For Metro was the only region in the state required to do this work. It's a little bit like doing a renovation on a house. So we wanted to put an addition on here for some additional requirements to two other metropolitan areas, Eugene, Springfield, Salem, Kaiser. So those rules start at 100. So you'll see the numbering it takes a leap from 000 to rule 0060. Those are the pre-CFAC rules for Metro. We added these additional rules, 100 through 120, with the CFAC rulemaking, and we really wanted to clearly delineate that. And so we have that applicability rule added that really cleanly spelled out which rules apply to which area. It got a little complicated because we let Eugene Springfield build on some existing scenario planning work. So we really wanted to be specific in calling out who does what in this package of rules.
Yeah, I actually remember that conversation now from when we all met when I was coming onto the commission. Okay, so I appreciate that reminder about that. Okay, so thanks. This actually, I guess it's in the director's order, so I don't know that it's a question for the director, but in the order it says that there are, on page 13 where it talks about addressing the corrective actions, there are a number of them that say that the corrective action doesn't actually address the deficiency in the measure. I think there are maybe 3 or 4 of them. It's on page 13 of the order, which is page 103 of the document. Let me get there. So it's section 2, corrective actions. There are 10 corrective actions. If I'm counting, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 of the 10 corrective actions say that they don't specifically address any of the performance targets. They go on to say that they do address other things that might be helpful, but they don't address some of the specific ones. And I agreed with that. When I was reading through there, I thought, well, wait a minute, they identified this deficiency in a performance measure, and then they don't actually address it in the corrective actions. So, but then we still find that they have met the requirement regarding corrective actions. But I think I'm wondering if I'm misreading that, because is there a suggestion that Metro sort of needs to go back and redo some of the corrective actions, or is there a threshold by which we can accept their corrective actions, even though 40% of them don't address performance measures that were not met?
Certainly, Chair Holova, Vice Chair Lazo, again, Bill Holmstrom. We evaluated, the director evaluated the set of corrective actions as a group, right? All 10 corrective actions together. Would that achieve what they need to do in order to meet the targets in the future? So because a few of those I think are, peripheral to directly addressing the targets, that's what we try to call out there. I wouldn't say they necessarily directly address the targets that were not met. We did call that out in the order, but the fact that they have some corrective actions that don't necessarily directly address the targets is okay, because they do have other corrective actions which are designed to address the targets. And the order for some of those does go into more specificity about what the department would expect would come out of those corrective actions specifically.
Okay. So you could evaluate them sort of as a package rather than sort of this one-to-one relationship that it might be read like that.
Yeah, certainly. I think they're all, there's no direct connection between any particular, they didn't, they could have approached this a lot of different ways, but we read it as, here's the set of performance targets, some which were met, some which were not met. In order to meet all of these which were not met, here is the package of 10 corrective actions that together, when taken, will achieve meeting these targets in the future. They could have said, for this target, we will do this, that, and the other thing. For this target, we'll do this, that, and the other thing. They could have done that. The rule doesn't specify necessarily specifically how they do that, but this approach we deemed was adequate.
I see. Okay. And then my final question, really, and I'm not even sure that I'm not sure who answers this, but to some degree, the rules and the reporting on or monitoring on progress is an accountability point, right? And I guess my assertion is that if we don't hold folks like Metro accountable at this juncture, then where would that potentially take place, right? The assertions that the appellant are making here are, we recognize that they're valid policy questions. But this may not be the venue to address those given the nature of what's being asked in reporting. So I'm assuming that it's potentially the Metro RTP or the state RTP process or the state transportation system process, that those should be addressed somewhere else. I mean, the other thing is that it feels like it falls between the cracks is the wrong maybe metaphor, but it kind of crosses over different areas, right? I don't know who exactly is in charge of, I think it was Commissioner Bennett that alluded to, right? Is it the Climate Action Committee? I mean, who exactly is in charge of making sure we're going to meet these goals? This is one of those places. CFEC is one of those places. And, if that reporting isn't intended to hold folks like Metro accountable for what their performance is, then I don't, are we just passing the buck on to other areas? So I don't even know if that's a question, but I'm just not sure about the accountability piece, right? Is this a strong enough accountability piece? And that's probably a policy question rather than a specific question here. So sorry for that rambling.
No, thank you, Chair Holova, Vice Chair Lazo. I think you are getting at something important here. And I think there's a couple pieces to it that I'll highlight. There's the one piece which I think you've heard from the parties, which is the statewide transportation strategy assumes that in order to meet it's a document adopted by the Oregon Transportation Commission, which says if we do these things, we'll meet our targets for the transportation system altogether. Some of those pieces are actions that have to be taken at the regional or local level. They're land use actions, they're local transportation planning actions. That's what we're trying to hold Metro and the local governments in the metropolitan area responsible for. That's what the department and the commission have authority to look at and understand. How is the planning for these, what's the planning for those local areas? How is that going? There are pieces of that statewide transportation strategy that are not within our control, that the state needs to take responsibility for, having to do, for example, the big ones is pricing. We need to have a system pricing for the transportation system. It's very clear in the transportation strategy. That's the big lever that the state has available to pull. That's not something DLCD or LCDC has the authority to do. That needs to happen at the legislature. That needs to happen at the Transportation Commission. And that's where the accountability for those actions takes place. So there's that piece of teasing those things apart and where does the accountability lie for all those different actions that need to be taken. And so what we're here today is, or what the commission is here today is to understand for those actions that are within the purview of the region or the local governments within the region, are they doing enough now? And by their own measures, they have not met all the targets that they've set out for themselves, right? They're saying, well, we'll take all these corrective actions and moving forward, we'll do better. And that's what this system of accountability that was set up in Division 12 is set up to do, is to take those periodic looks and to determine how are we doing, what are we missing, and how do we do better the next time. So 4 or 5 years from now, what is it, 4 or 5 years? I can't remember for Metro. It's 5 years from Metro. 5 years from now, they're going to come back and do another major report. And I think we'll have this is the first time they've done this, right? Yeah. Under the new scheme under Division 12. So that'll be the second time. And if we see a lot of the same story, I think the department and potentially the commission will look at that a little bit differently than we're looking at it right now, right? That there need to be some changes. And I think, speaking with the folks from Metro, I think they understand that. And so, and I think we're very clear in our order about some of the specific things that we expect Metro to do and the local governments within the metropolitan area to do in order to change the way they're doing things so that we're meeting these targets. I think the other thing to keep in mind is it's not necessarily been bubbled up today, but we made a number of changes in how the commission adopted a number of changes how local governments within metropolitan areas are going to be doing business when they're doing their land use and transportation planning moving into the future with the updated rules. It's not going to happen on a dime, but over time, we're going to see more and more changes and more likely to meet those targets. So I think that we're moving in the right direction. We have an accountability process over the next 5 years to see how they're doing. The next regional transportation plan, I think we expect that will look different than it looks today in order to meet their targets. And if it doesn't, then that's a conversation that'll have to happen at that time. Today, you need to decide whether or not it's that you think it is good enough or not, and whether you do need to do some more things, and that's going to be up to you.
Great, thank you. And it's interesting to me that I also see the parallels along those same lines in the housing work that we're doing right now, and the same policy decisions that have been made about accountability and other pieces. So yeah, appreciate the conversation. So those are all the questions I have. Thanks, Matt and Bill and Cody. Appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Commissioners, Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of questions. I want to follow up on one that Vice Chair Lazo asked. So regarding the corrective actions and the deficiencies, and I think staff said that Metro kind of summarized their corrective actions as opposed to doing a point by point deficiency, equals corrective action this and so on. In the interest of transparency, do you think it would be better if they addressed each deficiency followed by a specific corrective or list of corrective actions for each one of those deficiencies? I think it would help. I would think it would help folks that are not intimately involved but are reading it and trying to interpret it. Do you see that changing, I guess, in the future for staff's interpretation and how they approach these reports?
Chair Halova, Commissioner Porter, thank you. Again, this is Bill Holmstrom. In the order, Cody Meyer thankfully pointed it out to me. We actually read on the third paragraph on page 8 of the order, which is attachment C of the staff report. It says, in future reports, the department recommends Metro more clearly report on each adopted target, regional performance, and whether each target was met. I don't think that specifically talks about the corrective action as well in there, but I don't think it would hurt. I don't know. I haven't given much thought about the approach that they took to the corrective actions, but and like I said, the rules only say what the rules can say, so we can only we can't require something that's not written specifically in the rules. Maybe that's an approach we take next time we revisit the rules. I don't know, but it probably wouldn't hurt.
Okay. Yeah, it might save a lot of people time and effort. Later when they're trying to decipher it. So pardon my ignorance, and if you guys already, if you already addressed this, I'm going to apologize. But the results that come out of these reports, do they are they included in the assessment for, you know, the overall state's achievement toward the climate goals? Do you want me to expand on that question so it makes more sense?
Thank you, Chair Halova, Commissioner. I wouldn't say that we're using this individual reporting right now to do an overall assessment of the state as a whole. It's all kind of linked together and calibrated with achieving Oregon's goals. We will be doing a review of the greenhouse gas reduction targets later this year. In that report, we will be looking at some of the efforts and work taken to date on, you know, are those updates to those targets warranted? So we will be doing a review and considering some of the work that Metro and some of the other regions have been doing, but it's not a comprehensive roll-up of all the climate action in the state.
Okay, I guess more specifically, if you want to amend what your response based on this, I've been involved in quite a bit of greenhouse gas emission reduction from the manufacturing side, and I know that you know the Department of Environmental Quality has they've estimated, you know, how many fewer vehicle miles traveled or, you know, greenhouse gas emissions from transportation. They've kind of baked that into how much they require of, you know, the manufacturing sector and other sectors. And so if these jurisdictions don't achieve their goals, I guess I'm wondering, does that put more of a burden than on the other sectors for having to make up for what goals are not achieved?
Yeah, thank you for the question. We don't really have a response to that as far as what the effects are on other sectors.
Okay, so but as far as you know, whoever it is that, and I don't know what agency is kind of aggregating all of the greenhouse gas emissions and identifying, you know, how much each sector or contributor is going to reduce. You don't necessarily think that these reports then funnel into those analyses?
Not specifically at the level of detail in these reports. I think that they're all linked and the analysis is done at the program level. So our kind of our rules as a whole. And much with other climate programs, it's the assumption is, will these policies come true? And if so, here would be the reductions. And then you can kind of back off there, but it's more at the programmatic level, not down into the weeds of like each specific, you know, indicator in these reports.
Okay, thank you. I guess I'll just leave it with the thought there that, you know, more transparency is better for these types of things, and it gives people a little bit more information to know where folks are. I know other sectors need to be very specific in their responses. So thank you.
Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Here's what I'm concerned about is return on the investment of time and money spent on planning and having a system that works for end users, whether it's individuals driving for their own personal uses or businesses that need a transportation system that functions. I'm trying to build the causality link, what the chair calls market factors and the vice chair referred to the similarities in housing. We can plan, we can do modeling, we can advocate for certain policies, we can implement certain policies. At a certain level, how do we affect the change we need in people's behavior that will have the necessary climate remediation that we say we need? You may not be able to answer that question, but that's the kind of stuff I think about. Any response?
in that response, it might be good because in the staff presentation, there was kind of a disjointedness between talking about the awesome things that CFEC does around all the different programs, like all the slides at the beginning was like awesome, reduce parking, all the things, climate friendly areas, to this very specific issue. And so I feel like that goes to what Commissioner Thompson is asking also, is there's all these awesome things and then there's this very specific report. And I feel like that's part of the answer, but I want you to say, because there wasn't a clear link between those two parts of the presentation.
Hi, this is Matt Kroll, Chair Halova, Commissioner Thompson. It sounds like some good discussion, deliberation going on here, some policy discussion. I'm not sure that I quite caught a question that's sort of a clarification or a staff kind of question.
Yeah, so Commissioner Thompson was asking, well, I don't want to paraphrase what you were asking, Commissioner Thompson, but it made me think, at least what she was asking, around there's all these plans and then there's actually affecting change, right? However, at the beginning of this part of this conversation, you were talking about things that are affecting change with regard, maybe not necessarily making an individual change, but by changing land use, climate friendly areas and changing parking requirements, to me, it affects personal change, right? But you never linked these programs and changes that are going to affect people to, they're the same program, to this issue at hand, which is this report that has, things that they're supposed to say or not say. So I don't know if you can talk on that. It's not a question, but she was just saying, plans are plans. How do you actually affect change? And I feel like how do you affect change is the work of the CFEC that we're doing. It's just that you didn't make the linkage between the work that we're doing in CFEC versus this very specific Metro progress report.
Chair Halova, I think you're making that linkage very well. I think we make the plans, or we set the rules for cities and counties who make the plans, that then leads to projects being constructed or not, that then lead to individuals making decisions about how to travel. Is that kind of the links of causality that we're talking about here, I think?
I think so.
And I think at one point during our rulemaking, we actually made a slide that had all of those steps in the chain. And so it is tricky. We're working on an indirect.
I don't know if that's helpful, Commissioner Thompson.
Well, thanks, because I know that what people see is congestion. I know there's worse driving behavior. There's increased cost for businesses, for people. And how do we wrestle with these enormous problems to the extent that we can articulate and share the message so that everybody can see the causality chain? I think we'll make better progress, because we all want to make progress. I'm just trying to help us figure out how to do that. Thanks for clarifying my connecting the dots comments.
Any other commissioners? No. I can't tell. Commissioner Bennett?
Thank you, Chair Lazo. We did Chair Lazo yesterday, and now it's, okay. Thank you, Chair Wolfman. First of all, I really concur with Vice Chair Lazo and Commissioner Porter. In looking through there, I spent a great deal of time confused or unclear, I guess, on when it said this, but doesn't meet it, but we did meet it. And I was just trying to get my head wrapped around it. Thank you for taking a moment there. I guess I'm looking at this like the sage grouse. And for those of you that weren't here yesterday, I won't spend a lot of time, but I spent a great deal of my life since 2005 with a number of staff folks here on sage grouse. And the goal is to improve the numbers of sage grouse, and which it's happening. With that, sometimes we had good reports and sometimes we didn't have quite so good reports. But is this trending? And I look at everything as trending. So to me, what's really important here, and I don't know that we have the authority without additional rulemaking actually to give direction to any of these reports that come in, that if there's a requirement that it's attached directly to it and not this gigantic summation, which then leads to lots of folks and attorneys and everybody else making that, and we're trying to sort it out. So, I mean, I guess as a cautionary thought, I would throw that out, Metro, the next time you do your report, if you can, put it in there specifically reporting it back. But I also would like to ask staff do we have to wait 5 years, or since there's major report, is there such a thing as a minor report, or is there a timeline where you get together? And once again, using the sage grouse example, is that, we met continually as the governor's council, yearly monitoring. Are we getting better? Are we there? So we had basically a thermometer, really. Was habitat improving, and that, and it then brings it more into a practical point where Commissioner Thompson is that, are we actually making this, or are we just making a bunch of rules? And I guess from that point, to me, now it all of a sudden just kind of rules down is basically whether or not it's making the rule or making the climate better or isn't. Did they do the report right is really all I'm looking at now at this point. But I do think that overarching concern is actually, are we making an improvement is the critical thing. But I think for me today, all I'm looking at is, did Metro check the boxes in the appropriate way, and is it moving forward? So, and perhaps I'm lost, but that's kind of the way, after I've read all this, listened to everybody, tried to sort it out, and there was clarification, because I was confused, honestly, whether or not it applied to Metro or whether it was, Lane County or Lane Metro governments. And so I appreciate that. Thank you.
I was going to say that the error in the staff report was not helpful, to say the least, partly because I went down a train of thought of timing. Like, I was down this whole timing thing, which now that we've listened to everything, I'm like in a totally different mental space. So I just wanted to say that our report should be accurate. I mean, we know that the order was accurate, but the linkage between those two is helpful for us as commission, because then we spend all this time thinking more than we should. I guess the things that were brought up that I keep on thinking about, like the idea of what model do you use. So I just want to re-verify, the appellant said, you should be using this model instead of this one. Metro said, we're doing apples to apples. We're, judged on this. We're using the same criteria to be judged on. And that's important, is apples to apples. And I just want to confirm what your opinion as staff, understanding that the rules were written.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Haloa. The rules don't specify tools in them. None of our transportation planning rule, Division 44, say you have to use a specific tool. However, the rules, specifically Division 44, say that the folks going through the scenario planning process may assume up to the amount of those state and federal assumptions that are identified in the statewide transportation strategy. Those are baked into our targets, our greenhouse gas reduction targets. And that was all done using originally Green Step, now the Vision Eval model. So that is like the logical tool to go to, right, to account for those assumptions. That's just done a little bit differently than what a lot of the metropolitan planning organizations use, a regional travel demand model to fulfill kind of that federal planning requirement. So we don't specify that you have to use the model, but to kind of get to those assumptions and stuff, it really is helpful to use that.
And then the next one was about required versus desired. Some of the desired things that we're talking about are definitely policy decisions. And remembering my CFAC days, I personally felt like we should go way harder at this. We should, I'm more, the world is the climate chaos, right? I'm more like, really, the urgency is super needed. I think through that process, I learned about how it works when it comes to contentious issues. So So a lot of the things that have been brought up are totally policy things that were grappled with, and I wish it would have been more intensive than it ended. But you know, we got sued and all sorts of stuff. So it depends on who looks at the issue to say is it intensive enough or not. So back to that. So I was going to say a lot of them are policy. Back to the required versus desired in this report. And I'm not saying we should do this, but can our department be like, I think we should have this in the report. I think we should have that in the report. Or is it just like, here's the things that they're supposed to do. They did them. And it's adequate, you know, the robustness is adequate. Or is it us just saying, sure, can we have this extra thing at this stage, in this form, in this venue? This is our first time, by the way. When this agenda item came up, just for the public, I was sort of like, compliance hearing. Have we done this before? And they're like, no, this is new as a part of CFEC. So I'm giving this agenda item some more time because this is our first time. And I presume we're going to maybe have this again, right? So it's just good to know about this required versus desired idea.
Chair Holova, Bill Holmstrom again. So the elements, the pieces that are required as part of the report are set out in the rules. What needs to be in there for sure, and of course, some of those allow them to put other things, other narrative information in if they desire, but it's not required. But I think probably the key question ahead of you is, they have to have adequate corrective actions. So who decides whether or not they're adequate or not? Metro has proposed these actions and they've asserted that they're adequate. The department director reviewed those and said, yeah, as long as you make sure that these elements are a part of it, yes, they are adequate. So the question is now ahead of the commission to say, are these corrective actions adequate in order to meet their targets in the future? That's essentially what it boils down to. Is we think did they do good enough? And if you don't think they did good enough, you need to send Metro back and say with specific direction to what they need to do differently.
Okay. And then the last question I had was the appellant talking about showing. I don't know if it was showing or measuring according to actual versus projected. And so there is the requirement to show projected, and that's the requirement, and they did it, check. Or can it just show what the actual is? And yeah.
So for our newly adopted rules for the other metropolitan areas, we had a requirement, which has been cited in rule, to set targets for every reporting period out to 2050. And so then you would have a metric, a benchmark to say what is actually happening compared to where are we on that benchmark. So we're very much in agreement that is a good idea to do that. Remember, we're dealing with something that was adopted a decade ago. They did not adopt benchmark targets. So what we have is a 2035 target. So what we're really looking at is the out year. If the plan that they're adopting now, every 5 years, they're adopting these regional transportation plans, how does that compare to that 2035 target?
Yeah. Is there room, or I don't know if I noticed this, to that's the target. Got it. To just report on the actual.
Metro did submit a lot of information in the table in their Exhibit E, Table 4, that does have some actual reported data. The direction or the director's order does call out a number of areas where the department felt like some better progress could be made, and that some of the actual data that we didn't feel have to submit didn't show the same trend as the plan implementation. We called out a couple of specific areas, and I'll just note that Metro did propose corrective actions to take action to such as TDM, to update their TDM plan, and kind of found that transportation demand management or transportation options planning. So that was one where there was a pretty big gap between the actual and the projected plan. So they called out specific corrective actions for that area. And so there's a couple examples where we did call out in the order where we felt like there was some discrepancy
Do you mind showing,
Okay.
really literally showing me the actual on, it's table 4E, is it E34? Is that the page that you're referring to? Or am I seeing?
Yeah, it's item 10, attachment A. And then it would be the table 4.
Not exhibit E. You're not talking about exhibit E?
I'm sorry. It's hard. It's exhibit E from their monitoring report.
Okay. So I got that.
It is your attachment.
Is it
A.
E34, the page on the bottom?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
And then what am I
A lot of
looking at to
paperwork
see the
coming out here
actual?
today.
Yeah.
So they've got their climate smart strategy baseline data, that's 2010. Then they've got their the next column over would be their target they adopted, right? That's what we're looking at, 2035. Then on the other two, they've got the base year of their current plan, the 2020 base year. So that would be kind of like where the base year of the model is. So that would be your actuals.
This is actual. 2023 base year is actual.
Yes, although I can't speak to like the nuances of their modeling. So some of the stuff might be modeled, but more or less, yes, that's an actual occurring.
Yeah. So it just wasn't clear to me, like looking, I had started this page. I was like, it wasn't clear when I said base year. I don't know if that's actual or base model year. It was not clear to me.
So yeah, we have a baseline, which would be when they did the climate smart strategy. The 2010 is kind of your baseline, or so that's where the starting place is. And then they set a 2035 target. That's kind of the horizon year target. We're doing these planning exercises every 4 or 5 years. So the horizon year of their regional plan gets pushed out by 5 years every time they adopt one.
Okay. Maybe you could speak to the charts that the appellant had up there that had some numbers and some stats. It seems like very different than this chart.
Yeah, and I think that's a case of the apples to oranges. It's really hard to compare different definitions of vehicle miles traveled, different definitions of greenhouse gas emissions. We have a very specific definition of VMT, household-based VMT, that we're relying on here. So I can't speak to the specifics of what went into some of those charts and if that's truly an apples to apples comparison that can be made.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have any other questions? Yeah. I was like, just like Vice Chair was like, this is the first agenda item when he, this is like also the first agenda item when I started 7 years ago. It was like the start of this. So, yeah. Any other questions? Sorry, lots of thoughts. Does anyone have any questions of any other people? If not, does anybody want to make a motion? Does anyone want to change a motion? Does anyone have any position on this matter? Yes, Director Beeman.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. 2 notes from me. First of all, my name is at the top of that staff report. So once again, I'm going to take responsibility for the staff report, but I'll also take responsibility for the order, which is on balance. We determined that the corrective actions were adequate, particularly pointed at those targets. And we went on to say, here's what we would expect to see in the future. So I'll just leave it at that.
As I say, I think most of my consternation and all this drama that I'm exhibiting has more to do with what Commissioner Thompson did. You know, it's like you want the results and we're in the planning and that takes time. And do you find out 10 years later that the plans don't work out? And what's the kind of like transparency and visibility to actual data in a clear and simple way? This is a very technical report. It's not supposed to be like a flyer. So I appreciate that. But yeah, I think that's the struggle that we had all through CFEC. So that's why I'm saying a lot of these things are policy things that are spinning through my head. Commissioner Bennett.
Yes, Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion based on the assurance from the director and the order. And while I agree that it was it took us a little longer to get there, I believe at the end, with the assurance of the staff and the work that the staff did, and with the clarifications. Before I do make that, I really would caution, if we don't have to make another rule, then make sure that it's done. Here's a deficiency, here's the fix. Have just for more clarity. And if it isn't, I guess I would graciously ask that it would save a lot of people angst and time if we could get to that. And with that, trying to find the actual, I make the motion that the commission finds that I move that the commission find that the major progress report meets the requirements of OAR Chapter 660, Division 12, and deny the appeal.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Porter seconds. With that, I think I have to say discussion or deliberation, but it didn't sound like anybody had discussion after that. So with that, Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just, I wanted to, I appreciate Commissioner Bennett's comments there, and I was, kind of thinking the same way. There's some sectors that are involved in this greenhouse gas reduction, programs, I guess, that we're initiating in the state of Oregon. Sadly, we're going to be one of the few states that is addressing this going forward for a few years, I think. But I think that we need to be able to show something. And there's certain other sectors that are held to like a zero tolerance policy. I mean, they've got to meet their targets, or they're in violation. And so I think we need to take this just as seriously, for every sector that is involved in this. But when you have a brand new rule, you kind of refine it, you figure out what's working and what's not working, and running a metro area is, it's harder to control every aspect of it, harder than it is, in a facility. So it probably makes sense to go ahead and move forward this way, rather than to spend a lot of time and energy trying to, assess and perfect what is already water under the bridge. But I would like to see us raise the bar going forward.
Denise.
Commissioner Bennett.
Aye.
Commissioner Boyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Porter.
Aye.
Commissioner Thompson.
Aye.
Commissioner Warren is excused. Vice Chair Lazo.
I'm going to preface my vote with some comments, which we don't do very often, but I think that's allowed, right? I see other bodies doing that. And I just want to say, one, that we're going to get another bite of this in about 15 minutes. And I think it'll be hard to refine the energy to go through all this again. But I think a lot of our comments that we've made here are applicable to that next agenda item. And that's how this thing, I think, was set up to work. But it might be hard to find the energy in 15 minutes to do this over again. And the other thing I'll say is I'm like a lot of other folks, and I think the parallels to housing are right on. I think we go through the rulemaking, we set a bar, and lots of folks feel like it could get set higher, and it may not. And we get down the line, and it's like, wow, we didn't reach the goals that we had intended to. I wish we would have been more stringent. This is just like in housing. We're going to find a lot of folks aren't meeting the goals we want to initially, but we hope that those course corrections will get us there. And I hope that that's where we're headed with these CFAC rules. The other thing we'll say is, while we have a very extraordinary housing crisis, the climate crisis is even more so and even more impactful on all our communities. So, but with that, I vote aye to accept this report.
Chair Halova.
Since he did it, I'm gonna do it. I think the programs that were mentioned, I call them programs, I don't know if that's the right terminology, are really important with regard to climate friendly areas and all the walkability, all the things that you mentioned in the presentation that revolve around CFAC. And my question is, when I always talk about housing, I talk about also talking about the market at the same time. And so it's like, I almost want to know, we're going to do this thing. Metro's going to check yes to the box of doing this thing. How long does one think that thing is actually going to manifest in reduced greenhouse gas emission. Because I think that's kind of important to know, because sometimes I think in government we are always like, we did all the things and nothing changed. It's like, well, some of those things take time. And just to level set, we're taking quick, swift action to do these things. But then after we do them, then how long does it take to see the results, so that programs aren't just thrown away because, oh, the, percentages aren't going down or whatever the case. So I feel like that's kind of missing from all of this discussion, because it's very much like a governmental setup where it's like, did we do the things? Yes, we did it. Check. We're good. And then disconnected from the like, well, how long does it take to have effect? So with that, I will vote yes or aye. So with that, the motion passes. We had intended to do a 15-minute break, which I feel like we probably need. So I was thinking of coming back at 3:45. Is that okay? Okay, so then the next agenda item will be related. And that's one of the reasons I wanted to speak over, like let people speak over, because I know they're related, which is agenda item number 11, Metro Climate Smart Communities Regional Scenario Plan Monitoring Report. See you at 3:45. Meeting of the Land Conservation and Development Commission. We're going to welcome back to hear from Matt Kroll on item number 11, Metro Climate Smart Communities Regional Scenario Plan. The commission will review a report from the regional government for the Portland metropolitan area called Metro on progress implementing the climate smart strategy scenario. And so let me just go through. So public comment will be accepted. I'll go through the run of show. 5 minutes for staff presentation on agenda item 11, and then we'll have 10 minutes from Metro presentation on the same item, and then 15-minute public comment, and then 15 minutes discussion and deliberation.
Good afternoon, Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lazo, members of the commission. I am still Matt Kroll, the Planning Services Division Manager. I have very much less to say this time to frame up. I think we will move directly to Cody to go through a couple of slides to set us up for this one.
Thank you, Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lazo. For the record, Cody Meyer, Land Use and Transportation Planner with the department. So for this agenda item, we're going to take a little bit more of an expanded view. In your previous agenda item 10, we were kind of limited to a very narrow set of objections and questions asked of the Metro major report under the transportation planning rules. This agenda item is fulfilling the requirements of a rule that was originally adopted about a decade ago or more for Metro. It's Division 44, it's OAR 660-044, 0060, and it's the monitoring report for the climate smart communities. So this is a rule that directs the commission to review a report of Metro's progress in implementing the preferred scenario. And the commission must find that either Metro is making satisfactory progress, or you can provide any recommendations for corrective actions. The corrective actions could be to consider prior to or as a part of the next update of the preferred scenario. So remember, the preferred scenario was the land use and transportation plan, and it's looking out to 2035. It's a long range planning document, and it's something they did 10 years ago. They're implementing it is through the RTP. The amendments were made through their functional plan. So you could make recommendations for as a part of their next RTP or a functional plan update, or something when they do revisit the preferred scenario to be considered as a part of that. So that's really what the rules say. So you're all experts on this now because we've talked about this a lot. So I will kind of skip through some of these slides pretty quickly. Next slide, please. So the kind of function here, Metro, because it's very closely related to our major progress report in the RTP, Metro submitted the Division 44 report for Rule 60 alongside of the major report. So those are both found in that same major progress report. And it says this fulfills both the TPR and Division 44. So staff reviewed that. We're kind of pointing back to agenda item 10 here and saying that we did review that. The major report is attachment A of item 10. The director's order approving that is found in attachment C of item 10. And so that's when staff kind of went through and looked at how is the region doing monitoring and implementing to get to the preferred scenario. And so staff, the department found that considering the corrective actions identified by Metro, that Metro is making satisfactory progress towards the preferred scenario. So what, as you said, Chair, we're going to have some invited testimony from Metro here to tell you a little bit more about what's in their work. And then we'll have some public comment and deliberation. And then the rule asks that the commission find that either Metro is making satisfactory progress or provide corrective actions. The staff recommendation to you today is that you do find that considering the proposed corrective actions, that Metro is making satisfactory progress towards implementing the preferred scenario. And if there's any questions for us, we're happy to answer them, or else we can get the Metro crew up here.
You can proceed.
Are we ready?
Yes,
Great. Thank
please.
you. Thank you again, Chair Holova, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Kim Ellis. I'm a climate program manager at Metro. I'm going to give a very brief overview of the Climate Smart work. Given that several commissioners are new, I wanted to reintroduce the overall strategy, but also spend a little time on the corrective actions that we did identify in the report, just to connect back to some of what you were hearing earlier today. Before I begin, I do want to give a little bit of an overview of Metro, that given that we do have a unique role as a regional government that was created by the voters, we serve not only as a regional government for the region dealing with land use, solid waste and recycling, parks and nature, and also managing our venues. We are also the federally designated metropolitan planning organization. So our regional transportation plan meets both federal and state requirements. So as we're doing our regional transportation updates, we are trying to work within both the state land use framework, but also meeting federal law at the same time. We have a directly elected regional council, seven councilors, one Metro council president, and then the 6 councilors that are elected by district. In terms of the history of the Climate Smart strategy, it was adopted, as you've heard several times today, back in 2014. This is a history of that and some of the legislation as well as rulemaking that this commission or prior commissions have done to set the put in place the 2007 greenhouse gas reduction goals that were adopted back in 2007 and leading to many other actions, including the adoption of our targets that we've been working towards since 2017, first 2011, but then updated out to the year 2050 by the Commission in 2017. The 2023 Regional Transportation Plan is the second RTP to continue work to implement the adopted Climate Smart strategy. So we first reported on our progress in 2018, and then again in the report that you received as part of this as required. I also want to just take a moment to also highlight that our region, while the targets and rules were developed in the mid 2000s and into the most recent updates to the rules that you made in 2022, our region has been working on climate since for a long time. So that this context of how long does it take to actually achieve some of these goals, our region with the adoption of the 2040 growth concept back in 1995 really set the foundation for all of our climate work. It is an integrated land use and transportation plan. Our regional transportation plan is a primary tool in our region to implement that, to achieve climate goals, but also other goals. So I just want to highlight, we've been working very hard. While back in 1995, climate was not the impetus, but since then, with all of our centering growth in centers, which are the climate-friendly areas under the CFREC rules, connecting them with transportation systems that are multimodal, focused on transit-oriented development in those areas that we have good transit, and continuing to build out that land use plan, working with our local partners and making investments in ways that can help achieve our climate goals, but other goals. Our process itself was a 4-year process that we worked very closely with your staff, the Oregon Department of Transportation, all 24 cities, 3 counties in our region, as well as other state agencies. We developed a strategy toolbox at the front end of the process. There's a lot more information about the types of strategies that are good for climate and some that do not do as well towards meeting our climate goals. But as a region, we use that toolbox to really highlight the types of strategies that are critical for our region and our state to be implementing and working together to implement to achieve those greenhouse gas goals. And it really provided a common framework and analysis to reach consensus. And Ted Leavold and Roger Alfred highlighted just the challenges in that process and reaching that consensus, but we did it through extensive engagement, partnership, and really coming together around these strategies, which are reflected in the Climate Smart strategy adopted in 2014 and approved by the Commission in 2015. Our commitment, despite some of the testimony that you've received, is strong to this strategy, and we continue to work to implement the strategy through all of these different additional strategies that call out different elements of the Climate Smart strategy, as well as through grants and other programs that Metro is responsible for, and leveraging Metro funding, federal funding, to help advance those Climate Smart strategies that are most effective at reducing greenhouse gas emissions. All of these plans since 2014 have been updated. They have climate as central pieces of it. And again, our region is very committed to the Climate Smart strategy and achieving these goals. In the lower right corner, two of the strategies, a transportation demand management strategy and a community transit strategy. Those are two strategies that we identified in our corrective actions to develop. Those work is underway currently that will help us in better meeting our TDM goals and targets that were adopted in Climate Smart, but also continuing to advance our work in making transit more convenient and reliable for people in our region. We spent a lot of time talking about the monitoring and reporting you did in your last session, so I won't speak to this, but we do it every 5 years in addition to the minor reports annually. So we will have another report, a minor report that will be due to you later this year. So that is an opportunity for us to take what we've heard today and do some things around that minor report that could help, I think, move things forward from your perspective. So we hear you and are committed to continuing to improve our processes. And that's really, the last part here that I want to hit. Our corrective actions, there were 10 actions identified in there. This is not all of them, but these are the bigger pieces here. We are committed to continuing to work to improve. This is not a perfect system. We're in a climate crisis. We know that. My Metro Council is very committed to this as a priority for our department, the Planning, Development, and Research Department, but our agency. So we are working to begin an update to the Climate Smart strategy and want to conclude that before completion of the next regional transportation plan update, so that updated strategy can be brought into that regional transportation plan. Metro is also the lead agency for our region to develop a comprehensive climate action plan through the Environmental Protection Agency grant, the Climate Pollution Reduction grants, hoping that they do not rescind that funding. So that's something that is potential. But we are leading that. That is not just transportation, it's all sectors, and it will be the first comprehensive climate action plan for our region that really can provide a framework, and it goes beyond Metro's responsibility. So it's it's beyond Metro's planning responsibility to the full 7-county area, but we will be working with partners in Southwest Washington as well as on the Oregon side to create that comprehensive climate action plan by the end of this year, and that will also be coordinated, or the Climate Smart strategy will be coordinated with that. And so what we are responsible for in Climate Smart, which is light duty vehicles, not all of transportation, the comprehensive climate plan will be looking at all of transportation. The transportation demand management strategy that I noted, that started last fall, that will be completed within the next year. We are also initiating an update to our 2040 growth concept. It's called the Future Vision. That work began last fall. There's still in the scoping phase, but that will also be looking to update the 2040 growth concept, which has not been updated since it was adopted in 1995. And climate, we expect to be a very central piece of that work. The Community Connector Transit Study is underway, as I noted. We are also committed to beginning an update to our Regional Transportation Functional Plan, which directs how local governments in our region implement the Regional Transportation Plan. That update needs to happen to address some of the CFEC rules that were last adopted in 2022, but it will also further support implementation of both the RTP, the Regional Transportation Plan, and our Climate Smart Strategy. And then local government TSP updates are underway in our region. So I'm happy to answer any questions or pause here.
We have public comment, but should I open it for questions from the commission now? I don't know. Didn't really. Okay. Any questions on the presentation? Commissioner Boyer.
So your 2040 plan, so it was last updated in 1995?
Yes, it was adopted in 1995, and then there's been updates to reflect urban growth management decisions, such as urban growth boundary expansions. There have been centers boundaries that have been adopted locally that when it was first adopted, it may have been more conceptual. So it's been updated in minor ways, but not in a significant way.
Thank you, it's helpful.
I was listening to some part of this, and you said if the funding goes away, and then I was suddenly blanked out on what part you're talking. Could you expand on
Yeah,
that?
so the point, or would you like to? Yeah, go ahead.
I can do that. That's the CCAP, the Comprehensive Climate Action Plan, which is funded through a federal grant through the Environmental Protection Agency. And it's for a 7-county area that encompasses our region. We were just looking at the recent actions in parallel transportation world in terms of funding that has been put on hold in terms of getting that funding out. We are expecting we might have similar executive orders actions coming through the Environmental Protection Agency as well. In the transportation sector, a project like that is safe in terms of its funding. At this point, it's committed and contracted out, and we're expending it. And so if it's similar to the transportation sector, we should be okay. But we don't know just in terms of those executive orders coming through.
And because it spreads over 2 years, like you're halfway through, or?
Yes, so last year, the way that the EPA grant program was set up last year was focused on developing a priority climate action plan that was on a very expedited process to really identify greenhouse gas reduction strategies that were ready to be implemented to become eligible for implementation grants that were awarded by the Environmental Protection Agency. They did not award any of the projects that were identified in our priority climate action plan, but they did award funding directly to DEQ, the Department of Environmental Quality, and the Oregon Department of Transportation for electrification and other. So basically, they were putting money towards programs that were already in place that had systems to get the funding out to projects on the ground to begin reducing greenhouse gas emissions.
Commissioner Boyer.
So some of those projects yours that was funded through this grant?
Not that I am aware of. They were similar. Yeah.
Thank you.
We were disappointed for sure. But they are occurring in other parts of the state.
Okay, if there's no more questions from commissioners, I was going to do public testimony. Thank you. So it looks like 2 people in person, Joseph Stenger and then Chris Smith. Both of you can come up together. And Joseph Stenger is with MCAT, Mobilizing Climate Action Together, and Chris Smith is No More Freeways. Thank you. 3 minutes. Yes, sorry, 3 minutes, and they'll put a clock up to show.
Thank you, Chair Oliva, Vice Chair Lazo, and members of the commission. My name is Joseph Stenger. I'm a retired family doctor. I'm co-chair of the Transportation Committee of MCAT, Mobilizing Climate Action Together. I encourage you to determine that Metro's Major Progress Report and Climate Smart Report do not meet the applicable requirements of OAR 660-12 and 44. These plans must reduce pollution from transportation to meet statewide statutory and executive goals. We've not been meeting our goals, and these reports will not lead to sufficient reductions. With Executive Order 20-04, the state goal is to achieve greenhouse gas levels at least 80% below 1990 levels by 2050, and transportation is the largest sector of emissions. Transportation emissions in the Portland Tri-County area continue to rise. Our vehicle fleet is older and dirtier, with larger and heavier vehicles than the fleet mix predictions on which 2013 statewide transportation strategy was based. And there's not been adequate investment in transit and active transportation modes. These facts are referred to in Appendix J of the 2023 RTP. The LCD and ODOT's climate strategies assume much cleaner vehicles than we currently have. And even with strategies of cleaner fuels and electrification, their own analyses say that we need to reduce vehicle miles traveled in order to meet our climate goals. LCDC rules adopted at legislative direction require Metro to plan for a 30% reduction in VNT per capita. Metro adopted GHG and VMT as performance measures in their 2014 Climate Smart Strategy, and the RTP said it would measure progress using actual empirical data. But the RTP and the Major Progress Report did not include reporting on recent emission levels, and projections are not actual empirical data. In Appendix I and J, projections differ. The Vision Eval RS PM that you've heard about projects reductions in VMT leading to reduced emissions. But what Metro relied on for highway project approval and expansions is the regional travel demand model, which predicts an increase in VMT. This facilitated approval of massive investments in highway construction, including the Rose Quarter and IVR. It's not okay to use two different data sets to justify different aspects of our transportation system. We have to get this right. LA is still burning. Lahaina is gone. We endured a destructive heat dome, an event that's likely to become more common as climate chaos worsens. We had a special legislative session to allocate $218 million of scarce resources to cover extraordinary wildfire costs, at least what used to be extraordinary. We need to reduce VMT to achieve our goals. The longer we fail to meet reduction goals, the more drastic the reductions need to be if we have even a faint hope of meeting the legally mandated goals in EO 20-04. LCDC should reject Metro's monitoring reports. It should insist that Metro submits a new report which includes actual data on VMT and GHG trends between 2014 and 2024, which will show how far behind our plans we've fallen. And we also should use just one set of travel and climate projections to plan for the region's transportation and have it be consistent with VMT reduction goals. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm sure, I believe Mr. Courtwright should also be signed up for in-person.
I just got the note.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, be next.
All right. Madam Chair, Commissioners, again, Chris Smith for No More Freeways. As you've remarked, this item is intertwined with the prior item, and I'm going to focus on that intersection. I framed the beginning of my last remarks asking the question, do our rules require us just to imagine improvements in transportation greenhouse gases or actually make them happen? I think you've answered the question today, which is we only have to imagine, we don't have to do it. My response to that is, well, please make better rules because we're running out of time. We're 11 years into climate smart and greenhouse gases from transportation are still demonstrably increasing. We are not doing enough. The question of causality was raised. Well, let me draw a very clear line of causality. If you expand a freeway without pricing it, you will get more VMT and greenhouse gases. And that is exactly what we were doing in the Portland region. To the question of jurisdiction, an RTP is a land use document. Expanding a freeway is a land use decision. And that lies within your purview. So I really hope that you will focus on creating rules that will get this under control. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe Courtwright in person.
I have to bring up my slides one more time. Just one slide.
I'm 10.
While they're doing that, I'll go ahead. For the record, Joe Courtwright with No More Freeways and City Observatory. First, as Chris noted, while this seems like a new rule, it's not a new rule.
Do you want to wait till you said some slides you had to bring up?
No, I'll just go ahead and hopefully I'll bring it on and
Okay.
then I can get to it. I want to be respectful of your time. Thank you very much. It isn't a new rule. It's more than 15 years old. It dates to 2009 in the transportation package. That's when we committed to reducing VMT as a strategy. and we're not holding them accountable. We've squandered 15 years and are making essentially no progress in reducing greenhouse gases from transportation, which is the #1 source of greenhouse gases. I want to focus for a minute on this so-called vision eval model that Metro is using, because they say it's apples. Again, this isn't working for me. I don't know. I can't advance slides. Somebody could advance the slides. That'd be great. There you go. Thank you. Again, Metro has two models. They have the vision eval model, the green line, which asserts, oh, don't worry, driving will go down. But in reality, they're using an entirely different model, one that says that driving will rise by about 25%. And as Chris just alluded to, if you allow for more capacity, if you build more capacity, you will induce additional travel and additional greenhouse gases. That means the modeling they're actually using for this plan puts you completely out of compliance with goals, according to their own analysis. Now, Metro likes to do this hand waving and say, oh, it's apples to apples. You can't compare those two analyses. Well, I'm chair of the Governor's Council of Economic Advisors. I can compare projections pretty easily. These are compared on a standard basis. What's the growth rate in those two trends over time? And there's nothing about those two trends, while they're slightly defined in terms of light vehicles and geographies, that show that one should increase dramatically and the other should go down. And in fact, Kim Ellis noted, and I put this in the record, that Metro needs to reconcile those two separate tools so that you can develop a GHG scenario that leads to a final RTP that meets GHG reduction targets. And they have never done that. They just simply let these two things sit out there. And what I want to finally just suggest to you is this is a monumental goal 2 violation. You must have an adequate factual basis for your plan, for your transportation plan. It cannot be both of those things. It can only be one of those things. And if Metro actually wants to go with this vision eval model that says we'll be on this green line and we'll reduce driving, then it needs to write a regional transportation plan that provides for less driving, not more driving. And every single billion-dollar project is assuming 20 or 25% more driving. So I urge you strongly to reject the Metro report. Thank you.
Thank you. I think all of the other testimony is virtual. So unless somebody gives me a note, I'll do it in this order. Jordan Lewis first, representing Self, then Ryder Booth, representing Sunrise PDX, then Jacob Apnes, representing Self, and then Paul Rippey, representing Self. So start off with Jordan Lewis.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, Metro Council. I'm testifying today as a concerned Portland citizen. I just watched this 3-hour presentation because I really do care that much. The Climate Smart Strategy was passed in 2014, which was my freshman year of college. And it's been a while. Now I'm bald, it's 2025. So it's been a while, but the planet never stopped warming that entire time. How many tenths of a degree has it warmed since 2014? If we have to wait a matter of years to address deficiencies in the current plan, how many tenths of a degree is the planet going to warm by then? Climate change is such a global issue. We here in Portland would like to imagine ourselves as forward-thinking and actionable. If we can't actually decarbonize within a reasonable time frame, how can we expect anyone else to? I respect Metro's commitment to achieving these goals, but if you say you're committed and the indicators say otherwise, I think it's reasonable for people like me to question outcomes. Outcomes matter. If Metro, the high-level planning org, isn't held accountable for good outcomes, then who else? If a plan is in no way enforceable, what was the point in even passing the plan in the first place? I appreciate how earlier in the presentation, someone said that you targeted Oregon's largest metro areas for land use reform. This makes a lot of sense, as the network effects are huge when people live, work, and play close together. I'm not asking for a new subway in Grants Pass, though that would be great. However, this goes both ways. Greenlighting billion-dollar freeway expansion projects in the Portland area specifically is totally unacceptable. This is where people live close enough together to really utilize rapid transit and good bike infrastructure. The IBR program is an over $8 billion project which plans to add 3 kilometers of light rail and 7 kilometers of additional freeway lanes. This is a clear effort to drive mode shift towards single occupancy vehicles over other modes. I'm sure you all understand that that will cause further greenhouse gas emissions and particulate pollutant emissions, so it seems at odds with the very purpose of the climate plan. If Metro were held accountable to data-driven trends in vehicle miles traveled, they probably would not have signed off on the IBR or Rose Quarter freeway expansions. For this reason, I urge the council, not just for my sake, but for your sake, for our sake, for the sake of future generations, ensure key climate metrics such as vehicle miles traveled actually decrease over time. Thank you.
Thank you. Ryder Booth, representing Sunrise PDX.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Amazing. Dear Commissioners, my name is Ryder Booth. I'm a 19-year-old student at Willamette Pacific Northwest College of Art, and I commute by bike in Portland. This is my first time giving public testimony. As a young person who will have to live with the horrors of climate change, I feel compelled to show up and demand that those in power today take seriously their responsibility and obligation to show up for young folks and hold government agencies accountable for lowering carbon emissions. I'm here with Sunrise PDX, and I ask that the Commission take corrective action on Metro and Agenda Item 11. Metro is not making satisfactory progress towards solving our climate crisis. As DLCD's report shows, Metro is falling short of its targets, but those targets are fundamentally flawed. Metro is allowed to report they are on track to achieve their goals of reducing greenhouse gases, yet they continually fail to provide any meaningful alternative to driving. Metro's own report agrees with me. They are not on target for making walking and biking a viable system of transportation, yet we are in a climate crisis today. What scares me most is the inaction taken by organizations that could fix this problem. Directing Metro to more aggressively pursue reductions in driving won't just help us tackle the climate crisis. As someone who rides a bike to class, to buy groceries, and to see friends, I'd like to see the region invest more in public transportation and alternative transportation options so that riding to class is safer and easier. As a student, riding a bike is much cheaper than driving, and Portlanders across the region would benefit from cleaner air, safer streets, and better transit options. Making it possible for people to switch away from driving helps us all. By holding Metro accountable for its carbon emissions, you are holding the region accountable for building a healthier, safer, and more affordable transportation system. I contend the Metro should not be given a free pass for simply trying. That's not how life works. I urge that the Commission take corrective action on Metro and Agenda Item 11. You are appointed to this commission to help steer the state's land use and transportation policies in the right direction. Given the urgency of the climate crisis, this is your opportunity to ensure that Oregon upholds our commitments to climate action. Please push Metro to actually provide alternatives to driving by making walking and biking safe and convenient. My generation will be watching. Thank you, Commission.
Thank you. And congratulations on your first time testifying. Jacob Apnes, representing Self.
Got it. I'll actually be representing Sunrise PDX as well. Hello, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Jacob Apnes. I'm 26 years old, a lifelong Portlander, a member of Sunrise PDX. I'm here to demand that the LCDC take climate action seriously by holding Metro accountable and demanding the regional agency plan for reduced miles traveled. I've been deathly afraid of the climate crisis ever since I first learned about global warming in middle school. Back then, we knew how dangerous climate disasters would get if we didn't change course. And now I've experienced some smoke seasons and witnessed the aftermath of Oregon megafires. On TV and on TikTok, we watched Hurricane Helene erase entire towns and ice storms deep freeze Texas and even Portland. Just this week, millions of Californians have been given fire evacuation notices while Florida and Georgia deal with once-in-a-lifetime snowstorms. It's been 14 years since middle school, and I'm just as terrified as before. Now I'm furious too. We deserve to have elected and appointed officials who understand their responsibility in ending the climate crisis, in creating a future where we all survive. Unfortunately, there are just too many suits in power who don't believe that my future is important, who don't believe that our future is important. Fighting to decarbonize our transportation system is vital to Oregon to reach carbon neutrality. Given that 40% of our state's emissions comes from transportation, you'd think Metro would understand that too. Unfortunately, Metro's regional transportation plan and progress reports maintain the status quo of car dominance that is frying our planet. How can Metro claim there will be a 31% reduction in driving over the coming decades, or even a 12% reduction, if Metro is planning for 3 freeway expansions? To have a future with a stable climate, we need Metro to be aggressively and honestly planning for less driving. That means you all at the LCDC have a choice. You can either accept the Metro report as is, admitting your blatant disregard for ending the climate crisis, a choice that jeopardizes my future and everyone's future on Earth, or you can demonstrate your leadership on climate and hold Metro accountable. You can understand your existential responsibility to require Metro to plan for reduced miles traveled and act upon it. You can be the leaders I've been needing since my days as a 12 and 13-year-old. Thank you so much for the time to testify today.
Thank you. Next is Paul Rippey representing self, and then we have another person, Agnes Duncan, afterwards. Angus.
Hi, thank you very much for this chance to speak. And yes, I'm Paul Rippey. I live in North Portland. And unlike our previous speaker, I'm 79 years old. So I have a somewhat different perspective, but it's very similar to his. I hope everybody here knows that everything we're doing is shockingly inadequate to the size of the crisis we're facing. Now, I'd say that to any group in the world. Nobody is rising to the occasion. However, things can change quickly, and they might. I'm one of the few people I know that's actually read, start to finish, and IPCC, International Panel on Climate Change report. I mean, huge document, you know. And I was scientific enough to be able to understand it, I think. And it's pretty much been right on everything. Sometimes it gets the dates wrong, but things as predicted are like, oh yeah, the ice caps will melt. Sure, well, that's happening. Greenland is starting to slide and getting ready to slide into the sea. Cities will flood. There'll be big fires. We know that. And giant storms. But one of the things they predicted was crop failures everywhere. And I don't mean every farm, but every continent will suffer from crop failures. And then there won't be enough food. And there's somebody said, we're only 3 meals away from anarchy. If there's not enough food, people can skip breakfast, they can skip lunch, they can skip dinner, but the next day they get their gun and they go out to the supermarket. And for those who have guns. So, I mean, this is the size of this crisis is so big, and nothing you're doing and nothing I'm doing is enough. But I want to just throw one thing out on the table that we might do. I'm a white guy. When my people acquired the land where I'm living from the people who used to live there, that's around 1850. It was forest and farms and houses and stuff. And 1 year later, in 1851, we did the first road. It was the Plank Road. Since then, it's been paved, until now. Portland is like most cities in the United States, about 50% covered by asphalt and concrete for cars. And I've asked city planners this. They agree. Parking lots, driveways, and especially roads take about half of the land. We never decided to do this. We never said, let's cover half of this garden with concrete. We never said that. It's just been little by little. Could we draw the line? Could we say to ODOT, you want to widen I-5? Fine. That's going to add 40 acres of asphalt, concrete. Tell us where you're going to pull up 40 acres of asphalt and concrete, because we don't want any more. We know it's not sustainable. Just saying, draw the line. I know you guys can't make this happen, but you've got mouths and you've got a bully pulpit, and I hope you will use it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Angus Duncan. Okay. Was there any other public testimony? Anybody missing? Just want to make sure before I move on to discussion and deliberation. And then we do have a motion, a recommended motion. We also, any questions you might have about the presentations? Yeah, or deliberation. Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Chair. Can I ask staff a question by chance?
Yes, they'll come up.
Okay,
up here.
so I'm another one of those commissioners that's relatively new and came in after CFAC was finalized. But I'd like to know, does the rule require or provide for municipalities or metro areas requiring them to account for a reduction in vehicle miles traveled or alternatives?
Chair Halova, Commissioner, thank you. Cody Meyer with the department. We have several rules, so it's a little hard to answer square on, but I go back to Division 12. What we have here is cities, counties do transportation system plans. Then we have the scenario planning exercise, which is more of a regional nature. But for the vehicle miles traveled question, yes, we have several rules in the TPR directing cities and counties to account for not reducing vehicle miles traveled when they adopt thank you, clarification, not increasing vehicle miles traveled when adopting a transportation system plan. That Rule 160 in Division 12 also had been called out. That directs the Metro RTP to their fiscally constrained project list to demonstrate that it meets the target with the allowed state and federal assumptions in Division 44, which are things like pricing, congestion pricing, things that are identified in the statewide transportation strategy that would be a state and federal responsibility in the future. Is there anything I'm missing? Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioners? No questions, no comments, discussion? Commissioner Boyer?
So it's kind of a hard report to read. But I question, let's see. Where am I? I lost my page. There's a lot of Metro will do. And this 1 through 10 on let's see, where does it start? Is that on page E13? Am I in the right document? And then it just talks about they will update the regional travel options. They will update climate smart strategies. How much say do we have in the timeline on that? All these bullets of they will be doing, they will do. Do we have any? I mean, and can we request updates? I don't know what our role would be in that.
Chair Halova, Commissioner Boyer, not directly. The Metro region is proposing a set of corrective actions. I think that's what you're looking at. And, I think you heard from Kim earlier that, they've got timelines for a lot of these actions that they're going to be doing from now through the next few years that they've set for themselves. But yeah, we haven't necessarily prescribed those. Now, we know that every year they're going to be doing a minor report. We've asked in the order that you affirmed earlier today that they continue to update us on the annual basis, and then of course they'll have the major report 5 years from now. Well, by now it's almost 3.5 years from now that they'll be submitting about their progress. And like I think was pretty clear from you and from our orders that we expect things to look different than they do now.
Right. So what we're deliberating right now is Division 44, Rule 60. And I'll just point out Section 3 of that rule says that the commission shall either find that they're making satisfactory progress or provide recommendations for corrective actions to be considered or implemented by Metro prior to or as part of the next update to the preferred scenario. So I think that considered or implemented gives you a little bit of leeway to provide some recommendations, but not a hard and fast deadline that they must meet or it sounds like you could do that too, but I will look to Councilor Shipsy.
Commissioner Bennett.
Thank you. I was looking at that and I was trying to wrap my head around what in the world is satisfactory progress. I mean, that's usually in the eye of the beholder. The language is pretty vague. And so I was wondering, is there any other place that defines what satisfactory progress is? Because quite frankly, how do we hold anyone accountable? Because if they say I've done whatever, that's progress. And without having it defined a little clearer, to me, it's that we're not really in a position, as long as anything's done, there's satisfactory progress, I would say. And I'm looking at it probably in a very broad sense here. But if you could help me at least understand, and maybe there's some other place where I'm not picking that up.
Chair Halova, Commissioner Bennett, I don't believe we define that in the rule. And it says the commission shall review the report and shall either find Metro is making satisfactory progress or provide recommendations. So you said it's in the eye of the beholder. The beholder right now is the commission, all right? So it's your call. That's why they pay you the big bucks, I guess, is to make that call.
But there's no, I'm sorry, Chair. I'm trying to just clearly understand this, and I know I'm the newest person to the party here, but if we're working on something, so we don't have any benchmarks that the commission's established or the legislature's established, or you'll have 10,000 vehicle miles less traveled per year, or 10 million, or whatever it is.
Chair Halova, Commissioner, yeah, we don't have anything in Division 44 that kind of sets that benchmark or threshold for that. I don't know if legally, if there's any other guidance or anything, but there's nothing in the rule. This rule is pretty open to the commission's interpretation of.
Steve Shipley?
Yeah, I would just say in the absence of a definition in Division 44, which we don't have, you would use the common definition of satisfactory, which Webster says is giving satisfaction or adequate. So that's
Thank you for the in-depth legal review.
On the fly too.
Let me. I want to make sure the order changes based on what I'm looking at. I think it was Vice Chair Lazo.
Thanks, Chair. I think you said that it's not only questions but comments, because I don't really have too many questions. I guess I'll have a clarifying question for staff potentially, or it's actually an assertion. I think I think when we're trying to measure satisfactory progress, the bar that we're measuring against isn't can Metro end the climate crisis worldwide, right? What we're measuring satisfactory progress against is the state has set climate reduction goals. Metro has put in place a plan to saying that these are how we're addressing reaching those goals. And that's actually what we're measuring, right? Is what Metro said that they would do. And that's the preferred scenario here. It's not necessarily the state's goals or plans. Is that correct?
Looking to staff or Steve. I don't know which one.
I don't know, it's Steve or Bill or Cody, yeah, or Matt.
Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lazo, yes, that sounds generally right.
Because I think there are a lot of assertions that folks have made that and again, the parallel for me is in housing, that that Metro has a role in addressing the climate crisis. They've put forward the plans that they say they believe are in their control or in their jurisdiction. It's exactly what we see in housing, right? We know in the rulemaking process that there was a tension that existed between, how the rules would hold folks accountable for those things that are in their control. And my sense is this is very similar to what how Metro might defend itself in saying, these are the things that we think we can do, that can address this, and that's what we're doing. That's what our part is. And I think that's what we're here to hold them accountable for. I'm not sure we can hold Metro accountable for the California wildfires, although we know that that's the outcome that we are trying to prevent overall. And each body needs to do its part, but that's just my sense of what we're trying to accomplish here with this report and with this particular piece.
Commissioner Thompson? Porter?
Thank you, Vice Chair or Chair. Vice Chair Lasso was going right where I was going to go. So I just want to make sure that that I understand. So I didn't know if the question was, how do we define reasonable or satisfactory, or is it that we want to define progress? And so so I guess just to be clear, the way the department is interpreting that is that the progress is defined not as actual being able to show actual reductions in greenhouse gas emissions, but rather progress in their plans to address it. Just to drive it right down to the brass tacks.
Yep.
Yeah, Chair Halova, Commissioner Porter, that's correct. We're looking at it as, do their current regional transportation plan, if fully implemented, get them on track. We don't expect that we're going to have more of these reportings coming along. And what we tell our city and county partners is, we've spent 100 years building things in a certain way. We don't expect you're going to we're all going to dig ourselves out of the hole overnight. It's really a matter of like a performance-based planning mechanism where we're trying to make progress towards some, pretty heavy goals. And we don't expect that we're going to meet every single target every 4 years, that we are really kind of on trend as a whole getting there. And where we've not met targets, that we've got some corrective actions that we think are adequate. Another maybe a squishy term, but we're thinking that we're identifying some work that we can do to bring up progress where we need to bring up progress. And the department's order reviewed those corrective actions, and we went through it and said we think that these are adequate towards meeting the gaps that are there.
So I guess 20 years from now, if Metro or other jurisdictions hasn't made any progress in reducing vehicle miles traveled or associated greenhouse gas emissions for that, we'd still be looking at corrective actions. I mean, is there ever a point where the rubber has to meet the road and you have to show a reduction in emissions or vehicle miles traveled?
Chair Halova, Commissioner Porter, I would say on the whole that we are a planning agency, and we're setting rules to make sure that the plans take us where we want them to take us. And so we're saying, here is where we want your plan to meet a vehicle miles traveled reduction goal. We want the plans to meet a greenhouse gas reduction target. So the rubber hits the road really is the adoption of the plan. When Metro submitted Climate Smart, they had to submit that strategy that says, as a whole, this will meet the greenhouse gas reduction target. Here are the implementing strategies that it'll take us to get there. And we're going to report on those as we go, work our way along towards 2035.
Thank you.
Sorry, the rubber meets the road. I just kept on laughing at that. It was a great bit of the irony.
Yeah, no pun intended there, but I should have.
Yeah, I mean, what's interesting about this discussion is it's sort of a little bit in a vacuum from the recent history that we went through as a department. And in the sense that we just passed these basically in 2022. And, there were comments about like shockingly inadequate. I wrote down, and it reminded me, I was just telling the story about like the very few times, but I have cried at this stage here. And one of them was around, I don't know if it was around CFAC, but it was definitely around climate issues. And, you know, it was around the time Greta Thunberg was protesting. And I was basically like, the youth, you know, I don't want to cry again. The youth are out there. And, you know, I felt like very constrained by the governmental constraints as far as like, I think I've said this, it's like, I feel like we're doing the most important, the most groundbreaking thing and also nothing at all in the sense of the magnitude of the issue, right, within the constraints of what we're doing. So I just wanted to reiterate that because I feel like there were a lot of emotions expressed. And if I didn't say that, it would feel very much like we're just the government body, you know, doing our thing. The reason I wanted to bring that up is because a lot of that had to do with the policy that went into the CFAC and all those emotions. And I say emotions in like in a positive way, like the urgency, the what are we doing? Can we do more? Really went into that process. And personally for me, I wanted it to come out more aggressive. And in all of the sausage making, it came out the way it did. And even that was too much for a lot of people. And we got sued and, you know, so I do still stand by this. What was done is like huge deal in the United States of America in comparison to all other jurisdictions. You know, I still stand by that, but I also stand by it's not enough. But given that, the policy part was very much embedded and there was processes and there was reports and there was plans and we're just starting. This is like the first, here's this report. And, you know, and I like the fact that unlike the past, we're not supposed to wait 10 years. We're supposed to have these minor reports or these major reports in the planning world, short time period, which could cause, and that's why I was looking like for like, where's there real like messaging around actual versus plans, because that could cause like, hey, we need to do some more rulemaking, you know, as climate chaos increases over the next couple of years, which we know it will, might not be so hard next time to really push. So I just wanted to say that's sort of I'm of the like climate activist like mindset, but also I went through this process and saw what we were able to do. And this is our first time seeing a report to which, okay, now let's see nice plans. What it's like the housing, right? Nice plans, awesome. Is it manifesting? And so I just thought it'd be good because a lot of the commissioners weren't here during that and didn't see how hard it was to even get to what we got to. I just wanted to say a little bit about that history because I don't think Commissioner Boyer came in right at the end.
Yeah, meeting number 2.
Yeah, and Commissioner Lazo came kind of at the end. So I just wanted to say that it was very difficult to pass those. Yeah. Oh, Commissioner Thompson, did you have your hand up?
I did, but then my dog put his face in the frame and I put it down. But he's calmed down. When I get upset, he wants to come and comfort me. So here's the thing. When I read this report, I was looking for the larger world because we have a narrow scope and we're focusing on vehicle miles traveled and looking to impact a negative climate situation in that way. And then I look at the world of the wildfires. And it seems to me, if we don't look at the whole big picture and we don't have a particular rule that gives us the authority, the scope of authority or the responsibility to have that kind of impact, but I would still like us to consider the larger picture when we look at this. I don't know if that's a reasonable expectation because it seems to me that Metro has done what the statute says they are allowed to do. We can decide we want to ask them for more with more urgency, with more effect. But the narrow scope of authority, given the wide world of the impacts, that's my dynamic tension and my stress right now.
What are your feelings, not feelings, what are your thoughts on, like I said, I feel like this is the start to which next year when the report, you know, we see how these are going.
Yeah.
our
I
ability to influence. Yeah, I was trying to ask the staff like our ability to influence urgency. I guess I don't know how to otherwise say it.
I think we do add a sense of urgency to it. I do think we're looking for a greater sense of impact. I just don't want us to lose the larger picture and have unreasonable expectations that hurt people, that cost people, that don't get the job done. So balancing that, harmonizing that.
Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. And I want to build on what you said, Chair, is the way the rules work and those processes that we go through. What I want to recognize is that the rules that are in place are agreed upon standards through that rulemaking process that we are holding Metro accountable for at this point. Right. So it's a disservice to some degree for us to legislate something differently, even though our desires are different. That may be different from what the RAC put in place. Right. Those were put in place by other folks that went through a process. And there were folks who came before us and may have had a different opinion about things. As you said, Chair, we might have different opinions about how much stronger we would like those standards to be. But these are the standards that we've agreed upon with other parties, including our jurisdictional partners. So, even if we don't agree with them, they are in place and the ones that we are bound to.
Yeah.
I'll step away from all that for a moment to also say that the one part of it that one of the pieces that is of great concern in both RTPs and STSs is the very real induced demand that building more lanes on freeways creates. So it is a concern that we tend to see that, to use a metaphor, lots of folks continuing to go down that road, thinking that that's how we solve congestion issues, and are part of our plans to reduce climate impacts. When we know factually that is a problematic solution.
And
just want to get that out.
I was going to add to what you said. We have not seen the results of CFEC yet. I just think that's one thing that, so anything that's like, I don't know, from 2014 and up till now, like we haven't seen, that's the results of whatever was going on then up till now. We haven't seen the results of the CFEC that just 2022. And I think that's the frustration. This is why I'm not a planner. It's very frustrating to be like, in 20 years from now, and so that's why I'm a real estate developer. But I just wanted to say it's planning, and we have not seen the results yet from 2022. But I think everything anyone said is valid. Any testimony that anyone said is 100% valid. I didn't know if anyone wanted to make a motion.
I'll make a motion. I move that the commission, upon review of the monitoring report, find Metro is making satisfactory and per Council's advice on the Webster definition of satisfactory, meaning adequate, progress as provided in OAR 660-044-0060 sub 3, and find Metro's proposed corrective actions are adequate.
Would anyone like to second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Boyer seconds. Any further discussion, or we'll do the roll call? And yes, Denise.
I think I will abstain from this one, being so new.
Aye.
Be frozen. Commissioner Porter? Yeah.
I would love to jump on board with Commissioner Bennett there. If I can qualify my vote with a comment as well. I would like to see this program evolve relatively soon into something where we've got a measurable, where we can quantify a measurable. I'm not quite sure how to do that. And that's not a decision I don't think that we can make today. So with that, I will vote aye as well.
Like delayed or something. Commissioner Thompson?
Aye.
Oh, Denise's voice is not coming through the mic. That's what's happening. Okay. Commissioner Warren is excused.
Vice Chair Lazo?
Aye.
Battery's out.
Chair Halova?
Aye. And with that, the motion passes. Thank you for all those that testified. We appreciate your testimony a lot, actually. We're going to move on to agenda item number 12, which is briefing on the legislative process. The commission will be providing an overview of the legislative session schedule and the agency's engagement with the legislature in preparation for the 2025 legislative session. I think we talked about maybe, given our time overrun, doing a abridged version, a touch point. We could have canceled the item, but I wanted to do it just because as we're out and about and the legislative session's happening, it would be good for everyone to know how it works or whatever. I think all the new commissioners are even more well-versed than I am in this, but I thought it'd be nice to touch on it.
I also like to end our note with a comic. I love the comic, the visual, the caricatures. So let's end our meeting with caricatures.
You're talking about in the report?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love it. I love that.
Take it. And Commissioner Boyer is referring to our staff report. There is a graphic that's like a comic about how an idea becomes a law.
Love it.
They need a little cartoon. Yeah.
How is that not the Schoolhouse Rock video?
No, the Schoolhouse Rock, Oregon version.
Yeah.
Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lazo, members of the commission. My name is Alexis Hammer. I'm the Legislative and Policy Manager at the Department of Land Conservation and Development. And the real brief version is the Schoolhouse Rock diagram. So we'll be real quick to get on with our weekends. We are 4 days into the 2025 legislative session. Around 2,453 bills have already been dropped, and we have screened those bills and assigned them for review among many of our experts throughout our agency. The initial screening has led to us tracking 223 bills. 73 of those we categorize them by classes, and 2 and 3 are ones that we are analyzing and writing bill briefs on. If it's a 3 or higher, 3 to 5, we only are tracking them. 73 of those are the high priority ones that we're actually analyzing. And yes, so we don't have like the full picture yet because we're still analyzing all of those bills, but there are many, and there are kind of big buckets that we're looking at, which are typical. There are housing bills, farm and forest policy, and energy issues are the ones that we're seeing the most of this session. We work, closely. Obviously, a huge part of the legislative session is on our budget, and with Director Bateman's leadership, CFO Aurora, and all of our managers work through the Ways and Means Committee to make sure that we are putting forth the best foot forward in getting the funding that we need to do our work. I'll pass it over to Aurora to discuss 2 of the bills that we are working on most closely, and one that we are leading ourselves and one that's with the governor's office.
Sure. Thanks, Alexis. Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lazo, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Aurora Jettle. I'm legislative and policy analyst here with the department. Should I go over this quickly, or do you want me to skip to the end for bills?
I would maybe just do
high level.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I wasn't sure the pass off. So just a quick overview of schedule here. As Alexis said, session started on January 21st. I can't believe that's only been 4 days. And it constitutionally ends on June 29th. They do have a target signing day of June 18th. I don't know if that's ever happened in the history of the legislature, so it'll probably be June 29th. Just a couple other important deadlines. The one I'll highlight is the first and second chamber deadlines. That basically just means that a bill has to be passed out of the policy chamber in that or policy committee in that chamber. So if it's assigned to Senate Housing and it doesn't make it out of Senate Housing by April 9th, then the bill dies. And so the first chamber is April 9th and the second chamber is May 23rd. And so
what's the first date if it doesn't make it out of the something by what date? Okay.
And then the second is May 23rd. And so I just highlight those because you'll kind of see a big drop off of bills that we're tracking at that point in time, because a lot of bills will die as they move through that process. But then there's other committees like the Ways and Means, which is where we get our budget funding from. Those committees run all the way until the end of session. So we have this wonderful slide with how an idea becomes a law. Maybe in the interest of time, I'll just kind of move through this one, unless do folks have any questions about the image here? I feel like this is a good description.
The diagram.
Yes. I first saw this 3 years ago when I was hired to be a legislative staffer, and I found it very helpful because I had no idea what I was doing. So how do we interact with the legislative process? There's a few main ways. The one thing that I would just emphasize is we really don't take positions on bills. We remain neutral unless we are given permission / directed to take a position by the governor's office. But mostly we offer technical assistance. We're there to be a resource for the legislators, for staffers, and even for other lobbyists sometimes. To just offer the technical expertise of our staff about different land use laws that they might be considering. So we'll do that in the forms of taking meetings with folks, but also testifying in front of the legislature. And we submit fiscal impact statements with bills. That's sort of separate to our Ways and Means process that we go through. That's how we get funding with bills if they require us to do any work. We submit a fiscal impact statement along with it, and then we'll get funding through that individual policy bill to make sure that we get the resources that we need to be able to complete that work or to, give out grants to our local partners for work that they have to do. And then we also write memos to help support the governor's decisions on whether or not she'll sign or veto bills. One thing that I would just flag too, this was added, I think, later on as a supplemental in your packets, but there's some information about how the commission can interact with the legislature too. The governor's office basically requests that individual commissioners, if they do testify, basically specify that it's not on behalf of the commission, or if you are going to testify on behalf of the commission, that it be sort of the whole commission's decision. And there's more information about that in the handout that they had sent out that's in your packet. So yeah, the exciting part, these are a few bills that I'll go over. The first is our agency bill that you all have heard about at this point. It's been given the number 2347, which is a very satisfying number, I think. And it seems to be moving through the process quickly, actually. We should have a hearing coming up here pretty soon. But this is a technical fix bill that's originated with some of our housing staff have flagged things, as well as our local partners. It's mostly focused on the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis laws, as well as some other components that are in ORS 197A, which is our land use housing chapter. And then there's also HB 2138. This is the governor's middle housing bill. You might have seen some press about it recently too. We're supporting their work in that. It comprises a lot of different components of middle housing policy, including the definitions that are currently in statute, what lots will have to, cities will have to allow middle housing on, actually making it so that unincorporated urban lands have to have middle housing in them on any lots that are zoned for single family. And then in addition, making some changes to the middle housing land division process. That's something that makes it so that middle housing developments can become available for home ownership. So it's a way, like after, say, a fourplex is built, you can then do a division of that fourplex to make each of those plexes available for home ownership, and it wouldn't have to be like a rental unit all in the same lot. So making some changes to that. And then finally, some rulemaking for the department, which I had spoken about a bit earlier in the governor's budget presentation, but directing us to go back into Division 46, our middle housing rules, and looking at siting and design standards that can be amended or added to better facilitate middle housing development throughout the state. So yeah, that's a quick, short version. I think that's the end of it here. Any questions or anything else I should cover?
I'll just add one thing to the 2347, the bill that the technical fix bill that we are running. It was the scope of what is in that bill was through a public process where we convened cities, interested parties to come to the table and tell us what are the least controversial things we can fix in housing law to make it remove ambiguity, and mainly just add clarity so that folks can implement the law consistently and accurately.
Yeah, we've been working really hard throughout the year to make sure that all of our partners are brought along on that, and that everyone agrees on sort of the nature of the technical fixes that are in that bill. So
that's why it's
yeah.
Commissioner Ware.
How many of you are reading 73 of these bills that are the high priorities?
Chair Halava, Commissioner Boyer, it's a good question. Our legislative staff go through all of those bills, as well as the managers and subject matter experts that we assign them to. So it's a joint effort throughout a lot of the agency. I would say throughout the legislative session, probably almost everyone in the agency reads a bill and helps us with a bill review. So it's really a collaborative process. And yeah, would also say shout out to our managers and our staff for all of the work that they turn around very quickly for us throughout session. Mm-hmm.
Nice. Any other questions from commissioners? Nope. Okay. Thank you for this. And the next time we see you will be before the April 9th. Yeah. I was just trying to see when we're going to see you in relation to this. And then after that is what's the next time after that? March?
No, March.
March, and then, okay, which will be after that. Okay. I'm just trying to see how. Thank you.
Yes.
Both of you.
Thank you.
Okay. So the last agenda item doesn't have an agenda item, but it's public comment. I don't know if there's anybody here for public comment. Okay.
We did have one person signed up and they canceled.
Okay. So commissioners, please take some time before you leave to complete your scorecard and give it to Denise. And then please sign your travel forms and return them to Denise. There's a copy for you to keep for your record as well if you want to keep that. I want to thank you all for joining the January meeting. Our next commission meeting is scheduled for March 20th through the 21st. This will include, we are still trying to determine exactly where we're going to be, but it will be in the Salem area. We're still looking at venues because we're going to have a half a day retreat included in that, but it will be in this general vicinity. With that, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you. At 5:05.
Commissioners.
Yeah. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you all.
Missed you all on screen.
Yep. Missed you guys.
See you in March.
See ya.
You guys.